Okay, good morning. This works. Good morning. Welcome to Thursday, the 25th of May, and welcome to the RIPE Area 6 session of the MAT working group. My name is Stephen. I'm one of the chairs of the working group. We have in the room Massimo, one of the other chairs, and we have on Meet Echo Nina. This is a hybrid meeting, so if you're on Meet Echo, welcome. If you're in the room, also welcome. We have two of our speakers online today, and we have three of our speakers in the room. I think that's a good balance for a hybrid meeting, and I'd like to see that continue as we go forward. Online is good, on-site is also good. This is our agenda for this morning. We receive more submissions than we can accept, which is a good position for the working group to be in. So I think we accept around 50% of what we receive, and we reject around 50% of what we receive. That is fairly healthy, I think, for the community. And I think it puts us in a good position for sharing work between network researchers and network operators. More submissions are always good. More interesting submissions are always good. We will court you for future submissions as we're heading into the next meeting as well. In this session, we're going to cover a range of topics, and we have a full agenda, so really I should be moving off the stage. We have 6 speakers in all, and our first speaker this morning is going to be Marco Polverini. Marco is a tenure-track professor at the Sapienza University of Rome, where he teaches subjects related to networking. His main research interests are in the field of traffic engineering and routing optimization, software-defined networking, and network programmability. Marco, the floor is yours.
Hi, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, oops, I have to share the slides. Do you see the slide? Okay, thank you for the introduction. So the title of my speech is a digital twin based framework to enable what-if analysis in BGP optimization. So I really want to thank the organizer for inserting my speech inside the agenda. I'm very pleased to have this speech today. I'm a bit sorry for not being present but online. This is the outline of the presentation. So we will start giving some motivation, and then I will present to you the digital twin technology. We will see some use cases, an overview of the proposed framework, and finally a proof of concept. So the common approach used to configure and to optimize the configuration of the BGP protocol is based on the so-called tweak and pray approach. And generally, it means that before you want to change your configuration in order to get a given objective, but you have no clue of what is going to be the final outcome, and you don't realize what it will be until you actually perform it. So, of course, this paradigm can create network instabilities. It can give performance degradation, or even worse, to create service disruption. So the point is, wouldn't it be great if we could have a means to know what is going to be the effect of a BGP configuration change before actually applying it? So be able to predict what is going to be the outcome we get. This is something that is known as what-if analysis. And in different engineering sectors, the execution of what-if analysis is made possible by the availability of the digital twin concept. So in this talk, I'm going to propose to you a framework that allows to create, to manage, and operate the digital twin of a BGP ecosystem, so to enable what-if analysis. what is a digital twin? It's the word is somehow self-explaining. It's basically a faithful replica of a physical system. For instance, here we have BGP ecosystem composed of 4 different autonomous systems. Each of them has its own digital twin. A digital twin for an autonomous system can be represented by an emulated network environment where the configuration of each device replicates the one of the physical elements. And very important for digital twin is the continuous synchronization that he has with the physical counterpart, meaning that the digital twin has to replicate faithfully the current status of the physical twin. Plus, we also need to interconnect all the digital twins of the different autonomous systems in order to get the digital twin of the inter-BGP ecosystem. So why it can be useful to have such a digital twin? As I was explaining during the introduction, it enables what-if analysis. Let's see some use cases that, in our opinion, can benefit from the availability of this framework. The first one is balancing the incoming traffic. So let's assume that this autonomous system here wants to load balance the traffic, incoming traffic sent to this prefix that currently is unbalanced over the 2 different connections he has with its 2 neighbors. So a possibility could be to perform AES path prepending, but we don't know actually what is going to be the final distribution of the traffic as soon as we apply the configuration change over the physical system. In this case, we can apply this configuration change over the digital twin and have a prediction of what is going to be the output we get. Another use case could be this one, where there is this autonomous system here that wants to reduce the latency to get to reach this specific prefix. So currently the path he uses is this one. So he is wondering if could be of help in achieving his objective to create a new connection toward perhaps an internet exchange point, or maybe simply to buy another transit from another autonomous system. So in this case, once more, in the physical system, you don't get the solution until you actually perform the peering connection. On the other hand, if you have the digital twin enabled, you can simply try what is the effect of creating a new connection. And another interesting use case could be the one of avoiding misconfigurations. So let's assume that this autonomous system, which has 2 different upstream providers, is changing its configuration. And for whatever reason, maybe for a fat finger problem or something else, it starts forwarding updates that he receives from this autonomous system toward this other one. In this case, the full internet routing table is sent toward this. Once more, if you have the availability of the digital twin technology, you can, before applying the configuration change over the physical system, you can test it over the digital twin and see if the configuration is affecting the correct working of your network. So this is an overview of the framework that enables the creation of the digital twin. It's mainly composed of 3 different elements. There is the digital twin manager, the digital twin itself, and the communication module. As you see here, this is the physical system. Each autonomous system has a digital twin manager that is in charge of managing the life cycle of a digital twin, which means to create and to continuously synchronize the digital twin with the physical system. Then there is the digital twin of the single autonomous system, which basically is represented by an emulated network environment, which is continuously synchronized with the network. And as you see, all the different digital twins that now are disconnected needs to be interconnected. And for this reason, there is another horizontal module here, which is in charge of connecting the different digital twins in such a way that the digital system replicates the configuration of the physical one. We have tested our solution in a proof of concept scenario where basically everything is running inside a single host machine. So either the physical system, which is this one, and is composed of 4 different autonomous systems, as well as each digital twin. So in this case, we are not running it in a real network environment. The objective of this proof of concept is to load balance the incoming traffic inside the AES-4, and specifically it wants to change the routing path followed by the traffic originated by this prefix and destined to this prefix, and the technique is going to use is the AES path prepending. Initially, the traffic pass over this path, so it's received through Ethernet 0 interface. The framework creates the digital twin of every single autonomous system, and you have to imagine that here there is an horizontal block that interconnects the different digital twins. In the test we have performed, as you see at the beginning, this is a TCP dump capture done in this interface here. And as you see at the beginning, the traffic originated by the red prefix, which is this one, and destined to the yellow, is received through the upper path, so through the Ethernet 0 interface. After that, the network operator of the autonomous system 4, he performed the what-if analysis by performing this configuration change, but not over the physical element, but in the digital twin. So it's running basically a what-if analysis. And as we see in this other figure here, which is instead a TCP dump capture performed over the Ethernet 1 interface, as you see, after the digital twin has converged, basically we start receiving traffic toward the down path, so passing through this other path, meaning that the AES path prepending technique in this case is able to achieve the objective the operator wants to get. So this concludes my talk. I'm open to answer questions.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you for your presentation. So do we have questions? Okay, I have questions. So last time they told me that I have to come here. So switching mic. Question mic. So Massimo Candela, NTT Math Working Group Chair. So you presented this system, but I have a few questions. So the part when you say emulated network, so do you also have the software emulate, the software framework? Do you provide that? Do you have a link that people can use? Or it is using something that is known and exists? Or can you explain a bit better that?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for the question. I have a bit of noise in the microphone. My voice is coming back. Okay, thank you. Yes, we are relying on a already existing tool, which is freely downloadable and available in the internet, which is the Katara network emulator. Katara is a software based on Docker containers, and each Docker container runs a software switch, Quagga-based software switch, so that it can replicate the control plane of an IP router. So yes, it's freely available, and the community can use it.
We had Randy in the queue, but he disappeared now. Randy's back. Go with the question.
Randy Bush, IIJ Anarchist. I think he just answered my question, which is, what if I have a new router vendor with a different CLI? And the point, and I guess the answer is, you're not really going to the CLI level.
No, we are not going in this moment at the CLI level. But anyway, that's a good point. Thank you for this question. the framework, I mean, in this moment is emulating is creating the digital twin of an autonomous system relying on this Katara framework. But in general, you can think of changing it and perhaps using a different type of emulation framework like GNS3, which allows you to use images of real routers. So if you are using a Cisco router, or Juniper router, as soon as you have the image of the virtual router, you can directly use that framework to emulate your infrastructure. And in that case, you have, I mean, the availability of all the features of your real infrastructure, as well as the CLI.
Jeroen Bulten, SIDN. As I understand it, you have built a very interesting framework for automatically running tests on digital twin of a BGP setup. Did you also allow for automatically collecting results and presenting them in a format that can be automatically parsed, for instance?
Okay, good question. Thank you for giving it. In the moment, the prototype is very preliminary, and yeah, everything has to be run manually. Also, the proof of concept that I show you is basically we are accessing the CLI of one router and issuing a ping on the other, and we are interpreting the result. We can imagine that we can automate this process. Of course, it requires time. And we can also imagine that we can create a graphical user interface to interact with the tool, perhaps creating a catalog of different what-if analysis to perform if you are interested in one specific use case or another. And we can create templates for showing, I mean, the result of the test. Yeah, but for the moment, the tool doesn't do nothing of this. You have to do everything manually.
Okay, go ahead. We have about 30 seconds.
David Schweitzer, I work for NetDev. Do you have any provisions which you used with this framework to capture traffic from your real-world application on maybe one end and another, and then replay this in the digital twin and analyze if there is any difference?
Okay, good question. Also, this one, what I have to say is that, of course, the digital twin concept in general is very fascinating. You know, it's nice, the idea of having a replica of your physical system. But of course, we cannot imagine that everything is happening in the real system is also happening in the digital twin, because they have to work to different time scales. Of course, the resources the digital twin has are much lower than the one of the physical network. We cannot replicate all the traffic that is in the physical system also in the digital one. So we have to rely on some sort of high-level description of the status of the physical infrastructure. For instance, we can imagine that together with the emulation framework, there is also a simulation framework which is based on synthetic data. Like instead of having traffic flowing over the digital twin, you can imagine that you have a high-level description like the utilization of all the links or the current delay and so on and so forth.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you again for presenting.
Thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure.
And now we go to the next presenter. Well, the next presenter is a well-known contributor of our community, Romain Futun. He's the Deputy Director of IJ Research Lab, where he's leading the project called the Internet Health Report. That probably is also a system, a resource that many of you already know, and he's going to present the Internet Yellow Pages. Romain, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me. So yeah, today I will present the Internet Yellow Pages. This is a collaboration with different people, but it really started with discussion with my close colleague from RIPE and CCM, Ilaben. And it started when we realized that in our research, we are constantly asking the same question, and I'm sure that people in the room, either if you're a researcher, network operator, peering coordinator, policymaker, regulator, whatever, we all have this question where we wonder, what is that AS? What is this prefix? Who announced it? How it propagates? Do we have Atlas traceroute for it? Is it in RPKI? Is it seen as XP routers? And all those questions, we usually get answer from a lot of different places. What is very nice with our community is a lot of groups give nice data sets. So we can go to RIPEstat, PeeringDB, CADA, WHOIS, and we can find like some piece of this information. The data set is really nice. The problem though is it's very laborious. And we found that we have those scripts that gonna take data from PeeringDB, merge it with some data in CADA, and we all have these different scripts. And we thought there should be a way we can do better than that. So we saw that we need a tool where a tool or a place where we can have all those data sets, and this should be open to anyone. Everyone can use it and also contribute and add new data to it. Now, to do that, in the design, we found that there's a trade-off. It could be just a simple GitHub repo where people dump data, but this is not very useful because it's still very hard to use. And on the other end of the spectrum, you could think of a database where you can query your data. But then here the problem we found is that for traditional relational database, it's quite hard to do because you have to define that schema for all your data sets, and anytime you want to add a new data set, you have to rethink the schema. So we thought like one of the requirements is also that we want something structured, but also something that is quite flexible. And what we ended up doing is to build a knowledge graph for network resources. Now, if you don't know what a knowledge graph is, the idea is very simple. It's just a graph where you put your data, and so each of the node here, you have an example. If each of the node will be a data point, and this data point will be linked in the graph. I like to show this picture here because I think this is the situation where we are now. There is a lot of cool data set out there, and you could see these are like very good books. So you could have like your, maybe this collection is like your PeeringDB data, and there is RIPEstat somewhere, and CADA and BGP data. All these books could be very nice and a very nice story, nice data, but it's very hard to merge them, to cross, like to join information between the two. So I think this step of pulling that data and putting it in a graph is very useful. It's not only just importing the data, we also have this extra step where we have to add semantics to the graph. Smart people call this ontology, but what it means really is just that each of our nodes gonna have like a very specific meaning. So we define like different types of node. This is still changing, but we have different types of node, different types of relationship. And if you look at this example here, which is like an example from our knowledge graph, I think it's very intuitive. Like we start from this red node here. The red nodes are, in this example, domain names. So we start from ripe.net. You can see that it's resolved to an IP address. That IP address is part of a prefix. This prefix is originated from an AS. It happened that this AS and this prefix are in RPKI, in an RPKI object called a ROA. And you can see that AS is also a member of Manners. It's managed by an organization that is called RIPE NCC. This organization has a website. It's registered in the Netherlands, and we could browse even more of the graph. From this very simple example, you can realize that it doesn't really matter where the data is from. We can easily browse the graph just using these semantics that we put on the node and the edges. So one of the advantage of this knowledge graph is that instead of doing a syntactic search where we know what our data set look like and we're gonna try to filter our data set and try to pinpoint like some rows in our data set, in the knowledge graph you can make what is called a semantic search, where you know the question you have and you just translate that question into a query, and that will give this thing. Okay, so we have a prototype that is currently running online. This prototype is available at iyp.iaglab.net. It might be like quite hard to use if you don't know Neo4j. Neo4j is the database we are using. It has Neo4j as a querying language called Cypher and an API called Bolt. If you know those two things, then for you it's going to be very easy. If you don't, you might have to learn that. We are, again, it's an ongoing project. We are building some interface around that database so that it could be more easy to use too. And currently we have data from 16 different organizations. There is like the most popular one, the one you're probably used to, like PeeringDB. We have some data from the RIPE NCC, Manners, SCADA, and there is some maybe a bit more exotic data set from like research lab, for example, a group at Stanford has a classification of ASCs. This internet intelligence lab at Georgia Tech give mapping of sibling ASCs. We have data from the Cloudflare radar, which I think is very, very nice. Like Cloudflare radar give us some information, some stats about their Quad 1 DNS resolver. So we're adding new data sets almost weekly right now. So now I'd like to show the tool, and I haven't really checked when I started, but stop me if I speak for too long. So I'd like to show like a few queries to show you what you could do with that. But the applications are kind of endless. It's like there's so many different applications we can do with this. So this is just like some very simple example. Here in this graph, now I've wrote a query and I ask the most popular domain name that end with .nl. And those are, let me zoom on one of these maybe. Those are the red nodes here. So you can see like this u20.nl, it's a popular domain name. And the query is trying to find who is hosting those popular .nl domain name. So we have the domain name, we have the IP that corresponds to it, the prefix, and the AS. And here we have the name of the AS. So it's very similar to what I've shown in the slide. The first thing you can see from this graph, just the structure of the graph is interesting because you can see that there is a few cluster that form, and when we look at what are those ASCs, so every time I click on a node or link, you will see some information appearing here. So this is AWS, so AWS hosts a lot of these .NL services. This is Cloudflare. There is, I think this is Surf. There is Microsoft. And Akamai here. So if you look at the broad picture, it shows that, well, the good news is all those domains are not consolidating around only one cloud service. So there is, of course, this big like cloud provider that hosts a lot of them. And for example, in Japan, so that picture is going to look different for each country. And in Japan, it looks like there's a lot more consolidation around AWS. Here it's, I think there is a healthy spread of all those domains. Okay, that's just one example. And a very similar query we can do is now for those domain names, I want to know which one are mapped to prefixes that are not in RPKI. Because those are popular domain names, we might expect that those are on RPKI. And you can see like there is a lot less nodes here, which is a very good news. Most of the popular NL domain names are mapping to prefixes that are in RPKI. And here you can still see like this big cluster here. This is Akamai. There is a small cluster here. This is Fastly. And then there is a smaller provider here and there. And we could try to understand a bit better why those are not in RPKI. So I will zoom on one of these. Let's bring this one here. So this is Amsterdam.nl. It's mapped to that IP and this prefix. This prefix is originated by KPN, but this is not in RPKI. So we could try to understand why. So if I click on this prefix, we can get more information about it. We got tons of things. I'm not going to explain everything, but so we can see it's RPKI not found. And that prefix was a /24. And we can see it's also part of a bigger prefix, a /21. And that /21 has other information related to it. It's assigned to this opaque ID. We also have like dedicated stat in the database. And now if we look at what that opaque ID has, it has a few prefixes and this S. So just to get up to here, oh, that got a bit messy. What I want to show here is that we found that this popular domain name mapped to a prefix, this prefix is actually assigned to an organization, which is this Gemeente Amsterdam, like my Dutch friend said, it's the municipality of Amsterdam. And these are the people that should register the prefix in RPKI. So just saying like it's not the fault of KPN. To fix this, that will be them to register that. It's a very, it's actually a simple example, and it shows also how we could very easily go through tons of different data sets here. We started from this domain name. These are DNS data. And then we have BGP data here to see like who originated this prefix. We have RPKI data, and we have some geolocation information. We have dedicated stats. We have name from different organizations. There's also this classification I talked about from Stanford. So you can see that this AS is government and public administration AS. Okay. Probably I don't have so much more time left. So very quickly, like I will just show a second example. It's imagine like I'm an operator and I'm interested in coming to the Netherlands and deploy some infrastructure there. We have this query when we can ask what are the biggest eyeball networks in the Netherlands and the biggest transit network in the Netherlands. So these are all the yellow nodes you see here. So it's either a big Dutch eyeball or a big Dutch transit, and we can ask which IXP they are a member of.
Yeah, we are just, please, if you can do a closing remark.
I will wrap. Okay, I will wrap up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just so to show like this we can see like this kind of resiliency, how these things are deployed there. And actually, that's where I wanted to stop. So that's the Internet Yellow Pages. We have the last thing I want to say is like we have this public instance, but actually you can just deploy this. What I was showing is on my laptop. If you go to our GitHub repo, you can get a Docker image and a dump of the database, and you can just use this locally. So you can also add your own data. If you have like confidential data, you can just add your own data and do your analysis with this. Okay. And if you want to discuss that, there is my colleague Emil in the room. And after the session, I'll be happy to discuss and do another live demo. So please come and see Emil if you have more questions about this. Thank you. And sorry I took too much time, I guess.
Thank you, Roman. We are running over, but that's kind of on us. So we'll take this one question if you can make it brief enough.
Yes,
sure.
Alexandros Milodidakis from Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. I have a question about the accuracy of the database when you mixed all those data sets together. Can you say something?
So the accuracy of the database is we are not controlling well, we import the data, so we know what they are. If it looks like completely rubbish, we are not going to import it. But as soon as we see some interest in the data, we're going to integrate it to the Yellow Pages. And as soon as we find like problem in the data, we're going to just ask the person that produced the data to correct it. It's a bit useless for us to correct it. I think it's better, like it's even better for the community in general. We just ask that person to correct it, and then so everyone can enjoy these corrections.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roman, for this presentation. Really interesting. And now we go with the next presenter, this time in person. Yevgenia Nosik is a PhD student at the University of Grenoble-Alpes in France. She studied DNS and network security from large-scale internet measurement points of view. Thank you for presenting. The stage is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay, so my name is Evgenia. I'm a PhD student, and today I'm going to talk about how DNS requests get intercepted and manipulated in the wild. But before we dive into the manipulation part, let's just very quickly recall how DNS is supposed to work in theory. So here we have a very basic example with the client on the left that wants to resolve the example.com domain name and its recursive resolver. So the resolver is doing all the resolution. It first contacts the root name server, the TLD name server, the example.com name server, and then when the final response is obtained, it is sent back to the client. Now, provided that all the resolver caches are empty, every DNS resolution is supposed to start at the root zone. So, of course, the root servers, they must be highly available and distributed all over the world. What we have right now is 13 root server letters, which are announced as Anycast prefixes. However, what we have behind is actually more than 1,700 individual Anycast instances. So those instances there are slightly different in a way that some of them are local, meaning that they only serve a predefined clients. For example, those could be clients from certain autonomous systems or roughly clients from a single country. And then we have global root server instances, meaning that those would be announced and available all over the world. One important thing about the example I have just shown is that when we send such a query, for example.com domain name to a root server, we're not expecting to get any final response here. The root servers are not authoritative neither for example.com nor for any other second level domain name. So the only thing we're getting here, we're expecting to get, is simply a bunch of referrals to the TLD name servers. But it turns out that sometimes things do not go as expected, and some weird things can happen. What happened 2 years ago is that it was reported that some clients from Mexico would not be able to access the WhatsApp.net domain name. And then after some initial troubleshooting, it turned out that even more domain names were affected. And there was some anomaly when contacting the kroot server. So the very same problem was reproduced using the RIPE Atlas probes. And what we have here is the RIPE Atlas probe on the left, located in Mexico. And this probe is requested to resolve the facebook.com domain name, but by contacting the kroot server directly. There was a non-recursive query. And then, surprisingly enough, we get the IP address in response. Now, this is surprising for at least 2 reasons. The first one is that the kroot server is not authoritative for facebook.com, so we're not actually expecting any response here. And the second problem with this response is that the returned IP address is actually bogus. It does not belong to Facebook, but it actually belongs to Twitter. Now, to understand where the query was routed to which instance of the kroot server, they will send the ks+txt query for the id.server, just to get the identifier of the instance. And it turned out that the query from Mexico was sent to the kroot instance located in China. Here is another problem. This root server instance is local, and it is not supposed to propagate beyond China. And of course, not surprisingly, it was later confirmed by the kroot operators that the route server instance was not expected to propagate beyond China. It was local. It should have stayed there. And of course, it was made clear that kroot or all the root server operators, they do not serve bogus data. So the clients must have encountered some middle boxes on the way. So the first question we wanted to answer was it a one-time event, or the kroot instance was occasionally reachable from outside? And so to answer this question, we have relied on RIPE Atlas built-in measurements. And in particular, we have this measurement running on all the connected probes towards kroot servers that are requesting the identifier of the responding instance. So we have analyzed the measurements 2 months before the event was reported and 9 months after. What we have seen is that at least 2 months before the event was reported, so in September 2021, the local instance would be already reachable from the outside. We have seen that 57 probes from 15 countries would be reaching that kroot server instance. Now, even after the leak was fixed, the instance would be still occasionally reachable from outside, this time over IPv6, and this time from much less probes. And finally, as we have seen later, I'll show later that those probes would also experience injected responses for the facebook.com domain name. So the second question we wanted to answer was slightly more broad. This time we were wondering actually how many RIPE Atlas probes they receive injected response when contacting DNS root servers. So we can once again rely on RIPE Atlas to answer this question, but this time we have set up our own custom measurements. So what we have done was we requested each connected RIPE Atlas probe to send a bunch of DNS requests targeting all the root server letters over both IP protocols, both transport protocols. We have requested the query resource records, and the domain names of query were google.com, facebook.com, and ripe.net. One more important thing about those measurements is that we have requested to include the NSAT option in responses. So in this way, we could know which instance is actually sending us the responses. So we have run these measurements during the 9 months in 2022, and we had more than 1 billion measurements to analyze in total. So when analyzing those responses, we have broadly divided them into two categories. The first one is non-injected, when we did not receive any response to our queries. And that's something we expect, because we were sending queries for second-level domain names to root servers. They're not authoritative for any of those, so we're not expecting any response. However, there were less than 1% of queries where we have received some kind of responses. So taking a look at those, the most common injected response type was A-type. We have received more than 7 million of those. And interestingly enough, the great majority of responses were actually valid. So we have seen that almost 50% of Facebook.com and almost 90% of Google.com DNS queries would result in correct responses. The IP addresses returned were indeed belonging to those entities, even though, once again, it's unexpected to see it from root servers. Then we see quite similar trends for the quad A resource record, which is the second most popular response type. And here we see that the ratio of correct responses is even higher. Then we got a bunch of URI responses, SOA response received on one RIPE Atlas probe. And finally, we got a bunch of C names that were pointing Google.com to force safe search Google.com, which is a filtering service provided by Google, and it is there to exclude explicit content from the search results. Then we were also wondering who was actually sending those responses to us. So as I mentioned, we requested to include the NSID string whenever possible in all the responses that we received. And we analyzed those from all the 1 billion measurements that we received, whether injected or not. So we got more than 12,000 unique name server identifier strings. And we managed to map the majority of those to either root server letters, instances, public resolvers, filtering services, but then also some of them were unclassified or empty. Now, not surprisingly, whenever we received the injected response, it never came from valid root servers. So in the great majority of cases, those were actually NSID strings were empty, so we could not really fingerprint those services. But otherwise, we were getting responses from public resolvers, filtering services, and some other unclassified entities. Speaking about the persistence of this kind of manipulation, so what we did on the figure on the left is that we plotted the ratio of RIPE Atlas probes that received injected responses to all those participating in the measurements per week. And then we also did the same for RIPE Atlas measurements. As we can see, during the 9 months of the experiment, the ratio of response ejection, it gets relatively stable. We see that less than 1% of RIPE Atlas measurements, they experience, they result in injected responses. And between 3 and 4% of RIPE Atlas probes per week, they also receive injected responses. Then speaking about the duration of manipulation, so this figure on the right shows that slightly more than 20% of RIPE Atlas probes that were receiving injected responses, they did it during all the 9 months of the experiment. So for those, the response ejection was constantly present. Now the question is, how can we avoid this kind of manipulation so that end users do not receive injected responses? So one idea that was proposed back in 2018 is to include some geographical hints in BGP announcements of any CAS prefixes, so that whenever the routers at the destination network, they receive several announcements, they can choose the instance which would be geographically the closest. And in that case, for the users in Mexico, they could have chosen one of the instances located nearby, because they indeed have some. Then the second countermeasure would be to use the QName minimization, because once again, for those users in Mexico, when sending the query to root name servers, it's not strictly necessary to send the whole WhatsApp.NET query. as we're not expecting to receive the response. So just the .NET query would be more than enough in that case. Finally, one could do encrypted DNS so that some on-pass entities do not do not see the traffic. However, it is not yet deployed between recursive resolvers and authoritative name servers. It's still the work in progress. And finally, one could do DNS, DNSSEC. However, in that Mexican case, the query domain name was not DNSSEC signed, and the resolver at the destination network was not doing DNSSEC validation. So what we have just seen is that almost 7% of RIPE Atlas probes that participated in these measurements, they were receiving injected responses when contacting DNS root servers. What we also saw is that in the great majority of cases, those injected responses were actually valid. So this kind of manipulation would stay transparent to end users. However, it should be noted that this kind of DNS filtering, it can propagate beyond its intended scope. And that's exactly what happened for the clients in Mexico in November 2021, when there happened a route leak and they experienced collateral damage from DNS manipulation somewhere else. And finally, we saw that such BGP leaks can stay unnoticed for a long period of time. So that's all I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. Now it's time for questions. Oh, we already have a queue. Go ahead.
Your research shows such injections which I think could be avoided. Do you think we need to implement a recursive DNS resolver in each customer device?
I think in those particular cases, it wouldn't even help because the injection does not take place in the end client network. It takes place somewhere far from them. They do not have control over what's happening in those networks. However, I do believe that those countermeasures that could decrease the probability of receiving injected responses.
I mean, if the injection performed on public DNS servers, then we need to make a direct request to root servers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as far as I know these days, in the great majority, not the great majority, I don't know in how many networks, but you're often not allowed to query particular DNS servers, whether the resolver or authoritative name server. So you will be intercepted by, for example, in your university network, your queries would be intercepted in any case.
But we are working on a safe DNS request, weren't you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. Go, Costas.
Bonjour, Costas Zorbatellos from Canal Plus Telecom. Very nice work, and thank you for sharing it. I have just one question. During all your measurements in the 9 months or whatever, did you manage to find a pattern of probes, of Atlas probes that were affected by these injections? Were they all in specific ASs, in specific countries? Did you manage to categorize them somehow?
Regarding countries, we have seen that those probes were located in 66 different countries. And I think all the RIPE Atlas probes, they reside in 170 countries, at least something like that, at least those that participated in our measurements. So it's spread geographically. It's not happening in some particular countries.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Chris Hayman, RIPE NCC. Thank you. Interesting presentation. So you probably know that we have a built-in measurement, 30,002, which uses the locally configured probe resolvers, but with popular domain targets. So obviously that wouldn't be useful in this case because it's using whichever resolver the probe has configured. Do you think it would be useful to have a similar built-in measurement which is rotating through popular domains, but also rotating through the root servers directly? So on an ongoing basis rather than a single campaign.
Okay, so here the problem is not about contacting root servers, but the problem I think is in contacting any particular DNS server. Sometimes it's just not allowed in your local network. So this kind of measurement could be done, but it should not necessarily target the root servers. It can be whatever DNS server that is not pre-configured.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? No. Then thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I also would like to remind that Yevgenia won this year RIPE Labs article competition, which is a competition that happens every RIPE meeting, so keep an eye on that. And we can go to the next presenter. We have another presenter in person, Nurullah Demir is a cybersecurity researcher at the Institute for Internet Security and Intelligent System Security, Castle Security Research Labs. His research focuses on web security and privacy and web measurement along with IE security. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm Nurullah Demir, PhD student at Institute for Internet Security in Germany, and I'll today present our study understanding update behavior of websites and its impact on security. So our goal was to understand how if the software components on the web pages are up to date or what are the impacts when we try outdated software. So when we look the modern web architecture, it's pretty complex. We have on client side too many components, JavaScripts, libraries, frameworks, and also we have on server side programming languages, web servers, different programming languages, and databases, and hosting management system, and many other third parties. So it's not a really easy task to keep the whole web environment secure because of this diversity, and any software product in this chain can endanger the whole web environment. And one way to keep the web environment secure is, or one of the efficient way to keep the environment secure is processing the software updates. And our motivation was in this research to understand how up to date are utilized software on the web and the security implications of utilizing outdated software. And that's why we conducted a large-scale analysis on 5.6 million websites. Here an overview of on our method. So we have used different open source data sets, like we have firstly imported data from HTTP Archive. HTTP Archive is an open source platform that crawls millions of web pages monthly and make the results available, openly available. And it contains different metrics like requests, responses, or performance data, or software utilized by the web pages. And so it was for us interesting to use this data set. And we have imported the data from these data sets for 18 months. So now we know which website use which software and with which software version. So, but we still need to know if the utilized software are up to date or outdated. So for that, we need the release history. And for that reason, so many of web software components are open source, and we have collected the release history of the software components that we could identify via GitHub API. And for the software components that are not on GitHub, we had to collect the release history manually. So now we know, at the moment we also know, after this step, we know if a software version is outdated or not. And to identify if a software component is is vulnerable or not, we used the vulnerability database from the NVD. NVD provides vulnerabilities for publicly well-known software components. So after this step, we also know if a software component is vulnerable. And we have done also we have done many data preparations and enrichments, like we have converted all the software version to a standard, to a server, so to make all the software versions comparable with, when we identify a software version from the HTTP archive and compare it with a release history to make all the software versions comparable. And we also dropped all the records with polluted data. So now we turn to our results. An overview on our data set, we identified, we had 5.6 distinct sites and about 32,000 releases. And we had also about 342 distinct softwares and 147,000 vulnerabilities in our data set. So now we check the update behavior of websites. We had a median of 3 available software products per website, and we identified that 94% of all observed websites were not fully updated. So that means at least one software product on the website were outdated, and it wasn't really so that there was only a software product was outdated, but 74% of software on the web pages were outdated. And when we check the update behavior from the software perspective, we see that on average, software products were about 4 years old on the web pages, and there were 41 new releases. And the age of the softwares depends also on the software category. We see that client-side software were much older than the server-side components. We believe here that the main reason is that, you can update a WordPress instance just by clicking an update, and then you have the newer version of WordPress. But to update a JavaScript maybe require more efficient or more time because of the different dependency problems. And adoption of the software releases. So each month there was a new update for 67% of software. And what I personally, what's also interesting is that the website operators process an update every 100 days, so every 5 months. And the most processed release type was patch. So patch releases were mostly processed. So what happens when we utilize outdated software? Now we turn to vulnerability of the websites. We have seen that 94% of websites contained at least one vulnerable software, and 12% of websites had at least one critical vulnerability. So that means the common vulnerability scoring system was 10. So what means that the vulnerability can be exploited easily, and the impact is maximum. And another interesting thing was that when we process updates on any software component, the vulnerability score is reduced from 6.2 to 2.4. So it has a significant impact. Of course, we had some limitations like HTTP archive, where I'm also a contributor, only cross landing pages, so it doesn't create the internal pages, and it doesn't interact with the websites. And the limitation, another limitation is comes from Webalizer, which is built in HTTP archive. Webalizer may not identify all the software, and the database NVIDIA, as the NVIDIA database, there are some discussions about its reliability, but it's still the most common databases when it comes to vulnerability of software components. And there also may be some conditional vulnerabilities, like a vulnerability can require, so it may require another software component, or maybe a function that must be activated, and so such conditional, so that there may be such conditional vulnerabilities. We didn't do, and so we haven't done any validations on such conditional vulnerabilities. So in conclusion, our measurement tries to highlight the current state of the web, and showed also the update behavior of websites over the course, and shows most of utilized software on websites are very old, and mostly about 4 years old, and records that 95% of websites contain at least one vulnerable software. But again, here, this must be seen as an upper bound because of the limitations. However, website providers and we as web community need to take more care about updates. Thank you very much. Question, please, if you have any.
Hello? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. Question time. Otherwise, I have to myself. Okay, then I go ahead. Question, Mike. So the first question I have is, you talk about these vulnerabilities and you collect the data. What is the most common vulnerability or the most common vulnerabilities that you find, and what we're able to do in practice? Because, I mean, there are various possible vulnerabilities, so it would be nice to know if you have a statistic. And the second question is, when you say in the software we detect the version of the not vulnerable software, so you go on a website, you detect the vulnerable software, can you say how that happens? How do you detect the specific vulnerable version of the software? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. So the first question is, so our top list, in our paper, we had a top list of the most common vulnerabilities, and it almost matched the OWASP top 10, which is a industry standard, and the most common vulnerabilities were inefficient input validations, and the most common vulnerability was XSS. And then it was about like 90% of in 90% of websites, and also the vulnerabilities like CSRF or SQL injection or buffer overflow were still remaining on the top of the list. And to your second question, so there's a standard CPE. And with CPE, so in CVE database, in NVIDIA databases, the entries are in a CVE format, and each vulnerability has a, so when you get a vulnerability for WordPress, and it has a identifier in CPE format, so it's also a standard. Each software product, so to each software product will be an unique assigned.
Attentie, U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgangen. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building using the emergency exits as indicated. Do not use the elevators.
Hello? There we go. Everything is fine.
Everything is
Okay. So it was a test. Unfortunately, they told us too late. We already had to walk at least 1 kilometer when they told us. So yeah.
We heard about it a bit earlier.
Yeah. So anyway, but I was with the next presenter. It was with me, so I was sure that without us, nothing was going to go ahead. So thank you very much for being here. We are going to try to take a few minutes from the break because otherwise there is no other way around this. And the next presentations are really important. So I think we can just go directly. No.
Wait, Michael. We had one question in the queue still. So if we give it a couple minutes and Maria rejoins, then we can complete that.
Because I think
no, we want to keep it.
There was a question in the queue that is for you. There was a question in the queue for you.
Okay.
Okay. So what we want to do is restart the session, and Narilla had just taken, I think, the last question. Maria was in the queue, but I don't see Maria here. So can we thank Narilla for his presentation and the awkward fire alarm moment?
Thank you very much. It's your first time. Usually it's not like this. Sorry for that.
And we're going to move on, to the next part of the agenda. And Emil Abin is a data scientist at the Right-Band CC, and he's going to talk to us about risk beacons.
Yes, hi. Thank you for coming back after that. Really try to avoid presenting here, but I have to be quick. Also, I want to give time to Robert, who's going to do a retrospect on what the RIPE-NC has been doing. But I think this is a really important and maybe undervalued little thing that we do in the RIS project. I care deeply about the things we do with RIS. I'm a product owner there. So what I want is to redo the RIS beacons. I'll explain what it is. It doesn't make a lot of noise. Our tentative plans is Q3 to redo these things, and we want your input. That's it. I talked to a bunch of you already, but I thought this was an excellent stage to actually just put up, receive feedback here or in the hallway on email on what we should be doing if we redo this. So that's why I want to be on this stage presenting even after a fire alarm. RIS beacons, what is it? RIS is the route collection project, and one thing we do that people may not know is that we have beacons. So it means is we have prefixes we put up and tear down at specific intervals. So it goes up, goes down, and by that you can basically measure how it propagates over the internet. And well, time is too short to do a live demo here, and otherwise I would have insisted that we actually do this as how it propagates through the room, but I won't do that to you. So we have two flavors of this. We have the route collectors. We have 24 route collectors all over the world. And each one of them has a stable prefix, so that's always on, and then one that goes up 2 hours, down 2 hours. And it looks a bit like this. So you expect it to be very one announcement, one withdrawal, but there's a lot of interesting things happening here, which is basically, that's how the internet behaves at this point in time. So it provides you with, I think, valuable input on, and it's been doing this since, I think this setup was since 2005. And here you have a list of all the prefixes that we are using for this. We have a couple of specials. We have prefixes where we have different RPKI states for it. We do anycast failover, and we have a fast one that actually does every 20 minutes up, 20 minutes down. That's and yeah, why would we want to redo this? Because it's already quite nice. Well, we have our IPv4 address space for this is almost all used up. So there's 46 24s, and well, v4 ran out, I heard. So what we do is that the things that we need to be doing, can we make room for other potentially more useful things? That's what I want to have discussions about. We get requests from researchers. Hey, can you do this? Can you do that? We have cool research papers, like Randy presented work on Tuesday on like flipping BGP key, RPKI key materials. So should we be doing these types of things? I think we should, but I would love it to love people to tell me, yes, that's a good idea. No, that's a bad idea. And I also want to be a responsible steward for this project. Like, for instance, how much BGP churn is acceptable? Is it like every 20 minutes or, and this is apart from a paper I really like, and it has an ethics part that actually mentions that in their experiment, they at some point they did 0.5% of all the BGP updates worldwide, which depends on the purpose, depends if it's useful enough, if that's good or maybe a bit too much. For the current beacons, I actually looked at the upstream diversity of them. So how many networks do propagate from particular places. With the idea that, hey, maybe some places are not that useful, so we can actually reuse these prefixes. And I think we have a couple of places that are maybe not that useful. For instance, there's a couple of zeros here, basically meaning we have a prefix that we announce, but nobody propagates it, or we have a 1 here in Japan, which basically means our single upstream that propagates. We basically measure how that upstream propagates from Tokyo. Is that useful? I don't think so, but I don't really know. And also specifically, if people are depending on these being available, I would love to know. I think for the bigger ones, the RC00, for instance, that might be the one that a lot of people use. And of course, we can keep doing IPv6 for all of them and just remove some of the v4 prefixes so we have some room for other experiments. Some ideas there. Longer than 24 prefixes. We did a fun experiment with Aaron space. We gave that space back, so we stopped that experiment because responsible stewardship of that address space. It was Aaron experimental. If you're not using it, you give it back. But we could redo this experiment with the address space that the project already has. RPKI experiments, ASPA experiments. I mentioned this research already. We could do fun things with anycast. Problem there is if we anycast from RIS, because BGP typically doesn't give you the back what you give it, we won't see it in RIS anymore. So we need to be a bit smarter there maybe. The ghost and zombie route characterization. Unknown BGP attributes. Actually, I had a version of the slides where I crossed this out because we did this in 2010 and it caused a bit of a problem, operational problems around the internet. So we probably shouldn't be doing this, but maybe there are experiments in this area we should be doing. So if so, I would love to hear it. This fast beacon, is it interesting or not? Or even faster if we flap every minute and then for an hour, 2 hours, and then stop. Is that proper use of RIS? I think it is, but I would love to hear people's ideas and insert your idea here. I want to write this up in the next couple of weeks on Ripe Labs if we have a final plan. And before that, I would love it if people would actually give me some feedback on this. And that's all I have. There's email addresses here. There's Hallway. There's Ripe Labs that you can read up on in a couple within the next couple of weeks on this. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Emil. Ordinarily, I would solicit questions right now, but we're right in the coffee break. So yeah, questions to Emil, please, or in the Matt Working Group mailing list would be super welcome. And last but not least, we have Robert Kistelecki, also of the NCC, to give us a now regular tools update.
Good morning, everyone. I no longer know if I'm over time or within time, but I will try to spare time for you and the jokes about burning discussions and heated discussions. This is the tools update. Hi, I'm Robert. I work for the NCC, and I usually give this update at the Matt Working Group, so I will do it again. About RipeStat. So one of the focus points for RipeStat has been service quality and monitoring. The team implemented an internal I would like to call it highly advanced way of testing the system itself so that any kind of bugs and problems are not surfacing and you don't see them. That said, every now and then we have problems, most of the time with the backends that are behind Ripe Atlas, which are dozens, and some of them misbehave every now and then. And we're trying to protect you as the users from those as much as we can. But the whole purpose of this exercise is to be aware of those and catch them early on, including the potential bugs in the apps. And of course, this led to identifying and fixing some of those bugs in the API. RPKI history. So for every AS query now you can do RPKI history as well, so that's really nice, and some internal optimizations on the pipeline that are not necessarily user visible, but you might notice that the questions or the answers coming faster and so on. So that's ultimately good. We have been cooperating with MLab for a long time now and exposing their data via RipeStat as well. In particular, bandwidth graphs have been available. We are in the process of restoring those. For various reasons, it was not available recently, and it will be live soon. Finally, you may have seen that RipeStat changed its default user interface. Officially, well, code name is 2020. I think in practice it was 2021 or 2022. So that's the default UI nowadays. It is where we put most of our UI work, but the old UI is still available, and the plan is that we will outsource or open source it once we get some interesting bugs and code cleanups done. We would really like you to tell us if there are particular features in the old UI, the widget-based UI, that you really like and would miss if it went away, because then we are much more motivated to put that into the new UI as well. Eventually, it will go away, the old UI. So please talk to us if you have any use cases that you can only do in the old UI. Ripe Atlas. There are three major things going on and some other major ones internally, which is not on the slides, but I would like to talk about these three. The user interface renewal is in progress. We had some setbacks because of resource limitation, but now we are trying to revamp that again. We will improve the user experience. The layout will change here and there, all for the better, hopefully. We have already renewed the documentation, so if you go to /docs, it is much more useful, easier to search and use. The ambassador support is rolling out right now. We are talking to some ambassadors to beta test it basically, and then promotional pages are up next, and then more functionality will be converted. Another focus point is that we're working on the probe packaging. We really want to make it much easier for ourselves to develop it, because now we have to maintain 6 or 7 different architectures and branches and everything in parallel, which is not easy. But also one of the key points here is to make it easier for you to install software probes on various Linux platforms, Red Hat, Debian, OpenWRT, and so on. And we are cooperating and want to cooperate more with open source packagers. So for example, if you happen to be one in Debian space, we would love you to talk to us, because we really want to know what are the quirks in Debian in particular, so that we can make it easier to package it up officially. And then finally, there is a large chunk of work in the background going on about renewing our big data storage engine. As you probably know, we have been storing RIPE Atlas measurement results for 13 years now, and we have not thrown out anything. It's in a Hadoop/H-based system at the moment. We're looking at what are the options to renew that technologically, maybe use the cloud, maybe not, make it easier and nicer for the users to use it, and operationally cheaper as well. We published a article on RIPE Labs called API Usage Anti-Patterns. I would really like you, if you're using Atlas, and especially if you're using Atlas extensively, to take a look at the article, because there are some hints on how to do this nice to the system, and what are the quirks that if you are aware of, then your usage will also be more optimal for you, not only for us. So that's good. And finally, we have heard signals that some people may want to abuse the software probes to run what is officially called probe farms. So lots of probes just to make credits. So you can expect a proposal from us coming out to deal with this somehow, limiting how many of those can exist at the same time and so on. All right, IPMAP. Various improvements in IPMAP. I will not go into too many details, but the concept is IPMAP is an infrastructure geolocation service. It really aims to geolocate router interfaces, so to speak, and other infrastructure components. It may capture end users as well, but that's not the point. And it has multiple engines behind it, so different ways of coming up with the answer, and a mixer or combiner that makes an ultimate decision on where we think those the IP addresses are. So various improvements on the existing engines behind that. We are working on a crowdsourcing engine. You may have heard about the geofeeds topic recently, so that's something that we also we want to incorporate, because it's a high quality signal in this, and then other engines that we're thinking about as well. And then finally, RIS. This is like the complementary slide set to what Emil said. This is with a focus of giving you heads up on what happened. One of the things that happened recently is that the team managed to optimize how we produce the MRT dumps. So they actually appear much faster now publicly on our FTP site. And for reasons, the actual size of those dumps is also smaller. And finally, I will not go into details of this slide, but the point is, I guess we will present it multiple times over time. It tries to illustrate that we would love to be closer in each country or each region. The RIS peers should be closer as much as possible to our collectors, so that the quality of the data is increasing. And if you're really interested in the details of this graph, then talk to Emil or me perhaps. And that was it. I was trying to be fast enough.
Thank you, Robert.
Any questions?
I think we're good in time. Thank you, Robert, once again. Thank you for your good work. And thank you to the room for interrupting your coffee break after the unplanned interruption. Please remember to rate the presentations. If you want to contact us, that's the chair's email address up top. And if you want to participate in the mailing list, please do. Mailing list is open to everybody, and we welcome any and all discussions on anything that you saw here today, or anything that you would like to see covered in a future RIPE meeting. And I think, unless there's anything else to add, Massimo, I think that's us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming back, especially.
Welcome. Please take your seat. We have a packed agenda, so it would be great to start right on time. Please turn your mobile phone to like silent mode. If exits are over there, flight attendant will guide you if needed. This is IPv6 working group. Welcome, I'm Jen. My co-chairs, Ren and Benedict, are hiding on the first row, business class. So, okay. Yes, beautiful. Who has read meeting minutes from last time? Thank you very much. Do you approve them? You happy? Okay, sold, approved. Please read them actually if you said anything last time. Don't complain later. We're gonna publish them and declare them approved. Okay, we'll have some announcements at the end of the session. If you go into the microphone, please say who you are. It actually does help with meeting minutes. Actually, no, not yet, come on. No, you see it's not Comic Sans, it's not my slide. I think agenda is actually outdated. We have one quick lightning talk at the beginning of the session. Yes, please. Yes, please, please. I'll just give you this.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I will be here for just 2 minutes. Actually, I'm Tayfun Özaltın, and I am from RIPE NCC Learning and Development team. So I'm here for this QR code. I will be just pointer for this. We are trying to create a new advanced IPv6 course in our learning and development team. It will be an e-learning course actually, and it will be published on our website academy.ripe.net, and everybody can reach it freely. It will be a modular one, and it will be including some lab activities as well. So for this new course, we need your input, and we have a questionnaire in this link here. So we have the QR code as well, so you can check it. I promise that it will take no more than 3 or 5 minutes at most. So that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tayfun, for doing this. People keep complaining that IPv6 is very hard and complicated. So, yeah, I've heard something about that, yes. So, what do we have on the agenda next? Oh, sorry. The floor is yours. I'm giving you the clicker. I don't want this.
So thank you. I would like to encourage you to look at the RIPE NCC courses. I've all done the IPv6 basic and fundamentals and security courses, and I can encourage you. They are very good material to start doing V6. Deploying V6 and our carrier grade nodes. My presentation. Some background about this presentation. I'm working for an ISP, and that ISP is growing, and it wants to grow to more than 1 million end users. Mainly consumer connections. But the issue is they don't have a large block of V4 space, so they run out V4 and they had to buy V4 for the last 2 years. And as the prices of V4 are increasing, our CFO told us, this is the last /16 I bought, this is the last PO I signed, please seek an alternative because it's hurting our business case. So that was the start of a new project, IPv6 project. But next to deploying V6, V6 only, it's not achievable right now. So we also had to choose for a transition technique. So a new project was born, IPv6, and the transition technique. Yeah, transition techniques. We did some research. We asked Sander Stefan to do some small research, and he gave us a tip. Please look at MAP-T and MAP-E, nice techniques. It are stateless techniques at the ISP side. We did some research, but We also asked our CPE vendor, could you support one of these protocols? But they said, no, we won't support it. And we are also not planning to do it. So that one fell off. The next one is NAT64, also a nice translation technique. It's stateful. But the issue is we don't have IPv6 rollout right now. And it would also take a lot of time to finish the project. And after that, implementing NAT64. And also we had some legacy part of the network that was out of support where we don't want to change the configuration anymore. So v6 implementing on old hardware, we didn't like to do that. Then and last but not least, NAT444, also known as carrier grade NAT. One of the pros is it works over your existing v4 network. You don't need to change the configuration of your CPEs. It just can work. So we choose to do carrier grade NAT next to v6. Yeah, the statement of the CFO was, I would like to save on v4 costs as soon as possible. So we choose to start implementing carrier grade NAT before doing v6. We as an engineer didn't like that very much, as we thought if you do carrier grade NAT, you have also to do v6. But yeah, like the business wants to have carrier grade NAT at first. So we start implementing carrier grade NAT. Yeah, one of the reasons, there is a good business case for carrier grade NAT. One of the reasons is you see a graph on the right. On the x-axis, you see the peak usage per user, per customer. And on the y-axis, you see the cost of carrier grade NAT per user. And if you do an average of 5 megabits per user, I think that's more or less an average of a consumer ISP. The cost of carrier grade NAT will be around 50 euros. I made some basic calculations. It's not very detailed, but I took in account that we have a 2N solution, so 2 different NAT boxes, so we have good redundancy. And if you compare those 50 euros per user with the current price of v4, that's peaked about 40 to 50 euro last year. I think there's a good business case. So company decides implement carrier grade NAT, migrate our current users from public v4 to carrier grade NAT, sell those v4 blocks on the market. Like the prices are still very high. They are a bit decreasing, but it's only for the smaller blocks. If you have the large v4 blocks like the /16, /15, 15, you still get a decent price. So yeah, it's a business case. And also, yeah, do it as soon as possible. Prices are decreasing. Yeah, one of the things that can kill your business case, it's the support calls. Support calls cost a lot of money, so you don't want users, if you migrate them from public to carrier grade NAT, to call our service desk. So we did a couple of things. First of all, we only migrated users that didn't use services like port mapping and DMZ. We had some ACS system. We could see what kind of users have port forwarding, for example, for the home services, and we decided don't migrate those users to carrier grade NAT, otherwise they will complain and will call and will kill your business case. Another thing is we also made the option that the users can opt out from carrier grade NAT, so they could log into a portal or an app and they can choose, I still want my public v4, just by clicking on a button. And last but not least, testing is very important. We had our own lab at the company with all kinds of equipment, PlayStation 4, 5, tested all kinds of games. So we had an employee that was allowed to test all day with gaming. So it was a pretty nice job for him. And we didn't see any big issues. Like every application did work out of the box. And next to that, I decided to be the first test user. So I said, just migrate my home connection. Yeah, and starting from February to now, I am all fully on carrier grade NAT without v6, but I didn't have any issues. The only issue I had was connecting to my home assistant at home, because I didn't have full port forwarding, but that was expected. So yeah. The next thing, if you implement carrier grade NAT, to improve the business case, you can do a couple of things. The first thing we did is bypass the internal traffic to carrier grade NAT. So don't let it go to carrier grade, but bypass it from the carrier grade NAT boxes. For example, mail, DNS. I think it's very important to lower the number of sessions and the load on those boxes. Another nice thing is Google had it, I think a couple of years yet, is that you can, if you have those nice caching boxes from Google, you can ask them and or use communities to announce those carrier grade NAT ranges, like the 164 ranges, to those boxes. And then the traffic from the Google caches will directly be served without going to the carrier grade NOT box, and that will save you a lot of traffic. Also, Netflix does support it. I think starting from previous month, they have also an option that you directly announce those carrier grade NOT ranges to their caching boxes, and the traffic will be served directly. So those two are the big traffic consumers, and then it's nice you can bypass it from your carrier grade NOT boxes. And last but not least, implementing V6. Yeah, that's I think is one of the most important things. After we implemented carrier grade NOT, we saw, hey, if we implement V6, yeah, we can dramatically decrease the traffic to our carrier grade NOT boxes. So finally, we have a business case for for IPv6. So implementing V6 will decrease your load, and it will decrease the cost per user. Yeah, now about V6, like we're on the V6 working group, so I won't talk about carrier grade NOT anymore. You see the high-level design of the network of the ISP. I'm doing a project. Yeah, the implementation of V6, it was very good to do. It was not very hard. Mostly on the core side. The core side, edge side, BGP peering, also the access boxes. It worked out of the box. No any big issues. Most issues we have on the edges of our network. Like the CPE side, a lot of CPE vendors are still very V4 focused. So V6 is pretty new for them. So you have to ask them to fix things, to change things. Also some bugs fixing, like firewalling that was not good implemented. And also, for example, for V4, you have the option to do port forwarding. But if you have V6 and you want to, for example, open a port for a server behind the CPE, that option was not in the CPE. So you could only turn on the firewall, but not change some entries in the firewall. So that's one thing. The CPE vendors are not so V6 focused, so you have to ask them to implement features we like to have. And the other thing is on the IT and services side, we have some processes like legal logging, for example, to log what user has what V6 block. It's also very V4 focused, so it are all scripts, all processes in the IT department that's fully adapted to V4, but not adapted to V6. So that still needs some time, and we are now finishing that last part of the implementation. Something more about the implementation. The starting document I used to do the implementation was the RIPE 690 document. I think it's a very good starting point. It has some best current operational practices about, for example, prefix assignment. It made my life easier. Yeah, we choose to do a /56 because we didn't have a very large V6 block from RIPE. I discussed with them about it, but that's a whole other topic. And also we choose to give customers as well as IANA prefix, a /128.1 prefix for the one link, and also prefix delegation, the /56. One of the things we choose for that separate 128 is that it's backwards compatible for clients that don't do prefix delegation. For example, if you connect your laptop that doesn't do prefix delegation, you can still access the internet via V6. Next to this, we also choose to do persistent IPv6 prefix. That's also one of the topics in that RIPE document. Based on the DHCP v6 option 37, that's a unique connection ID that's put on the link to the customer. So we don't use a DUA ID or a MAC address, but we use that option. And one of the reasons is that, for example, if the customer swaps his CPE, then it will still get the same prefix. So you can just swap hardware. Doesn't matter what kind of device, kind of DUA ID, you will always get the same prefix. Yeah, one of the reasons we're doing persistent prefixes is if you rotate the prefixes, you can get some issues, like not every device in your network or every firewall immediately can adapt to that whole prefix swapping process. So to overcome this whole issue and don't go in a rabbit hole, we choose to do persistent prefixes. I think it's also best practice for end users. Then the next thing is also we choose to drop the DHCP v6 release messages. Like if you reboot a CPE, some CPEs just do the DHCP v6 release, and the DHCP server thinks, oh, release, I delete that entry from my release table, and after the boot, you can get a new prefix. So we choose to just drop that release at the network side, so you will always keep your releases static. Yeah, another challenge we had was the hardware resources. We use some aggregation router. That aggregation router has limited hardware resources for the ARP and neighbor discover entries. First of all, we implemented with as well as the single one address as the prefix delegation. And if you do that, it will consume 2 neighbor discovery entries in your router. And as v6 entries take more address or more hardware entries than v4, you can see in the table at the top right that at the end you had 8 plus 6 is about 14 hardware entries if you do dual stack. So implementing v6 can hurt your business case or your the hardware resources. So because we use that those Broadcom-based boxes, they have very limited resources. So after we saw this happening, we choose to change the configuration of the CPE to only do the v6 prefix delegation and don't use that one prefix anymore. It's still supported in the network for ancient devices, but we prefer not to do that. That can save us some hardware space. I'm seeing almost running out of time, so I'll skip some things. Yeah, something I'd like to mention is one thing is about the upgrade of the hardware. We saw that the DCP releases were not sent after were sent after a reboot, so we choose to firewall that. And also one of the things I would like to mention is that the last thing is we had some testing is more about carrier-get-not. Only thing we did that did not work when we implemented carrier-get-not was Samsung Smart TVs. Samsung Smart TVs have some options you can start, and for example, the NPO app, you can watch TV shows back. But the customers were complaining everything works except if we watch television via the Samsung Smart TV. And what was the case is we discovered that the CG-NOT box does DNS interception by default. You don't see it in the config. It's just there. It's working. And it doesn't do anything. It just intercepts, but does mangle the packets. But it does one thing. It limits the DNS rate. So like that NPO app did a lot of DNS requests, it did a burst, and that burst didn't arrive. And that was the reason it worked. So we asked it to the carrier-get-not box vendors, and they said, yeah, you have to default, you have to disable this feature because it's on by default. And after disabling, it worked perfectly. Conclusion, there's a small business case for IPv6. If you deploy carrier-get-not, you will want to have as less traffic as possible through your carrier-get-not boxes. So I think if you start doing carrier-get-not, v6 is a business case. Like if we have low traffic, you don't need to invest a lot of money in buying new carrier-get-not boxes. Also, one thing is if you do carrier-get-not, always give the users an option to do an opt-out from carrier-get-not, because you cannot have users that have some legacy application that doesn't work. So you can easily say just opt out, you get a public v4 address. We only had a couple of users doing that. So after migration, we excluded the user that had port forwarding, and by doing that, only a handful of users called and go for the opt-out option though. So most of the users didn't complain. Yeah, another thing I want to point out is, yeah, most of the challenges are at the edges. So the old core networking is working fine. Only the CPE and the IT processes were sometimes a problem. Persistent prefixes is strongly recommended. If you constantly rotate v6 prefixes, you can get some strange issues with devices that don't act like they should do. And last but not least, be aware of the growth of your neighbor discovery table if you enable v6. And last but not least, a quote from a CTO. They said we don't just enable v6 because of the business case. It was also, he said also, yeah, we do it because some of our customers want it. So it's not a business case option only. It's also our competitors in the Netherlands do v6, so we have to do it because it's only the only way forward. Okay, thank you for your attention to my presentation. So if you have any questions, walk to the mic.
Yes, thank you very much. We have two questions online, both from Yanis Nikolopoulos. First is, CPE vendors are paid to develop features. We won't support MAP-E or MAP-T is just a reason to change CPE vendor. By the way, quite a few CPE vendors support MAP-E, MAP-T and have been for a few years now. I could name at least 4. So who is your vendor and what's the real story behind the denial?
Okay, good point. Yeah, we have a vendor that was selected 2 years ago. We have some relationship. It is Nokia, so I can just mention the name. And I was also pretty confused, like I mentioned about those techniques, and they told us, no, that's not the way to go. So I tried to convince them, but it was pretty hard to convince them that these transition techniques are good options. So yeah, somewhere or another, I stopped fighting that battle. But I agree. I think that the CPU vendors can do a very good job, but also we had a lot of small bugs with CPU vendors. So it's yeah, we also were thought, yeah, if they also had to implement another new technique, maybe that will give some more issues. So yeah, I agree. I think they should do it, but after I had a battle for a long time, I stopped, and I think, okay, right.
Yeah, and the second question from Yanis, one more question, as it was not very clear to me. Are you deploying a NAT 444 with native v6 support? For example, v4 and v6 in different VRFs, and the end user gets both?
Yeah, how we're deploying is currently we've deployed carry get NAT, so the users get an internal IP address, 164 address, and what we are planning is, next to this, is that the customers also get a v6 prefix. So at the end, the users will have dual stack. So now only we have carry get NAT addresses for those users, but we are planning to also deploy carry v6 end-to-end by the end of this year. There was a press statement about it.
Okay, and I was not tracking who was the first in the line, I'm sorry.
I think, yeah.
Thomas Schäfer, LMU Munich. Just one question about how many users already use now IPv6 in your network? Just percentage, or is it just a plan? I didn't.
No. Yeah, we are still at the beginning of the implementation, so we are in a test phase. So in the test phase, we have about 50 users right now. In the new part of the network, we have some old network, but it's of another part of the company. But currently, we have 50 users, and mostly are test users. So it are friendly users that just request, can you enable it already? So
and the other thing is, okay, you mentioned the vendors, but what was the first question? You say bypass internal services during using CGNAT, but you don't mention that IPv6 is also a much better bypass for it. And the Google Box, Netflix, and other way also decrease the burden of a CGNAT gateway. And yes, I would yeah, just comment.
Yeah, it's true. I maybe I mentioned it not very good, but yeah, in the end, v6 is the way to go. So if in the ideal world, all content will be v6 and all users will have v6, and then you will have.
But you do the work twice if you implement the bypassing for private RFC IPv4 space, and then additionally later the IPv6 bypass.
Yeah, it's double true.
You could save work in that case.
Yeah, true. But because of the v6 implementation, it will take a lot of time. We started with, and it was a very simple change. So it was a change of just some communities and some routing. And so now we have to bypass via the direct connection to the caching box. But if the next step we have fully deployed v6, then those bypass options are not used anymore. So it's a temporary solution. And for now, it can save us the load on the carrying out boxes.
Yeah, I think your talk is like 10 years ago. Sorry.
Yeah, but this is the reality. I'm just implementing.
The reality is France, Belgium, and Germany have 80% of IPv6 on via private users.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm doing, the battle I'm doing now is within my company, IPv6 and Vergellis. So I need to convince people doing it. So it takes a lot of time, and I'm convinced, but I'm just the engineer implementing it, and I get a project to do that. So yeah, I have to fight my battles.
Thank you.
But I agree. Yeah, true.
Better slightly late than never. So.
Yeah. Hi, Brian Writer, 5000 Networks. You're mentioning IPv6 deployment in the core. So I'm just wondering, did you deploy it in the core as well, or do you do like a 6P or 6VP? Since there is no basically business case to deploy IPv6 in the core compared to, pushing down a CGNAT.
Now, the new core network was fully dual stack built, so I did not hold the implementation, but everything in the core network was just dual stack from day one. Also the access network. Yeah, is it answering your question?
That's it. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, just in case I'm cutting the line after people who are in line currently.
Peter Hessler, I wanted to comment on one of the other commenters mentioned, and that yes, the best time to deploy IPv6 was 20 years ago. The second best time is now, and that unfortunately by discouraging people for being so-called late, you're going to discourage IPv6 deployment in general. And it is unfortunate, but it is a reality that many businesses will not prioritize IPv6 for a variety of reasons. But when they can encourage it, we as a community should definitely encourage this adoption. So thank you.
Yeah, but yeah, agree. There was also one like last comment. There was also the goal of my project. Like if you do carry it not, you will have a business case for physics, and it's not always a straight line. So some things you need to take some other paths. But at the end, I think now the company sees the urgency. So that was my message.
Okay.
Thank you.
Two more questions online, and as I can see. So one question from Brian Story. How long has it taken for you to reach this stage? And at what point do you envisage IPv6 will be dominant for your customer base?
Like I said, my company has made a press statement, I think this month, that they will plan to do IPv6 implementation, start the migration by the end of this year. So they set a very decent goal. So they publish a press statement. So they make it also very important. So yeah, I think at the end of the year, every new user will get dual stack, and also the migration will start. So I'm hoping that by the end of this year, we will have, for example, 20%, and next year, I think we will go to maybe 80 or 100%. That's my goal, and also the company set that goal. So I think it's now very positive. So.
Okay. Oh, we have the very last question from Peter Head. Can you elaborate a bit more on why you filtered the HCPv6 releases? Did this have any consideration to rapid commit?
Sorry, it's about the release message.
Why? Can you elaborate a bit more on why you filtered the HCPv6 releases? Did this have any consideration to rapid commit?
To rapid commit? I don't know exactly the question, but I think with rapid commit, you also have release messages. I'm not very into that protocol, but the main reason is for we block the release message. Like the DHCP-v6 server reacts on the release message, it will always rotate the prefix, and that's something we don't want. But I don't exactly understand why.
Okay, I can guess you can follow this offline.
Yeah,
so thank you very much for presenting this story. And the next presentation is Wilhelm.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. So I see the mic is working. We always have the question, why do enterprises do not implement IPv6? So why they are so reluctant to work on IPv6? And I think there are many reasons for this. We see a lot of IPv6 in the service provider field, as we now learned in the last presentation for consumers. But the enterprises, well, mostly they do nothing. Some of them do, but many of them do not. So the question is why? And I think we need to give them clear guidance on how they should implement IPv6. We have too many options, but they have no idea where to start and how to start. So what do we see today in the IT departments? We have a lack of IT personnel. In Germany alone, we have 130,000 open positions in IT. The whole bandwidth from SAP to networking. And I think we have roughly 500,000 open positions in the European Union and another 500,000 open positions in the US. So we have no one who does IT, or at least we have not enough people who do IT. And in Germany, the number of IT students is even decreasing. So IT is more important, but we don't have young people who start in our industry. Many enterprises don't even have a network department anymore. Sometimes they lose the last networking guy, and then they are without anybody who can start an IPv6 project. because usually IPv6 is started in the network. We all know IPv6 is an IT project, not a networking project, but in many cases it is started in the, by the networking guys, and they have to do the first steps. And the IT departments have no time. They're drowning, really drowning in their daily work. So they have no time for a new project. Nobody of these IT guys go to their bosses and say, hey, we have free time. We want another project. Please give us something we can do. They have enough to do. And I have given a lot of training on IPv6, so some companies try to start. But have you ever done training in an enterprise when you go to the enterprise and don't get the guys out of their building? They're working on their daily stuff during the training. They don't even listen to you as a trainer. So how much did they learn in the evening? Nearly nothing. And this cannot start a project, of course. And they have no time for reading RFCs and white papers, and most of the time they don't understand them because they have so many tasks and so many projects to work on. They are not just the networking guys who start with a network. They come from all departments and they have to do all of the IT. So the lack of knowledge. This is, of course, one of the biggest problems in the IT. But if you go to a large enterprise, to a very large enterprise, and they start a new project, so what are they doing? They inform every department. Or a department that is not informed of the new IPv6 project will not work with you. There are no technical reasons. This is just human interaction. But okay, it is like it is. Then every department gets a time to think of their requirements. So everyone should bring in their requirements for the new project. And the third step is that you collect the requirements. And we went to the security department of this company and we asked for their requirements about IPv6. And this is what we got back. An empty sheet of paper. So, yeah, well, it was not that they had no requirements, but they haven't thought about any of the requirements. So, well, I have a slide with letters on it. Yeah. The department was not unwilling to do things, but they just had no idea because they have never thought about IPv6. They had no prior knowledge to IPv6, and they had no time to learn about IPv6. So this is why these projects don't start. What they already knew is that they had to put their IPv4 policies to the new IPv6 project. The first thing they told me, yes, we have to scan the networks from the first address to the last. I told them this isn't feasible with IPv6 because you need a few 100,000 years per 64. Yeah, but we have to. Our policy tells us to do. So this is where enterprises start with their IPv6 project. And they have no idea, no real idea how to start this because we have too many options that they could follow. When they try to start, they say we need an address plan. And it has to be detailed from the beginning. And we better make no mistakes because it can't be changed in the future. Of course it can be changed, but they don't want to change it. They distribute all of the IP addresses they have evenly about their, in their departments or their subsidiaries or maybe even countries. And of course they want to use the unique local addresses because they are like the IPv4 addresses they are used to. I had one customer who wanted to distribute all of their addresses evenly to all of the countries of the world because they had subsidiaries in many, many countries and said, okay, put them on the map and every country gets IP addresses. And they had the same number of IP addresses for Liechtenstein and China. I said, do you think that is a good idea? And what is about new countries? Well, there will be no new countries. This was the summer when there was a referendum in Scotland to become independent or not. They said, well, it could happen in a few weeks' time. Then we have a new country. So what are you doing with your well-distributed list? No idea. So this doesn't work out, but this is the way the enterprises, many of the enterprises start with an IPv6 project. So no idea how to start, empty sheet of paper. So what we as a community, what can we do about this? We write papers, RFCs, best common operational practices. We have got the tendering document RIPE 772, and all the readers can learn from these papers, but do they? I suppose not. And if you look into these papers, this is from the RFC 9099, the Security Operations RFC from chapter 2.2, and there's 4 lines of text, and we have 3 references to other RFCs. This is a perfectly well done document, and I think it is very useful for me as a specialist, but not for an IT department who is trying to start securely with IPv6. They will never read it, and they will never understand it, because they don't have the knowledge. So these papers are usable for them in the way of the project, during the project at a later stage, but not for the beginning. But we have this document, and this document is excellent, no question about that. So the RFCs define standards, but they don't read them. Some of them are informational, but they don't understand them. Some have best practices, but they are not put into operations because nobody reads them, knows about them. So the RFCs are quite useless for starting an IPv6 project in an enterprise with guys who have no time to start the project. From my experience, this does not work. Another example is if you tell them, hey, you can use the M flag in combination with the A flag, and then you get what you want. They have no idea what they want, but you can get them and get it anyway. This does not work out. So, from my experience, what can we do? We can give absolutely clear guidance how to configure the network and get rid of many, many options that they have, but they should not use. I will give you a few examples, and then we have some time to discuss and collect ideas. If you connect 2 routers, give them the rule, use the 64, set it aside, take 127 out of this, give the routers the addresses A and B, because we don't want to use 0 and 1. 0 is so unreadable. Then you have A and B, and this is what you do with your routers. Okay, this is the path an admin can follow. Okay, I do it like this. Okay, now it pings perfectly well. Then they know what to do. Clear guidance. For loopback addresses, okay, take aside the 64, take all loopbacks out of this large address space and use the 128 per device. This is something an enterprise admin can do. If we give him or her 15 different options, say, yeah, you might consider doing it this way, I have no idea how to start because they have not the knowledge to do this. BGP. Many of these enterprises have never used BGP before. And today we are telling them, oh, get an AS number and get your own IPv6 prefixes because you don't want to use the provider addresses anymore. Renumbering is nothing you want to do ever again. They have never done BGP before, so they are struggling. Then they go to today, modern world, ChatGPT, and get an example, and then they use the documentation prefix in their production network. Have you ever seen this? I think so. They have no idea how to filter. Do we even need filtering? They have many, many unanswered questions, but we can give them a list and say, okay, this is the prefix list you can use, copy and paste, and this is at least a start for your security. Then you have to filter your own networks as well, that you don't announce your network to the outside world, and you want to do some inside and outside filtering. But this is clear guidance, and then the operators know what to do and have a start. Of course, when they gain experience, they will maybe modify this, yeah. But for a start, if they have no idea what to do, this could be a good idea. The same is true for Slack and DHCP-v6. They have no idea how this works together. Today, most enterprises go for dual stack. We all know that dual stack is just a transition technology, but they do not. It is the easiest way to do it. It doesn't take much time. It doesn't take many resources. They don't have to change the network design. That is quite important for them because they have worked with this network design for the last 20 years. So why change? And they want to use DHCP as a central authority for IP addresses. They don't want to use Slack because they're used to it. They know how their name servers work and their DHCP servers and name servers work. They don't want to have any changes. Clear guidance helps with starting a project quite quickly, saving costs, saving time, and this is important for the IT departments because many companies still see IT just as cost. They rely on it in every aspect of their business, but it is not an asset, it is cost. We should help them get security right by giving them pre-configured filter lists so that they have a good starting point. And even if they use this filter list and they are not optimal for their network, they still have more security than just an open router interface. And then we help them with getting IPv6 up and running, and then they can get some experience with this, and then we get IPv6 implemented. So the question that I have, can we as a community provide this clear guidance to the enterprises? We have best common operational practices papers, but can we agree to something that is suitable for enterprises? It's not optimal, and there will be always corner cases. And we are engineers and we know about the corner cases. And yes, this could be sometimes a little bit problematic, but if they have nothing, they don't even start the IPv6 project, and we wait for them to start it. So what can we do? Can we agree to this? Or is this just a stupid idea what I presented here? And we can do nothing and we still give them RFCs they don't read. Thank you very much.
Good. Peter, you were first. Again, I did not see who ran to the microphone first.
Peter Hessler. I really like this concept. I have deployed IPv6 in a number of networks. I have been unable to deploy IPv6 in a number of networks for a variety of reasons. And one thing that I've ran into is that it is difficult if you're unfamiliar to actually deploy this. Like, give a starting point of something that a lot of admins can copy and paste. And that definitely simplifies a lot of this. And you're correct. There are many ways to do this, but there should be an opinionated document that says this is one way how you can implement it. I think that would be hugely beneficial to a lot of enterprises.
Thank you.
Marco Davids, SIDN. Thank you for this presentation. One thing that strikes me is when we get new colleagues in our company, they still don't know about IPv6. One would assume that it is in the curriculum of universities and schools. I'm not sure how the situation is in your country, but would you agree with me that we should also work on getting IPv6 knowledge into schools, into universities, so that young students have at least some knowledge?
Yes, I do agree. And if the situation is bad in your country, it is even worse in Germany. They are still learning IPv4. They have the professors in the universities, not all of them, but many. They have the scripts and they have used it for the last 20 years, and they will use it for another 10 years. Then they retire, and then maybe something changes. We have to educate. Yes, of course, we have to do training. We have to educate young people, and schools and universities should have their part in it, but they haven't.
Cool.
Vladislav Odopian from the Global AI Foundation. I have a remark regarding IPv6 readiness at enterprise, because I'm the network guy who is pushing the IPv6 in my company. And it's not only enterprises who have to be fit for this, but also the ISPs. On one occasion, we had an uplink from the quite big and famous ISP. They provided us with /48 subnet and expected that all hosts in this /48 IPv6 subnet talk to their gateway without subnetting. And it took me 2 weeks to explain to them that it's not the way how it should work, and to establish a point-to-point subnet over the one link, and to route these divided subnets to them. So it's unbelievable how even big providers don't understand how it works.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I think most of the providers, or many of the providers, have a good IPv6 network and have a good understanding of how IPv6 works. And the reason is the network is their product. But the enterprises build cars, build ships, sell insurances. So they don't have IT as their core business or networking as their core business. And they are struggling even more. And please, usually in many countries, don't look into the public administration. They are struggling even more. Not because they don't want to do it, they just have no resources at all to get IPv6 up and running.
Okay, please. Yeah, hi, Urban Schodolnik, Theo Graz. I also like to pick up to the previous speaker here. I think his name was Marco. The university curriculums about IPv6 are absolutely atrocious. Like to the point that they're misleading and maybe do better if you didn't learn about them. Because as far as I've learned, I am an IPv6 enthusiast. There are big philosophical differences between how IPv6 should be done and how IPv4, and that is not taught anywhere. So if we're talking about guidance, maybe universities should get them first. I like to pick up on so IPv6 in enterprises. Well, money speaks in business. So I think that although I'm an IPv6 enthusiast, dual stack sounds like cost and added security vector. Training personnel sounds cost, and like in the time when enterprises are removing as much IT personnel as possible, I think we're not getting further, even if you're giving them configurational guidance, because many of them are not capable. For those that do it, for those internet providers that go IPv6, I think they can get like a stellar, best-in-class IT and engineers. But maybe what I would focus on, if we want IPv6 in enterprises to be picked up, is on the benefit, on the incentives. And I think in IPv6, a lot of incentives are not there at the beginning. There's future-proofing which should be put there. And I think, for example, in case of mergers, a lot of resources can be of mergers of the enterprises. A lot of money can be saved if you can guarantee them, hey, at some point when you merge with somebody, you'll have networks that are compatible, that you won't have to renumber, that you won't have to do other things. So I think that we should put a lot of focus in those incentives, find them, make a big list, and try to, well, sell it to the enterprises as well, to the managers. You can
try to sell it to the managers, but they usually say, okay, as soon as we have a major, as soon as we get a new company in our group, we will do it. If we have a merger, they will not do it in advance. This is what I think about it. But universities, yes, they have to do more. Maybe we can try to educate them, but they are the education institutions, aren't they? They should pick up a modern protocol that has been designed before the year 2000. And IPv6 is a project like the year 2000 project, or the project that you have the euro as a new currency. You don't gain anything from it. You just have to do it sometime. One was in the calendar, year 2000, the other in the law, the euro. We are missing that, but we can't have that, of course.
Okay, I just announced I'm closing the line after people who are already in queue, so that's fine. Girth.
Good.
It works?
Yeah, Gerd Döring, IPv6 sort of enthusiast. I agree with all previous speakers that there's hundreds and thousands of places where we should do better IPv6, but I thank you for bringing the enterprise issue to us, because I think we are all network engineers and have, well, many of us have little contact with the enterprise world. So I totally agree with your problem statement that there's too many solutions. So if you look at the technology, there's 10 solutions for every IPv6 problem, and picking the right one for your enterprise that will not come back and bite you in 2 years is a hard challenge. I think on that question we should try, and I'm willing to help with that. I'm not going to drive the effort, but I'm willing to provide input. It will not be easy, because when we did the BCOP on how ISPs should do things, the amount of fights we had in that group on what the correct solution is, picking from the ITF options, it was hard to agree on this is the correct thing. There's a reason why there's 10 different options, because smart people have come up with things. But we should try.
Thank you very much, because I think it is needed, and we can suggest something to the enterprises. And maybe we should, if we do, as a community, decide we want to do something about this, we should try to find enterprise admins in our group. So maybe we are talking about their problems without having them in our group. This is maybe not one of the best ideas.
Thank you. Benedict, I guess you're next in line.
Okay. Benedict Stockebrand, talk for myself without the working group chair off. And I'm also working together with Willem on some things, so just for disclosure. There's one thing about academia and training people that we shouldn't forget. Most people don't get any network training at all in academia before they get into networking, because they've got a PhD in biology, archaeology, whatever, but nothing to do with IT. Some of them pick up things the way they do, others don't, but it's not feasible to assume that the academic world will take care of these things completely. It's still going to be, to some degree, our job to spread the word at a level that people without a proper IT background can actually handle, because those are the people who run networks and IT in a lot of organizations, a lot of enterprises.
Thanks.
Actually, I see a comment online, which I think is related to what Benedict said. Jose Angel Berna Galeana from University of Alicante. A remark. Teaching IPv6 in university, in case of Spain, is limited to market demanded competences. When enterprises improve in IPv6 adoption, it will be a few demands that university will offer. Nowadays, IPv4 is basic, as there is not much time available anyway. I'm lost. Gert, are you still in queue?
I was just standing here in case the discussion goes on.
Yeah, I would love to have this discussion, but we're running out of time. I'm sorry. So we still have 2 people in the microphone, 1 online comment. So let's be quick.
Peter Hessler, when I've tried to implement IPv6 in some locations, I ran into the problem of the ISP that we were using would refuse to have IPv6 available to us. In some cases, they didn't have any IPv6 on their entire network at all. In other cases, the most funny one I found was a residential user of this ISP got IPv6 automatically. The business users, they refused to provide v6 to them. So your connectivity, even if you do implement IPv6 internally, well, I guess you're setting up a tunnel to Hurricane Electric. And who benefits from that?
If you are in a city, then you can maybe choose from a lot of providers. But if you have your company in a rural area, then there might be not the choice of providers.
I will give a spoiler. This was in Berlin.
Yeah, and I have a good idea, because I live in Berlin as well. I have a good idea who this provider is. Well, we are not going to bash.
Hello, my name is Henrik Kramselund, and I've been an IPv6 pusher for 25 years, and I know how hard it is in Denmark, where it is being ignored. I'm going to take on my teacher's hat, because I'm at the Copenhagen School of Design and Technology. And first of all, thank you very much, because I think exactly what you're proposing is what we need, and I agree with all the variants, but it's very, very fine to leave out a lot of details that people can discover for themselves later. But we need to get people running. And from my own point, I also have a call later on for resources that can be helped for bringing in newcomers to the field of networking. TCP/IP is not being taught anywhere as much as it should be, and it is with old resources without IPv6, and we are in the IPv6 working group. So please, if you could send me, hlk@kamsa.org, send me your best resources for newcomers and beginners in IPv6 and TCP/IP, and I would definitely be open to helping you with the writing or reviewing and working on those documents like you proposed.
Thank you very much. So if you have any more questions, I
There
will
are
be around.
one more last remark online from Marcus Zellinger. Remark from my side. I'm teaching IPv6 for about 10 years now at my university, University of Applied Science in Upper Austria. Questions I get all the time from my students, why we have to learn about IPv6 when nobody is using it or it is spreading too slowly? Well, I don't know. I have almost no IPv4, so I'm surprised. But I guess it's just different part of the words, right? There are places when there is no V6, there are places where there is no V4, so...
If even the young people today say we don't want to learn it, then we are lost. Thanks for your attention. I will be around till tomorrow morning.
Very last closing remark. I'm abusing my power as a chair.
Yes.
So
I'm not closing my own session, yes?
I see question, I see good discussion, so what's the next step? What's the action item?
I think we should, I'm going to put a mail on the mailing list, and then we will see if we can find a group who wants to start with this. Maybe we can avoid the fighting of the BCOP for service providers. But let's try whether we get something together. So I will put something on the mailing list of this working group.
Thank you very much for doing this. Highly appreciate it. Okay, the next presentation is from Fernando, who is online. Great. Hello, Fernando.
Hi, Jen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clear and loud.
Okay. I have no idea how okay, I think I can do this. Work on the slides from here. Okay. I think it's working okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Fernando Gont, and I will be doing this presentation on the implications of IPv6 addressing on security operations. So let's start with a motivation for this presentation. Essentially, we know that there are a lot of differences between IPv6 and IPv4, including in when it comes to addressing. But normally these differences or these subtle differences are not very obvious outside of IPv6 savvy circles. And I'm talking, it could be like security groups, it could be cloud operation groups, and others. Now, what normally happens in these cases is that if these people or these groups, they don't know the differences, what normally happens is that they end up applying IPv4 practices, and that normally leads to suboptimal scenarios. So this presentation actually has been motivated with by interactions with some of such groups. So let's see, next slide here. Okay, let's provide some background, because this presentation essentially the title even mentions like security operations and IPv6 addressing. So let's get everyone tuned on some of the concepts before we jump to the actual content of the talk. So first of all, what do we mean by security operations? Well, there's a lot of things that a security group does on a regular basis, but for the sake of the discussion, I try to pick just two of them, which I believe they serve as good examples of how IPv6 addressing will affect these operations. So I have selected these two. One is that of enforcing address-based access control lists, and the other one is about doing network activity correlation. Obviously, we all know and we all work with ACLs. We are going to divide them in two classes: allow list and block list. With allow list, obviously meaning that we want to allow access to some information resource from some specific prefix or address, whereas for block list, it's obviously the opposite. We want to block access from a specific prefix or address. Then when it comes to network activity correlation, this is something that, for example, you might need to do during incident response. So you are going through a lot of logs and you try to figure out whether different kinds of activities had to do with the same actor. Okay, so these are essentially the two main groups of activities or parts of security operations that we will be, let's say, talking about during this presentation. Then, in one of the first few slides, I was talking about, differences between IPv6 and IPv4. And obviously, because of the title of this presentation, we are going to just focus on differences when it comes to addressing. And there's a number of differences in here. First of all, they have to do with the properties of the addresses. In IPv6, we have like multiple, properties and multiple combinations of such properties. For example, we have, different address scopes like global, link local, and so on. Stability properties like stable and temporary addresses. And the next one is kind of like related with the previous one, like intended usage for the addresses, like there are addresses like temporary addresses that are meant to be used for outgoing communications, whereas other addresses such as stable addresses are meant to be used for incoming communications. A key difference between IPv6 and IPv4, when it comes to addresses is that in the normal case, you will have an IPv6 host using multiple addresses simultaneously, which normally does not happen for, IPv4. And another one, which is like makes a big difference in the topic that we are going to discuss today, is that in the IPv6 case, users normally have control over a big part of the address space or over a big IPv6 address block, at least a /64. Okay. Now, when doing security operations, one thing that is like key and super relevant is what's behind an IPv6 address or an IPv6 prefix. Like when I look at an IPv6 prefix or an IPv6 address, what is that prefix or address identifying? Well, if you think about it, like obviously multiple addresses may map to the same system, to the same host. This is probably expected because we were discussing before that hosts typically configure multiple addresses, quite normally from the same /64. But in a lot of cases, a user or obviously an attacker too, they could also control a larger address block, for example, such as a /48. Now, one key takeaway from here, that relates to security operations is that different IPv6 addresses does not imply different hosts or different actors. Then on the other hand, if we think about like, a single address, that doesn't necessarily mean or doesn't necessarily identify a single host. Why? Well, because whether we like it or not, NAT-PT or different versions of NAT are not uncommon. As a data point, if you look at the, a typical Kubernetes IPv6 implementation, one of the typical things that they do, vendor not to be named here, is doing IPv6 ULAs with NAT-PT. So NAT-PT is not unusual. So the thing is, the takeaway from this is that if you are, doing, for example, network activity correlation, and you are looking at the single address, well, the single address does not necessarily mean that it's the same host or the same actor. And all of these aspects, of course, are key when doing IPv6 security operations. So what we'll try to do now is to try to go through each of the topics that we were discussing before: ACLs, allow list and block list, and network activity correlation, and then try to figure out first of all what are the some of the challenges in there, and then try to come up with something that we could do to let's say deal or overcome those challenges. So the first one is with ACLs corresponding to allow lists. Okay, so in a lot of cases, I would say that's probably the case for most general purpose host operating systems. They ship with temporary addresses enabled by default. So that means that essentially addresses change on a regular basis. They could change, for example, once a day. And normally the addresses will be selected from the same /64. Okay, so the question in this regard is, if we have a network and we have a device in there, and for some reason we want to configure an ACL and to include that system in an allow list, what should we do? Because if we were to just simply specify a /128, which is the analogous to, let's say, specifying a /32 in IPv4, well, if the host addresses are changing all the time, well, maybe we are not going to get what we would expect. Okay, so that's the challenge with configuring the allow list. Now, what happened with block list? Well, if you are doing security operations, you normally have like a number of, of feeds of different sorts. That could be like, your SIEM platform. There's people that use, application or software such as fail2ban, or you could use like, IP reputation services to somehow learn about addresses that are, supposed to be malicious, or addresses that are, supposed to be offensive at the time. And quite often, what security groups do is react to those feeds of information and just block the offending address for some period of time. Now, the question in IPv4, obviously, you do that for the /32. Whether that's perfect or not, that's a different question. But that's what we normally do for IPv4. Now, the question is, in the IPv6 world, what should we do? Because the analogous to IPv4 would be to just simply block a /128. But the problem there is that, if you think about, the fact that, an attacker will normally have control over a large portion of, an address space, like at least a /64, it's tricky. For a number of reasons. Like, first of all, the attacker could actually, change the addresses over time, so that you actually, let's say, add a lot of ACLs, a lot of block entries in your ACL, in your access control list, so that, for example, you exhaust the number of entries that you can have in that ACL list. Okay, that's one option. The other thing is that an attacker could do is change the addresses all the time, so that by the time that you get to consider, or you get to infer that an address is, being offensive, is malicious, is doing, malicious activity, well, the address, the attacker has already moved over to a, to a different address. So the address that you actually block is not in use anymore. And this is super doable. Like, if you are, connected, if you are on a subnet that is using a, /64, it's super easy to, do that, so that you can circumvent, like, the typical, security controls that people apply based on the, security, IPv4 security practices. So it's a challenge what you block. Most likely, if you just try to block a, /128, things are not going to work as expected, because a skilled attacker will just, skip or hop through different addresses, and the attacker will be in a position to circumvent, your block lists. Then there's the topic of network, activity correlation, and based on the background that we were discussing before, it's clear that it's a non-trivial exercise, because you could have like multiple systems with behind the same /128. This could be like multiple pods in a Kubernetes cluster, for example, or it could be like multiple users before some sort of NAT. Again, just being the messenger here, I'm not saying that this is nice or not. It's it's something that if you are in a security team, you have to deal with these facts. But you also need to deal, with a situation in which, the attacker simply has like control over at least a /64, but it could also happen. The attacker could also have control over a /48, and this is trivial. And the attacker could also have like control over multiple, /48s, or anything in between could happen. So what we are going to try now is to try to discuss like possible advice, like possible things that we could do to actually circumvent or deal with these issues. So first topic is we are going to try to go through the the same ones that we were before, like a load list, block list, and network activity correlation. For a load list, there's not a lot to do. So the options are like option one, use stable addresses. And if the question is, okay, how do you get to use stable addresses? Then, the options probably are like do manual configuration, do the HCP version 6, which somehow gets you, like a stable address, or use Slack and disable the use of temporary addresses if you are, for example, in an enterprise with like group policies. Then if you do this, like you make sure that you're using stable addresses, then you could resort to specifying a load list as /128. The other option is to embrace the use of temporary addresses, and in that case, somehow you have to segregate systems into different subnets, and then your ACL should be /64s. And with recent developments in the IETF, it is to be expected that, for example, host or mobile phones will get each a /64. So if what you're planning to do is to block a single system or be successful at blocking that system, even at the expense of side effects, then you should be prepared to block a /64. What about block lists? Well, there's a number of challenges in there. The first of all is, as I was describing before, since the attacker will typically have like control over a large portion of the the address space, you should expect that the attacker might hop through different addresses. So you should be prepared to configure ACLs with different granularity, not just a /128, but even in other granularities. And if these rules, if these ACLs are being dynamically generated, so you will probably have to think about like dynamically aggregating these ACLs, and also changing the lifetime of the ACLs that you configure based on the granularity. So this next slide tries to illustrate what we mean by this. This is by no means, so the values that you see here are by no means like values that we are recommending. You could consider these just placeholders. So let's say we have like different aggregation levels, level 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And the idea is that if you start configuring /128 ACLs, and if eventually you can aggregate 10 of these /128 into a single /64, you do it. Now, as you aggregate, the ACLs into like a more coarse granularity, most likely you want to reduce the lifetime of the ACL, because obviously the side effects are going to be like larger. So when you block a single /128, you might set the ACL, the lifetime of the ACL for 1 hour. But if you now specify /64s, you might want to use, I don't know, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever that is. And if you further aggregate that, then you would probably want to reduce the lifetime. Obviously, this is tricky because, as in the same way as, as the ACLs, the granularity gets coarser, yeah, you can effectively like, block the attacker if the attacker is hopping from one address to another, but then the possibility of a side effect obviously increases. So that's for ACLs and block list. Now, when it comes to network activity correlation, at the extremely very least, the expectation here that, whatever tools you are using for network activity correlation, they should be able to somehow mark activity as being related, not just on a per address base, but also on a per prefix base. So it's not just that, okay, if you find the same, IPv6 address, the same /128 in, different parts of the logs, it's supposed to be the same actor, but you should also be able to specify, well, I want to correlate network activity based on a /64 or a /whatever, okay? So this is a simple overview over the, the issues. Consider this presentation brainstorming. I believe that a lot of these things, there are like open topics. And if we want to, jump into, conclusions before we, jump to the Q&A, part of the talk, I would say that the differences between, IPv6 and IPv4 addressing features, they have concrete implications on security operations. In a lot of cases, these differences are non-obvious outside of IPv6 savory circles. That's normally the case with security operations groups. They normally have no background on IPv6. So the expectations are that, well, there's this thing called IPv6. We guess that it's just like, IPv4 with longer addresses, so we'll just do the same. But this also happens in cloud operation groups. Probably everyone outside of like, specific networking circles. And the obvious outcome of this is that if these groups are not aware about the details, they will end up applying IPv4 practices, and the outcome of that is going to be like at least suboptimal, if not like a complete failure. So the takeaway, I guess, is that security operations require changes to embrace IPv6, or require at least to give these these differences in IPv6 and IPv4 addresses like some consideration. So that's it for the presentation. So do we have like time for the questions, comments?
About 10 minutes for questions, even actually quite good. So please.
Hi, Fernando. Very good presentation. V6 security is a bit messy. Nice picture. One thing to mention, very recognizable. One thing, I did also a lot of CPE security testing, and then you have only the local LAN you are testing. And one thing I accounted is that sometimes services are listening on linked local addresses. And if you just copy your V4 test to V6 test, you might miss that. So I've seen that happening in the field. So that was one of my additions. Good
Yeah, that happens thank you. That happens a lot, like, for parent testers. Like, I'd say, like, in the vast majority, if not all cases, that I have dealt with, obviously they don't know what ULAs are. It's just, IPv6 addresses to them, and I guess they expect them to be like globally reachable, which is not the case. So yeah, there's a lot to do in there.
Benedict?
Okay, Benedict Stockerbrand again. There's one thing to keep in mind. If you use IPv6, you have another option when it comes to a lot of security things called microsegmentation. That really solves a bunch of problems that you were addressing at the root. And the only downside, if you want to call it that, is that you have to let go of your IPv4 way of thinking and doing things. But if you go that way and don't use dual stack, where it really forces you to consider the constraints of both V4 and V6, you can make your life much easier than trying to do things together. It's just an option to keep in mind. Doesn't always work, so what you said was really valuable, but if you can take the easy road, it's the easy road.
Peter?
Peter Hessler. One thing I've noticed when translating a V4 firewall ACL rule set over to IPv6 is it's very common to block ICMP. So of course, if you're not aware of it, it's very common to block ICMP v6. And then about 10, 20 minutes later, you realize you no longer have IPv6 because you just blocked all of neighbor discovery. So there are some really critically important things that you have to be aware of when deploying this from a security perspective, and make sure you don't overzealously do the same thing that happened to work because Azure Solution in v4 was not on the IP layer, whereas in Azure Solution in v6 is on the IP layer.
Anyone more questions? Because I might jump with a couple of. Fernando, could you please go to slide 10, I think.
10?
Yeah, I think it's 10. So yeah, I just wanted to second on what. So actually, I think why, if it's not your network, I mean, if you're blocking someone else, why would you care? You should care about blocking something which can be attributed to a user. If you assume that ISP allocates /56 per home network, right? I think it's safe enough to assume, yeah, we block like the owner of address, and doesn't matter how many addresses they have, right? So I think it would depend on the address allocation policy of the other side, right? Because it should be the ISP dealing with like how granular and what to do with the attacker, right?
Yeah, so I would say most of these presentation came up with this, we were in a meeting with some fairly large content providers, and they were discussing how they were doing, some of the security operations, and they got to talk about the ACLs. And I asked the question, like, what's the granularity for the ACLs that you use, assuming that they would use something like, I guess, /64. And they were like, what do you mean? Yeah, what's the granularity that you use? And it's like, well, we just block the address. So the thing is that, yeah, I agree with you. The problem probably is that, the groups that are like, trying to implement these controls, they come from an IPv4 mindset. And all of these details that might seem like obvious to this group are non-obvious to the people actually doing like the security operations.
Yeah, and I think I have to remark that actually in IPv4, it's actually much worse, right? Because with CGNAT, for example, you might block an address and you block a lot of innocent people, while with the v6, you have much better chances to actually block like only actually malicious users. So, Fernand, I have just a last comment. I think it would be nice here to be clear about what's the actual difference between V4 and V6, because I think a lot of those problems actually apply to V4 as well.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Any more questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have one, like, thank you, yeah. I think Benedict wanted to make some announcements, and we have some very last moment another business after Benedict announcement, I guess. So, Benedict, the floor is yours. Can you turn on another mic, please? I can give.
Okay, just a very quick one. I've
Benedict, can you come to camera? Could see you probably. Oh.
Sure. Yes.
Go on stage. Go on stage.
Sorry about that. Okay, just a very quick one. My term as working group chair ends with the next Stripe meeting, and I won't stand for another term. So just so you know, and you have some time to think about if you might be interested in taking over. I thought it was a better idea to tell you here in person than sending things over the mailing list like 4 weeks before the next meeting and things get a bit hectic. It's not too much work or too annoying or whatever. It's just it doesn't fit too well with what I'm currently working on. So I think it's time to pass on the hat to whoever is interested, just so you know, and have some time to think about it. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Benedict. We're still going to see you on stage next time. So, yeah, so yeah, please think about it. Talk to your managers if needed, volunteer. And we have the last minute other business. I don't know what it is. It's surprise, suspense. Have no idea.
Hello, this is Andrzej from RipeNCC from the tech team. Yeah, and it's sort of my responsibility. The main meeting network is running sort of IPv6 only. It's IPv6 only for 78% of participants here. We discovered some interesting bugs. Actually, I talked about this in the last meeting, so you can look in the archives. I just want to tell, because here are the IPv6 people, please go and test and find out what's wrong and report it to the vendors of the machines that are going wrong, because it seems that, yeah, in the lab everything works, and then when 700 people connects, it just, you see very strange things. So that was the only thing, and more on Friday in the technical report. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Actually, a very nice introduction, because I'm going to talk about something like that next time. So, thank you very much. Before you leave the room, please rate the talks. Nobody leaves the room until you rate the talks. We need to know what you like and what you don't. Otherwise, we're going to see the same presentations, or maybe something different, I don't know. Thank you, everyone. See you in November.
If Neil O'Reilly, our first speaker, is in the room, can you please make yourself known? Ah, okay.
Okay, so we can. So, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The time is ready for your favorite session during RIPE meeting. Yeah, you waited half a year, but it's happening again. The best session here, called Open Source Working Group. I don't think anybody is interested in database, but just in case, it's the other room. Here's open source. Again, welcome everyone. We will have a very interesting session as usually, but before we start, let me say you some important words. You know, we are at the RIPE meeting, so we are following RIPE meeting code of conduct. And also, whenever you comment something, don't forget to say your name and affiliation. And I will ask Martin to introduce today's program.
Well, you just said about introduce yourself, so I think you should introduce yourself first.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we are three co-chairs here. It's Marcos, Martin, and me. And we will change the session, of course, I forgot. So.
Okay, so we have about 4 longer talks, and then we have 2 lightning talks. We start with Neil O'Reilly first. He has some interesting about the EU-funded framework discussion there. We'll hear right after this from him. Then we talk about peering manager a bit again, always. And then we have obviously the bird folks giving like a bit future outlook, where the bird will go and fly to. And we also have from the Route Server Foundation, we have an interesting talk about what's going on there. And in lightning talk, we have one more very special feature there about bird. I think everyone is waiting for a GUI there. At least I heard that. And also there was a discussion. We have these RIPE community funds, which are not that well known. So Alistair from RIPE will give a quick overview on what's going on there. And at the end, we have a bit more working group like organization like issues to talk about it. So stick around for that part as well. Okay, I think with that, let's get started. Neil.
And how do I make the slides go by? With the clicker? I'll wait for the people next door to do it. There's that. Yeah. So you all know that I'm Neil O'Reilly and that I've been the RIPE vice chair for a couple of years. But now this afternoon I'm wearing a different hat. I also work in that's the clicker I need. I also work with this campus company in Trinity College Dublin, and we do stuff from time to time that seems A, to be cool to us, and B, that we can get funding for. And one of the things we've got, well, we're called Tolerant Networks because my colleagues who founded the company, their first project was to do with delay tolerant networking, collecting data from wandering reindeer in the far north of Sweden. And that's sort of one end of the spectrum of things we do. Recently, we've been doing some registrar work to support one of our projects because we needed to be managing zone files. And my colleague Stephen Farrell, who's active in the IETF, is particularly interested in privacy and security and extensions to TLS and things. But one of the things we have funding for is a sub-project of a program of the EU, which is called Next Generation Internet. And this is for making improvement by supporting free and open source software development with funding. And the Brussels, and I don't know whether it's fair or not, have a reputation for having a complicated administration of their funding schemes. So there's a team in Amsterdam at NLNet, which is not the same thing as NLNet Labs, and somebody asked me yesterday to make that clear, who mediate the funding by engaging with Brussels and then announcing from time to time thematic programs within which small teams can apply for funding. And so it's a more agile funding stream than if you were dealing directly with Brussels. And the three actions which are active at the moment are NGI 0 Entrust, NGI 0 Core, and NGI 0 Review. And the main difference between these is that the first two are actual funding schemes for people doing software development, and the other is a support scheme for helping them, giving them mentoring, doing outreach to organizations like RIPE or the IETF to tell people about it. And that's what Tolerant Networks is mainly engaged in this program. NGI 0 Entrust is about trustworthiness and data sovereignty, and the call is open until August this year. And I don't really know much detail about it, so go and follow the link if you want to find out about it. The core program is also, that surprises me. I think I may have made a mistake with the date. I don't think those dates ought to be the same. I think they have different timelines, but you find that out on the link. And the key questions for both of those are who can apply. And you don't have to be a company, you don't have to be a set of companies, you don't have to be based in the EU, although it helps if one of the partners in your project is. You don't have to be academic. The scale is between 5 and 50k euro. And the proposed work should somehow give a benefit either to the EU or to the internet as a whole. And NGI 0 Review is the project that we're mainly involved in, and that involves getting requests from any of the NGI, any of the people working in any of the NGI programs, and telling them how, if they want, how their work might fit in the IETF framework of things, or how they might best engage with RIPE or any of the other organizations that we know about. And for the topics that we have expertise in, we also give them some mentoring. And the advice areas that people can avail of are these ones: accessibility, diversity, but I won't read the list, you can see the list. To find out more, you can follow any of these links. And that's it. And Marcus asked me how long this was going to take. I'm not sure how long it actually took, but I gave him a quick 30-second demo, which I'll now repeat for you. There are folks in Brussels with money. There are folks in Amsterdam who can make it easier for free and open source software projects to avail of that money, and follow the links if you want to know more. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Neil. Maybe there are some questions before he leaves. Nothing? No in Miteco? Nothing? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next presenter in the agenda is Guillaume Massoyer, and he's going to talk about Peering Manager, how some feature develop into a standalone library. Thank you very much, Guillaume.
Hello, thank you, Marcos, for pronouncing my name for the first time right. So my name is Guillaume. I'm the developer of Peering Manager, and I'm here to talk about one of the most painful experience in my entire life, which is converting a software feature to a library. So the library in question is the IX API. We integrated a feature of IX API in Peering Manager for various reasons. And IX API, if you don't know about it, it's an API that tries to define a common ground for IXP to manage the services and expose them to the customer. You can find more details about it at the given URL. And why did we decide to integrate that into Peering Manager is a very simple reason, that since it allows customer to see what IXPs knows about them, it can also help customer into provision details about IXPs, such as route servers, connections, auto-discover services, and so on and so forth. It was implemented in Peer Manager, and it was a bit of a hack at the very beginning. It was poorly designed. I'm a network engineer. The code that I write is shitty by design. And so was that the feature at the very beginning as well. So it was difficult to test, not very generic at all. And all of that trying to make it an opt-in feature and not an opt-out. So a bit of a difficulty right here. Peering Manager already has a bunch of API to work with, such as PeeringDB, which is probably the most known. And after using PeeringDB, trying to integrate IX API, trying to integrate something more, this is the feeling that I had. I'm in the middle of it, and this is kind of it. Anyway, after a bit of time and of work, we decided that IX API might worth a dedicated library to work with. So the hard work began. The idea was to simplify the code of Peering Manager itself for the IX API part, but still try to have all the features and have some kind of an abstraction layer. So at the end of the day, I created a Python package which is called py IX API, because all the Python libraries start with py for some reason. And that was it. So it's tried to be easier to maintain, smaller code, easier to test, and can be, of course, reused by other projects as well. Since I'm not a developer by myself, I'm a network engineer, I try to make that API as friendly as possible. It means it should be pretty straightforward for people to use. So all the hard work needs to be done automatically. So authentication, which is a bit of an issue, not an issue, but a bit hard to work with, done automatically. Try to make the endpoints available very simple, in a very easy way, and try to make that consistent between the version of IX API, because there is version 1, there is version 2, there is version 3 coming at some point. So that can take quite a bit of work to do. In the end, the result is like this. So you import IX API, you create an API object, you authenticate with it, and then you just do some work with it. So basically for loops, filtering of some services, grabbing all the details for the services, for MAC addresses, for whatever data you have in the API itself. We have a first shot at the use of the API itself, and of course, Peering Manager was the good candidate for it. So after rewriting some code of Peering Manager, meaning extracting the code of dealing with IX API itself and replacing it with calls to the library instead, we came to a feature parity at the end. And the It means all read-only endpoints are working. So peering manager, with the help of the library, can authenticate to the API, of course, and also list connections. See if you have connections not provisioned on your system, but that have been provisioned by the IXP itself. Discover network features such as route servers, which are the most popular on an IXP. And in the next version of Peering Manager, which is almost ready, and by almost I mean 2 years from now, we have a change MAC address feature coming. So basically, you have a MAC address of your current connections. For some reason, you do a maintenance on your network. You change your routers, and the router you connect to an IXP. Change the MAC address of it changed, so you can automatically detect that using Peering Manager, and Peering Manager will propose you to push the MAC address to the IXP via IX API, and hopefully the IXP honors that request, and you get the access list updated, and your connection to the IXP works once again. In terms of the UI, this is what it looks like. It's not blurry, okay. So you have what the API knows about the IXP on the top left. You have the features that are available on the IXP network, and you have what Peering Manager as a connection sees from for a connection to an IXP. So you have the MAC address on the top of it, which is the current MAC address of your connections, which differs from the one at the bottom, and therefore you have the button to update IX API that has been displayed on the UI. In the process of doing that, I've learned some lessons with IX API itself, because I was very naive at the beginning. I thought that you get a list of objects, and then you queries each object by ID to get more details of it. IX API works a bit like that, but you can do more things to save time. So the idea in general is to grab all the data, because like, unless you are a big network, you don't have 1,000 of connection to the same IXP. You have a few of them, 1, 2, 3 maybe. So it's a really relatively small subset of data. You grab those data, you store them in memory, and you do interpolation in the memory to correlate the data between each other. And for Peering Manager, the result was a page that took like more than 3 minutes to load, started to load in less than 5 seconds in the end. So that was a huge improvement for users mostly, and for testing, because when I'm making some tests, there is a lot of requests coming up. This is open source software, so I'm not speaking for myself here, but I know that open source software is coming to all of our systems and networks, and it's important to support those open source softwares. So if you have a developer for some reason, because he writes some great code or some shitty code but that works, just show the appreciation. You can talk about it. You can give him some money. You can buy him a beer after the right meeting. You can, well, whatever. I'd like to thank DKIX and Lynx for supporting me in that IX API journey, because they helped me a lot with it. And especially one of the guys, which is probably not here, which is Catalin, which helped me a lot in working with IX API. And with that, I think I'm done. So if you have any questions, I'm here for it, or after the talks.
Much. Are there any questions for Guillaume? Some questions in Mitaka? No? Excellent. I think it was clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is a man with a very beautiful first name. I think that was the reason I was chosen to introduce him. His name is Ondřej Zajíček, and he is one of the BERT developers, and he will talk about the BERT 2 overview and the future outlook. So far, it's yours.
Hello, I'm Ondřej Zajíček, and I will speak about BERT 2. BERT 2. There is some history of BERT. The BERT. I think I don't need to introduce BERT, but just for the remote possibility that someone does not hear about that. It is internet routing daemon software which is used by most internet exchange point in the world, and it can be used also as routing software on white box routers or PCs to implement BGP, OSPF, Babel, RIP, router advancements, and so on. So first, some history. The BERT was originally started in the year 2000, and the first official release of BERT was in the year 2000. But after that was some kind of student project on Charles University. But after it was released, then it's some kind of slumbered from several areas, and it was resurfaced in year 2008 as the project of CZNIC. And the first release under CZNIC was the release of version BERT 1.0.12, and after that we developed a new version, get new users, but we were some kind of constrained by original design of BERT, which has some kind of strange design decision that IPv4 and IPv6 would be completely separated. It will be compile time option when you have to compile BERT with IPv4, compile BERT with IPv6, and the code doesn't really know about whether it uses IPv4 or IPv6. So it cannot be used for things like multi-protocol BGP, cannot be extended for many other NLRIs in BGP. So it works for basic configurations, but it has some kind of upper bound for what we can implement that in it or not. So we started to work on the integrated version, and in year 2017 we released BERT 2, which was the first integrated version. And as you can see, there is also the BERT 1.6.8, which is the last official released version of BERT version 1. So it's 2019. So you can see now it is 2023. So last version of BERT version 1 is about 4 years old, and we currently plan to release BERT 3 hopefully this year, but that I get later. When I speak with some people here, I ask that which version of BERT do you use, and in many cases I still get answer like we use BERT 1.6. We don't really need these integration features. We use separate BGP sessions for IPv4, separate BGP session for IPv6. So why should I upgrade to BERT 2? So I think I should make it like some kind of sales pitch, or why you should upgrade BERT to BERT 2. So when we release BERT 2, there are some kind of over features, or new features which are obvious because of the new design. So the new design comes with integrated IPv4 support. So it allows to handle multiple network types like IPv4, IPv6, VPN, VPN, V4, VPN, V6, flow spec. it allows things like extended next hop, where you can have IPv4 route with IPv6 next hop, or vice versa. It allows to implement MPLS label switching rules. That's all things that are supported in BERT2. And obviously multi-protocol BGP, where you have one session transferring both IPv4 and IPv6 path. But there are also covert changes, which are things completely unrelated to these changes, to these multi-protocol design, design decisions that are only in BERT2 and not in BERT1. And I think these are, each of these point is important enough to upgrade. So we have routable hash improvement. The original BERT1 hashing was designed in year 2000, where full BGP table was about 300,000 routes. Today it is more than 900,000. So in my test benchmarks, I get some result that the simple hash lookups in a routing table in BERT2 is about 6 times faster than in BERT1. So this is the first point. The second point, microsecond timer. The original BERT1 used timers with granularity of 1 second. Every timekeeping is done in 1 second. So in BERT2 we have microsecond timers, which allows better log messages, allows more precise timekeeping. The third point is the bitmaps of exported routes. That's some cryptic point, which is mostly that when we export some routes through BGP, we have to keep some way the information whether we exported it, in case we have to re-evaluate export filter and decide whether we have to withdraw that route or we can just ignore the change. And that was done in some kind of implicit way in the BERT1. We evaluate the old, when we change export filter, we evaluate the old filter, we evaluate the new filter, compare these results. And there are many corner cases that may get wrong, sometimes get wrong. And in BERT2, we change that. We keep that information explicitly in bitmaps. So it is faster and it is not prone to errors. So that's next improvement. And one of the last of these things on this slide is the improved kernel interface. That's important things because kernel API changes. It should not change, but there are some semantic changes that causes that with newer kernels, the old BERT is much less effective. They started to push some irrelevant messages in netlink, which causes much more traffic on the netlink, and we have to do some changes to filter that and so on. So if you need good kernel interface, if you push your routers from BGP from BERT to kernel netlink to kernel forwarding planes through netlink, you also need. There are also significant filter improvement. We have completely redesigned interpreter code from some naive implementation to bytecode interpret, which is faster. We have much faster prefix sets in BERT2, which are the structures keeping prefix filters. We have static type checking, which means that if you have some filtering code implemented in BERT configuration that has some time errors, that in BERT2 you get error message when you try to load the code, while in BERT1 you had runtime error message in log that the filter is found invalid situation when the code is run. So it is much easier to check. We improved the filter language, add some some features to make it more like a regular program scripting language, so like for loop, recursion, local variables. We implemented custom route attributes, so if in your routing table you can define new kinds of attributes with defined types and assigned values to them in filters, so you don't need to put your information in, for example, in BGP communities, but you can define your own attributes and use them. And we have improved error messages, not just sparse error and so on. Okay, there are also many new features in BGP, which are in BERT 2 and not in BERT 1, like import-export tables, which are essentially edge rip in, edge rip out tables from the BGP standard, which were not implemented in BERT 1. Several new features. I already mentioned extended next hop, BGP confederations. I don't know if you know from accumulate EGP metrics. That's the feature that allows you to add EGP metric to route propagate through external BGP, so you can get optimal routing through EGP metric even over multiple external BGP hops. There are also new feature BGP roles, which is some new RFC that formalizes the customer provider peer role to the BGP protocol, so you can declare that this session is to provider, this session is to customer, and you have automatic filtering, so you don't leak your routes you received from one provider to the second one just because you have bad fixed filtering in your export filters. And dynamic BGP, which is features that allow to receive as many BGP sessions without need to explicitly configure them. We have completely redesigned RPKI in BERT 2, so ROA records are just another kind of network type in BERT 2. It's not special structure like in BERT 1. We have standard RPK RTR protocol, so you can download raw records from cache using standard protocol, and we also have automatic route revalidation. So if your route cache gets some new RPK, it is automatically downloaded through RPK RTA protocol, and routes are evaluated according to new RPK values. So while in the BERT 1, the RPK handling was just some kind of preliminary. So that's another reason to use BERT 2. There are also new OSP features on SPF, like authentication, graceful restart, probably. Babel. We have in BERT router we have Babel. We have active developers developing Babel routing protocol, which is something like ribbed on right. So it's used on wireless networks. And BERT 2 has many improvements like authentication, also the feature with extended next hop, like in BGP. It's a source-specific routing when you have multiple routes based on the source of the IP address. And most importantly, BERT 1 has end of life. We decide that we do not make new releases after 2020, after end of the 2023. So I would suggest everybody to upgrade to BERT 2.13. Some people say they don't like the split design, but you can run BERT in split designs even in BERT 2. You don't have to configure everything in one instance. You can tweak, starting script, run two instances of BERT, one configure for IPv4, another for IPv6. If you like the old split design, you can do the same in BERT 2. And there is some URL with some nodes which help to transition from BERT 1 to BERT 2. And now I will speak about BERT Outlook, which is the new features we are developing for BERT. We are actually working on it, and we will probably release them this year, which is BGP monitoring protocol. That's something like many people asked us for. We already have some very preliminary version in the latest BERT 2.13, but I hope we will get some finalist version in next version. The next thing we are working for is MPLS, LCVPN, with thing like which we have also preliminary code in BERT today, but we want to improve it. BGP validation AS path using ASPA. I don't know if you know what this is. That's essentially a mechanism for to avoid BGP path hijacks and SNMP support and so on. So next thing is BERT 3. We also working on BERT 3, which will be a multi-threaded version with multi-threaded BGP, RPKI, pipe, and later other protocols. Because it's year 2023, so having software that runs on single core when you have to manage 20 gigabytes of routing data is not optimal. So that's something that we like to have to improve performance, especially in very big setups like internet exchange points. We also have asynchronous route export in BERT 3, and that means that we also do avoid some issues with latencies that are still in BERT 2, and completely redesigned import-export tables to some better and more memory efficient way. So we already have about 3 alpha releases. So if you want to try it, please get it from our web and try it on your setup and report if you have some crashes. If not, then also please report your experience with it. So I think that I have some graphs of performance improvements of BERT 3 compared to BERT 2 from my colleague Maria. So these are essentially equivalent of internet exchange point with 650 clients about and convergence time based of number of routes. You can see there's logarithmic axis. So there is something like 6 times faster with about 10 cores, if I remember correctly, the data. And also, if we have 5,000 BGP sessions, we still have some significant improvements in convergence time. You can see that from some size limit, it is not really possible to compute it in V2, but we can still get to V3. And I will also note that we offer super service for BERT with supports package with guaranteed response time, training services, product integration, and development. So if you need some technical support with guaranteed parameters, please ask us. So, any questions?
Hi, my name is Alexander Azimov, Yandex. First of all, thank you for this great work on BERT Diamond. Especially speaking for myself, it's my most favorite open source software. I have a few questions according to your plans. Do you have any plan to implement ISIS?
Well, we said that, well, We have plans to implement We had plans to implement ISIS for many years, but these plans never realized. So I wouldn't really say to have plans to implement ISIS, but do you have some need for ISIS?
We are using it.
Okay, that's a
Maybe
good
yes.
point. Perhaps we can think about it more.
Nothing. And the second question is also related to the way we are looking currently for the flexibility. And there is a lot of work to integrate BGP and diamonds with, for example, some code, to have some pipeline to get routes from the software and insert routes on a certain reasons into the software. Do you have in plan to add some kind of a way to interact with the BGP daemon?
Yeah, I did not mention this because that is subject of the Maria's talk in the lighting session. So yeah, I probably would not spare for much if I say that yes. But the answer, it will be answered in the lighting session.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, see you.
Okay, we have a question back there.
Hey, I'm Alex Mann from Anonet Labs. So a couple of years ago, we started a couple of brand new projects, and we were like, are we going to do this in C, or are we going to adopt a memory safe language? And we feared that doing that in 2019 would be a good idea. And since then, sort of within the industry, there's been a lot of focus and a lot of traction on adopting memory safe languages. So now we're actually getting a lot of requests, like, are you doing this for your other projects too? And I was wondering whether you're getting similar requests and whether you have any plans in that area.
Well, the issue, it is probably not a good idea to rewrite the project completely new in a safe language. So I hope there will be some way to improve safety of existing code in C through some kind of additional code hints to validate, for example, for buffer lengths or something like that. But we don't found anything that could be easily adapted to existing code base. So I don't plan to rewrite it from new. But yes, I would like to improve, to use some more safe type system inside existing code base, but I don't see much usable tools for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Marco Sanz from DECIX. One of those big bird installations. We completed our migration from bird 1 to bird 2 last year, and in all our locations. And if we just look at the Frankfurt installation one, we reduced the cold start of the software from 50 minutes to 25 just by upgrading. And even more impressive, the memory consumption was reduced by 1 order of magnitude, from 50 gig to circa 4 gig at the moment. So I just want to tell you and Maria and the whole CZNIC team, great work. This is great support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sven from Mr. Network, and first I want to thank for your great work and the great presentation. In our setup, we use Bird heavily, and we pass the output from your CRI and socket. So I want to ask, does Bird have any plan to imply something like gRPC or JSON output to make the thing easier?
Yeah, that's such a question I get from the Asimov that it will be a subject of the Maria talk in the lighting. So yes, that will be in the lighting talk next.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I see no more questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Niels from the Rotterdam Foundation. and he will give us an update what's going on there. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. Thanks for having me here. This is us, this is the team. There are some familiar faces and maybe some unfamiliar faces, but I can assure you everybody's working on developing route server software here. And I can tell you already, we've just listened to Bert. Well, we are the competition, we are OpenBGPD. So just so you know, this is a battle. No, it's not, I will explain. I myself have a lot of affiliations, but the next 15, 20 minutes, I'll be talking to you with my hat of the chairman of Route Server Support Foundation. One affiliation I do not have, unfortunately, is that I am a good coder, because I'm not. I can do some Python scripts and of course the obligatory 10 print on my Commodore 64. But after that, yeah, there's nothing more. So I do not contribute to the OpenBGPD code myself, and we should consider that a good thing. What is RSSF? This is a formal body. It is a foundation, and it is a Dutch foundation. So the word that springs to mind in that case is, now close your ears, stichting. Practice that, stichting. Why did we choose to be a formal body? Well, because it was time for our 4 founding members to have some official kind of way to support the development of OpenBGPD. The 4 founding members are DKIX, NetNod, Lynx, and M6. And the goal that they sought to find with our foundation is to diversify the route servers. The diversification is because, as we just heard, BERT is being used on many internet exchange points. And yeah, maybe it is good if BERT was not the only one on those internet exchange points, and not just for us, so we can develop nice software, but it's also probably better for BERT if the whole internet does not depend on their presence and their development. There were some challenges in using OpenBGPD as a route server on big exchanges like the 4 mentioned, and that meant that we had to start the project to scale to thousands of peers and implement some features that the IXPs needed, so there would be feature parity between OpenBGPD and BERT. There was also support from JPNAP and ISOC, and since last year we also have NLIX on board as a supporter of RSSF. And we don't just do OpenBGPD, we also offer support on RPKI client, which is what every network also needs these days, of course. And I will get back to why that is good for us, and why we think that this is a very good idea, actually. Now, this is a bit of fun. It's a screenshot that I took during one of the first meetings that we had with the 4 founding members. And at the time, Thomas was still in the board. And he was asking, yeah, but how are you going to structure the foundation? And yeah, we were thinking, we should maybe get a structure in place. And before we knew it, and maybe you know the feeling, Marcos, but Thomas is very good with PowerPoint. Yeah, so he had this done in a couple of minutes. Hold it against him if you can. Anyway. What happens is that RSSF consists of an executive board that does the day-to-day business, like keeping everybody doing their coding and paying their bills, basically. And that is the 3 guys on top of the photo that you just saw. And then the actual work is being done by a project manager and the developers that we hire. There is an advisory board with people from the 4 big internet exchanges in there that we meet every quarter, and they oversee our executive board. They oversee what we do. And then, of course, there is a technical advisory board with people from the internet exchanges, and they discuss with us what the technical advances are and what they maybe should have been. And Thomas called that geeks. That's good. The technical advisory board will have a meeting next week during More IP. I don't think it is the idea that you will just freely join, but if you have any technical stuff to discuss, then find me or Job, and we will be happy to talk to you anyway. What do we not do? RSSF does not have a secret agenda to shoot the bird, because as we just heard, everything is fine with bird. There's nothing wrong with it. We don't compete with bird. We don't want it in a cage. We just want diversity on internet exchange points. So we need a second route server that is good enough to run those big internet exchange points. In the beginning, because we exist as a foundation now for 3 years, 4 years, in the beginning people were asking, are you going to fork OpenBGPD? No, we are not. The internet exchanges and our other supporters are providing funds, and we use those funds to develop features in OpenBGPD that everybody needs, capabilities that everybody needs. One important one I will get back to a little bit later. So there is no intention to fork OpenBGPD and have some kind of secret route server. It should stay inside the secret working group if it would be a secret route server. So it's the wrong working group in that case. The IXPs have quite some developments. Of course, it took some time before everybody was on board with testing and having their programs modified to talk to OpenBGPD as well as to Bird. So it took quite some testing with APIs and everything. And then most of those exchanges, they also have smaller peering LANs elsewhere in the country. So I don't know, DKIX, for instance, has one in Düsseldorf, which is not as large as Frankfurt. And you have one in Hamburg, which is not as large as Frankfurt. So that is where it is ideal to test. But I'm also happy to report that Lynx told us that their LON2 LAN, so that is like the secondary peering LAN, is already running on OpenBGPD, with Bird still running on the primary peering LAN. And we believe that we are on track for the introduction of OpenBGPD on other large peering LANs next to Bird. I will say that this once again, not in place of Bird, but next to Bird, because we want that diversity. And yeah, if you run an internet exchange and you would like to discuss how to do OpenBGPD next to Bird, again, come to me or come to Job and we will discuss. Of course, everything is in the open, so I'm sure everybody is subscribed to the announced mailing list of the best operating system. And you have already seen the OpenBGPD 8.0 release announcement 2 weeks ago. This has some features that were developed by request of our supporters. I'm not reading everything out because the email was actually longer than this, and so there's more, but you can find it out yourself. And the same goes for our PKI client. It's also been a new version released a couple of weeks ago, and this email was even longer, and the font would have been so tiny that you wouldn't even see anymore that it was an email. So yeah, trust me, new software is being released, and it's being released in the open. There's nothing secret here. One thing that I would like to mention is that out of the blue, we were contacted by a German organization calling itself the Sovereign Tech Fund. And they were telling us that they were doing a pilot project and they wanted to distribute some money to open source projects, and they were wondering if we were interested. We were interested. So we outlined 3 bits where OpenBGPD could use some improvement, and but there were like conditions, because it had to be done in a certain time frame and it had to be measurable and everything. So we set out to state we want ASPA support in OpenBGPD. We want to improve the route decision engine performance, and we want to improve the support for Linux. And it's funny to have just heard from the Bird team that 2 of these are also on, well, all 3 are actually on their agenda. That's pretty funny. So yeah, we said yes, give us the money, and then we will start to develop. We did that. We were able to hire an additional developer actually, so that was a pretty good thing because that could have been a showstopper if it wouldn't happened. We received the funding and we developed. Now, a couple of weeks back, I went to Berlin for their pilot round evaluation conference, and we were there with the projects that they funded, which was 2 hands full of projects, maybe a dozen projects were funded, and the developers of most of those projects were there. And we had to evaluate how the pilot round went and what the Sovereign Tech Fund could have done better. And yeah, and there was some food and drink, and it was nice to meet other software developers. What we found out at that conference, though, and that is actually something I wanted to give to you as a room with people interested in open source, is that it seemed that we as a foundation were really like ahead of the game. Because we have an organizational structure, we have a board. I mean, I'm the chairman, Job is the secretary, we have a treasurer. We employ people, so we pay them a fixed monthly wage. They have health insurance. All those others were like, wow. And you know, I like to tell the story that I used to be young and naive, and probably today I'm only still naive. But I was always thinking that all this wonderful software that I use every day is being made by people in their attics in their spare time. Well, it's not. And of course, I'm preaching to the choir here. But once you explain to people that open source software does not mean that it is all volunteers, those people have families, they have mortgages, they need to be paid. And what they want is continuity. And that the pilot round evaluation conference in Berlin pointed out that this is really what the developers are looking for. I must also say that while the pilot round started pretty easily, Job and I just hacked a small document together saying what we wanted to do, and we sent it in and we received money. And they said, no, of course, no, you don't have to keep an administration of your hours. No, it's not necessary. No. Well, it was in the end. So that took a little bit of time to get everything sorted there. There were timesheets, there was paperwork. Well, it was all trial round, and they learned from it as well. So if you would now be going to that website and find the form, please fund my open source project, be prepared, you will have to keep timesheets from the beginning. The good thing is that with the funding from STF, we have achieved the 3 goals that we set out. So OpenBGPD now has ASPA support, and there is actually already an internet exchange running it. So the ASPath relationships are being verified on the internet exchange in Calgary, right, Job? Yeah. So that is working, and the route decision engine performance improvements are still being made, and the Linux kernel support, same issue that Bert was just telling us about, is also being done. So if you do have an open source project and you would like an unknown German fund to help you get that done financially, then go to that website. What have we learned as a foundation so far? One important thing is that we are really happy with the structure of being a foundation. It is not for profit, but there is this structure, this drawing that Thomas King put up in the first meeting. And that means that we as a board are also like, we are being helped by our supervisory board, which consists of the members of the IXPs, to make the right decisions. So it became clear after a little while of operating the foundation that maybe our business model was not the best, because what happens, there are of course internet exchanges in various sizes, large ones, smaller ones. The smaller ones can just install the software and it will work for them. For the bigger ones, it's not the case because they have the challenge of supporting so many peers and maybe a very large configuration. So we were actually chasing a kind of client, as it were, of which there are not a lot, because only the very big internet exchanges would need to give us money to improve OpenBGPD. It turns out that supporting RPKI client, which was an easy thing to do because it is maintained by the same development team anyway, that really helps. There are also companies that need to have an RPKI database in their infrastructure, and they do want to talk to us about how to set that up in a more commercial fashion, let's say. So even though the foundation is called the Route Server Support Foundation, the word support does not necessarily mean that we will sell you a support contract. I mean, we can, but it's not necessarily the case. I find it more to start meaning that we support the development of the software. So if there's anything that has to be done on OpenBGPD, we make sure it happens. That is the support that we mention. And well, software development stays on track if developers work with peace of mind. And I saw a couple of nodding heads earlier when I made my first remark. And I'm also repeating what we heard before. If you use open source software in your company, then please support it. It doesn't have to be OpenBGPD, but please make sure that the developers can work, pay their mortgage, and have their health insurance. Any questions for me? Not too technical, please. I will have to ask Job to help.
Thank you. Somebody in the room? Something from Madam? Yeah.
So we have a comment from Carsten Schiefner, not a question, but a comment. Happy to see, and rightly so, the tech fund to stretch beyond the borders of the Federal Republic. Good to know.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
21, 22, then we're done. Thank you very much. So it's time now for the lightning talks. And we had 2 submissions. Everybody knows that network developers are very good with graphical user interfaces. So Maria is going to talk about. Yeah, okay. Do you explain that, please?
Who was preparing that presentation? And by the way, is this color the same as my T-shirt? But because that color is different than that color. Yeah, anyway, how this works. Yeah, you all thought that GUI is a graphical user interface, did you? So it can mean lots of other things. Well, we are not using Go, we are not using UML, and we are using and supporting IPv6. So at least one of these is true. And I must say that, for example, lots of the route servers, lots of the IXPs use Go because they run at least Looking Glass. So what's the next? Work. It can mean also this, but yeah, it can be graphical user interface, and you will see some image from it. Because we were forced to start thinking about support for Microsoft Windows. In fact, we were asked 2 times during the last 7 years by some students about whether it's possible to port by BERT onto Microsoft Windows native API. And we told them, well, everything is possible. Here you have some pointers to the code. Here you can start with those things, and let's see. And they never answered again. I remember somebody from Microsoft telling me the terminal is dead and 2 hours later opening a terminal. So I'm saying terminal is dead and I will open a terminal after I'll sit back there. Anyway, BERT has a so-called machine hostile interface. It's also called human interface. It's not even friendly for many humans. Anyway, it's really hostile for machines, and I have seen lots of bad implementations of our CLI parsers. I would say that there is probably no parser of BERT CLI, which would be completely valid, even with especially considering our ongoing changes in the CLI, which is kind of nightmare for those developers because we don't document it. So we are trying to answer the programmers' inquiries. Please apply proper invectives onto us. We are going to create an API based on CBOR. There were lots of requests for JSON, and I'll say it here. I said it before, and I will say it until people stop asking me. Generating of JSON is slow. It's slow as hell. Really, even now, if you are dumping the whole routing table, 50% and more of the CPU time is spent in formatting decimal numbers because you have to divide by 10. And it's not fast. So we are using CBOR. We are going to use CBOR. It's a binary protocol, binary format, which has a good, it's good in a way that we can just take our internal data structures and with no much modification, we can push it into the socket. This way, we don't spend so much time formatting any number. It will be there in binary. But first, we need to have some testing facilities. So we are going to implement our own CLI parser, which will be right. All the others are wrong. Our CLI parser will be right. It will use async.io for people who know something about Python. It will do the conversion between our CLI and Python object model. We are also preparing an object config package, meaning that you can programmatically define a config, and it will dump that config into file for you. And with in combination with these two, you can do almost anything you want. After that, or maybe during that development, we are going to gradually convert our CLI to that CBOR based on RFC 8949. There are more RFCs about it, and we are going to implement the CBOR in the Python package, which will be good in the way that we can plug it into our tests and check whether it hasn't changed. The work can be done in parallel, so there will be another slide with something more. Yeah, there is also BERT GUI. I was playing with it while traveling to here. So it's like 3 days of work in train and during the plenaries. It uses the Python CLI to object package because I needed something to use it, the package, to prove that it's like a proof of concept. It's using Q2 and PySide 6. It resembles the way that I'm programming in C, but it's kind of object-like. So, well, I'm a C programmer, so it doesn't probably look so well for people who are used to Python. Things I learned: you can make a Qt slot from a decorated object method. I spent a day debugging this thing. Python started to crash on segfault. it is not a good sign when Python starts to give you segfaults. So this is call for contributions. The branch Python CLI includes this work. Please beware, it can rebase sometimes. There is the proof of concept implementation. The next month we are going to do some collab with NixCZ. They are basically going to implement much of those things. If you are using BERT and need something in the API, we won't implement the API completely in the first tries. So please tell us what you want. Don't tell it now. I won't remember it. Send us an email, please. And I think beginning in August 23, there is an open window for contributions in this. We'll first try to make some scaffolding with NixCZ, and then it's going to be open even for you. So that's it. Questions, explanations, discussion.
Okay, we have room for a few questions. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Just looking at my colleagues, is there something, Miteko? No, then thank you very much, Mario. Thank you.
Nice, thank you.
And, oh, here you are. Yeah, so we have the last but not least presentation of today. So, Mr. Frost, yours.
Hello, one and all. I know I'm standing between you and coffee and cake, so I will try and speed this up. I did speak to a friend yesterday who's never been to a RIPE meeting, and when I said I'm doing a lightning talk, they asked, is that just where you do a presentation but talk really quickly? So I'll try not to be too quick on this one. My name's Alistair Strachan. I work at the RIPE NCC as one of the community development officers. One of the children or the babies that I have within that role is the Community Projects Fund. So the Community Projects Fund, the RIPE NCC has a long history of supporting innovative and fun projects and ideas across its long history. We formalized these in 2017 as the Community Projects Fund. So we have €250,000 a year to give away to projects that benefit the good of the internet, the resilience, sustainability, and operation of the internet. Over the last 5 years, we've funded over 30 projects, and we currently have a call for applications that is open now. So if you're working on cool things, please be sure to submit your applications. I'll go through the process shortly. The project fund itself, we have a selection committee that is made up of 6 volunteers, 5 from the community and 1 of the board members. So we have Aidan, Jaya, Fiona, Flavio, Maria, and Samine. They are the ones who do the real legwork when it comes to scoring applications, grading them, and selecting the winners. So there's a pretty standard, well, standard, maybe not the best word, but there's a pretty strict selection process. So the selection committee themselves receive all the applications that we receive. They then go through the process of scoring those 1 to 5 on the quality of the plan, the quality of the team, the diversity of the team, including geographical diversity, the innovation, the knowledge sharing and the general interest, and also the impact of the project. So once they have scored all the projects, we then basically take the top 10 scoring projects from each of the selection committee. They go into the kind of shortlist, and then the selection committee meet once, twice, 3 times, however long it takes to come to agreement, and then they select those winning projects from there. So we have I apologize because the text on this is, oh wait, it's not as bad as I thought. I thought it may be illegible, but here we go. We normally launch the call early spring. This time we launched a little early. We launched the 1st of March. And the application period is open for 3 months. So we actually close, as I've said, and I will repeat quite a lot. The application window closes the 31st of May, so next Wednesday. So if you haven't submitted your cool projects yet, please do so. The selection committee then has between 6 to 8 weeks to go through those 3 evaluation rounds and the scoring rounds. Once that's done, it's then back to me to organize the contracts, announce the winners, things along those lines, and then the funding is released. We usually do the funding in a 40-40-20% split with required project updates before we give the next cash out. In regards to the funding itself, the max is 250,000. The majority of the times, if there was a life-changing project that came through that was going to revolutionize the world, then potentially the selection committee would pick one project. But a lot of the times they go for more varying the projects and slightly less funding, but the maximum amount is up to 250,000. Now, as I said earlier, there have been over 30 projects. I'm not going to sit here and just list a long list of projects. I've included the URL on there, but there's a few here that have either presented at the right meeting or you may have heard of. So there's the AI for Netmon project, the Artemis project, which I'm sure some of you have heard of. I hope some of you have. The DSEC that actually presented this week. There's FPDNS2, which is a DNS fingerprint tool. And as I say, there is a lot more of these projects that we've funded that you can access on the link there. So with that, hopefully I didn't talk too quickly, but I will reiterate the call for applications is open right now, and you have till 11:59 UTC on Wednesday, the 31st of May, to submit any application that you may have. And yeah, any questions, come find me. Thanks.
Okay, any questions?
Excellent. Oh,
so then I have a question for the room, because we had a discussion between me and Alistair about how common, how much of you ever know. Like, who, just by show of hands, who knows at least 2 of the 30 projects which they have done so far? Okay, it's not as bad as expected. So yeah, we had some discussion. Probably in the future, open source meetings have a bit more updates, so at least they're aware. Because I personally had the feeling the results are sometimes a little bit getting lost. While there's excellent work done, I would really appreciate when the results are really getting used to somewhere. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, then we're coming to the final slides. We have a few organization things. We have first an announcement from Andre.
You know, one short announcement, and there's also an opportunity for some of us, for some of you. We founded this working group 10 years ago, roughly, with Martin, a long time ago. And after such a long time, I think it's a good opportunity to say that I would like to step down immediately after this meeting. So this is the last time you can see me on stage. There are 2 good reasons. One of them is those long 10 years. And of course, another one is that I'm a chair of RIPE NCC, and I would like to concentrate on this important role for the community. So this is the last time here on stage with the red badge, and I'm saying it with bleeding hearts, but of course I will be around, because this, as I said many times, is the best working group during RIPE meetings. So thank you very much, and that's it. That's the announcement.
So Andre, I really like to thank you too for, I'm not sure who is sticking around that long, who still remembers when we started it. We started basically at RIPE 65 was like a decision to start it, and the RIPE 66 was the first open source working group. It was basically me and Andre, we started together, talk about the whole thing. We finally managed last fall to get one more working group chair, which we are really thankful. It also means that Andre stepping down, that we would really love if this fall we can get another working group chair again. So I would really appreciate some of you over the summer break, think about it and see if you want to step up there and give some new views in there, new opinions, and help to get this working group to make sure it stays the best working group.
Okay, so if you want to be a candidate, yeah.
And if you have your interest in be a co-chair of the open source working group of somebody who would be interested, send a nomination. The email address is the same as the mailing list, open source, and then be working group -chairs. And we have time until next fall. Talking about mailing lists, we have been thinking about this. What is the reason for not having that much traffic in the mailing list? It's more or less the same thing that the IoT working group said yesterday. It's maybe some generic identity crisis of chairman that when they see no traffic in the mailing list, they think something's going wrong. Maybe mailing list is not the right medium anymore to discuss with each other. I think that afterwards at the plenary there will be a discussion about mailing list. Yeah, the community plenary there will be a discussion about mailing list being as an appropriate way of discussing with each other nowadays. My children don't have an email address anymore. So, but regardless of that, are you happy with what the working group is doing? How the working group is navigating these times? How the chairs are steering this? Do you think that the charter of the working group is still the charter of the working group? No. Ah, there you go. Do you think that the charter of the working group as it was founded in 2013 in Dublin, is it still current, up to date? Maybe is it too broad or generic? Would it need some milestones, something more specific? Thanks.
Is it on? Yeah. Yeah, this is a topic super close to my heart. Look, the bird talk that we just listened to, it's a great talk, but it could have been in the routing working group. And maybe that would have been a better fit for it. And what is the topic super close to my heart is how to actually make open source work as a community, as a collaborative project, or as an organization like Niels explained in his talk. How do I actually make it something that is successful in an organizational manner? And I feel over the last years, all of the talks within this working group have largely sort of revolved around a project that happens to be open source, but it's not really about the open source aspect of it itself. And I think a larger focus on that, how to get other people to contribute to your project, how to make a project financially sustainable. I think those topics would be a great fit for this working group, because I think each and every one of us in some way relies on open source software. But if you ever do like an apt install curl, apt install nginx, apt install unbound, do you think about who actually makes this? How is this funded? Is this just a hobby project, or is there a large corporation behind this? And raising more awareness around this topic, I think would be a super valuable addition to this particular working group.
So if I can respond to that, so the way I understand it is like a part of it is in the whole funding model. Part of it is there also there. Maybe we had bit from the talk selection. I mean, originally the idea, me and Andre, when we started, obviously we both come from the routing side. He mainly behind BERT, supporting that. I'm working more on the FR routing or before Quagga. Our view was initially, yeah, let's see the community to get better contact between developers from the open source and users of it. and trying to make that connections and give like open source developer a chance to talk about it and make the connections with people who are using, who may even be able to fund it. From your feedback, it sounds partially in that direction, partially a little bit different. I would be very interested, especially if you want to contact me afterwards or on the mailing list, discuss that. I'm very interested to like hear a bit more exactly from your view there.
Yeah. So can I add? By the way, I'm Alex Band from Anonymous Labs, so just to state my affiliation. With regards to mailing lists, so a couple of years ago, when we started our RPPI projects, naturally I needed a discussion platform, and I did two things. I set up a mailing list, and I set up a Discord server. And the Discord server has 500 members and daily active, lively conversations, and the mailing list is completely dead. So I might as well just get rid of it. So Discord is really working for us. I think Slack also works for a lot of people. Yeah, it'll be interesting in the next session.
Thank you, Alex. Valuable feedback. Thank you. I think Niels was first.
Yeah, Niels Rijer, chairman of RSSF. Alex, thank you for what you said about the presentation. I can give a small anecdote. If everybody promises to keep it in this room, okay? So the developer of curl was also in the Sovereign Tech Fund meeting. So this is a program that is in every OS, even in Windows. The guy said he never received a penny from anyone until the Sovereign Tech Fund came along. This is why I went up to that stage and explained to everybody, this is our foundation, this is how we do it. Please do it as well. Second comment, Niels Rijer, vice chairman of NL-NOG. The NL-NOG mailing list is dead. We have a Discord server in the board. Please keep that a secret as well. We have invited some people to help us test. It has seen more messages now than there have ever been on the mailing list in total.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will definitely bring up the topic on Discord server or something similar.
I'm Maria Bird. I am just reiterating of that thought, whether these routing server talks belong here or to the routing group. And I must admit that I am submitting these talks here just because it's kind of tradition. And if it was properly stated that this is not about specific open source projects, but about the open source community and what are the more common and generic principles, then I would say, okay, let's go to the routing working group, and I think it would be completely okay, and maybe better. Reiterating on this, I also thought about saying something about how the CRA is going to fall on us, but I didn't manage to prepare the presentation properly. So maybe it's topic for another meeting.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Then with that, we are done. We are here to serve you. Contact us afterwards if you have some comment, if you want something from us. And
as a reminder, there will be new elections for a third working group chair. So if you have a strong opinion, we would very much welcome you to join us.
Okay, I think we should say some final thank yous. You know, we need to thank the scribe, which was Michel. Thank you very much, Michel. I have a special thanks for our stenographer, because, you know, I grew up with a language that believes that that articles are optional. So whenever I speak, I do a lot of small mistakes in my English, but when I read the text later on, it looks like English. So I'm really positively surprised. So thank you very much for that. And personally for me, I'm really looking forward. Thanks. And personally from me, I'm looking forward to sit in the backstage for the future meetings. Thank you very much. And the meeting is over. Thank you.
Too late.
do you know what time it is? It's 4:45, and that means only one thing. Welcome everybody to our Ripe 86 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vivier, and I am your quiz master. Broadcasting today from the Certified Professionals Room. Can you guess? I am in one of those digital badges that people are earning. So when you sign up, remember to put your registration number in your nickname. Why?
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. It's because we have a special prize for the top 2 winners playing the quiz on site. We have a Ripe NCC cider towel in honor of Towel Day. That's right. Double the pain. So the topic of the quiz is ripe, what you may or may not know. So let me explain how you play this game. I'm going to show you a couple of questions with 4 possible answers. The person who answers the question correctly the fastest gets the most points in that round. And at the end of the 13 questions that we have, the person with the most points wins, the top place, of course. So log in, put in your nickname. Remember to put your registration number, because if you want to win the prizes, then you have to have it there. We need to be able to find you out. Just by your own name, we won't be able to find you.
Are you crazy?
No, but you will be at the end of this quiz, and I promise. So put in your nickname, put in your registration number, and let's get this party started. I'm going to wait for 1 more second or minute, better, and then we go. How many people do we have? Around 17. That seems fine. I am going to start this game in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Boom. This is a Kahoot by the Ripe. So, 3, 2, 1. Question number 1 is, which technology marked 50 years since its invention on 22 May 2023? Oh, yeah! So, was it single-chip microprocessors? Was it the Ethernet? Was it reality TV? Or was it 8-inch floppy disks? Funny enough, all these things were invented back in, what does it say there, 2023, 50 years ago? Yes! Ethernet, everybody got it right. Single-chip microprocessors were invented in 1973, but not on that date. So let's check the scoreboard. We have 799 at the top, RSC 305, 459, 145, and all. Question number 2. Which RIR is mentioned in Wikipedia for celebrating Towel Day by distributing towels with a cider chart on it? And that's not fair. That's because I think we already said it, right? No, we didn't. AP, Aaron, Lacnick, or Ripe NCC, which RIR is mentioned in Wikipedia for celebrating Towel Day by distributing towels with a cider chart on it? Yes! The right answer is, of course, Ripe NCC, the only RIR distributing Towel Day towels. AP Nick doesn't do it, Aaron doesn't do it, and Lacnick doesn't do it either. Scoreboard says, at the top, RSC 305, FBH 66, Aaron W, and Joe 6. On to question number 3. What kind of network connectivity is offered by the main Ripe meeting Wi-Fi? So what kind of network connectivity is offered by the main Ripe meeting Wi-Fi? Is it IP? You didn't even give it time. And the right answer is, of course, IPv6 mostly. Not IPv6 only, because we still have some IPv4 there lurking. It's IPv6 mostly. Let's check the scoreboard. RSC 305 at the front, Joe 6, 459, 370, and Lucas 689. Question number 4. Translated to English, the tallest building in Rotterdam is called the Salmon Harbor, Meuse Tower, the Safe Haven, or Delft Gate Building. So you have to get the name in Dutch, you have to translate it to English, and then you get the right name. Is it the Safe Haven, Meuse Tower, Delft Gate Building, or the Salmon Harbor? And I guess all of you are looking at your translators right now. The right answer is the Salmon Harbor. I wish I had the name in Dutch to call it out. Let's see what the scoreboard says. Lucas 689 is on a roll at the top. Annabelle, RSC 305, FBH 66, and Joe 6. On to the next question. Monday was the anniversary of RIPE 1. So how many RIPE meetings per year have there been since then? This is a really tricky one. Is it 1, 2, 0,39, or 2,52? One of these answers is correct. So after RIPE 1, how many RIPE meetings per year have there been since then? And the answer is actually, and you're going to laugh, 2.529411765. That is the average, because at the beginning, after RIPE 1, there were several meetings per year. In 1990 alone, there were like 5. So let's check it out. 459 at the front, Luca 689, 37 Bell, and RSC 305. Question number 6. Which style of hardcore electronic music had its origins in Rotterdam? Was it Zwabber? Was it XMPP? Was it Gabber? Was it Jabber? One of these 4 dances was originated in Rotterdam. So Zwabber, XMPP, Gabber, or Jabber? One of these is something you probably done when you were younger, right? And the right answer is Gabber. We have 12 people who are older than they say that they are. Let's see the scoreboard again. Luca 689, Annabelle, FBH 66, RSC 305, or Joe. On to question number 7. How many certificates are under the RIPE NCC's RPKI Trust Anchor? Is it 20,000? Is it 15,000? Is it 10,000? Or is it 20,000? How many certificates does the RIPE NCC's RPKI Trust Anchor hold? It's one of these 4 numbers. If you don't know, just press random. You'll know it at the end of the round. And the right answer is, boom, 20,000. We have reached 20,000 while we were at the meeting. Amazing. Well done, people. Score says Luca 689 at the top, Annabelle, RSC 305, Joe 6, and 370. Question number 8. 8. The routing working group celebrated this milestone doing what? Solemnly, with cake, by humming, or through a safety dance? The routing working group did something when this milestone was reached. Was it solemnly, with cake, by humming, or through a safety dance? And the right answer is, of course, with cake. How else? I would have loved to see the safety dance anyways. It says Annabelle at the top, Joe 6, Lucas 89, 370, RSC 305. Question number 9. A geofeed is a comma-separated list of locations associated with what? With pizza, with customers, with IP prefixes, or with LIRs? So what is a geofeed? It's a comma-separated list of locations associated with what? Pizza, customers, IP prefixes, or LIRs? And the right answer is, of course, IP prefixes. I would love my geofeed to have some pizza as well. Let's see the scoreboard. Ooh, it has not changed. Annabelle is still at the front. Joe 6, Lucas 689, 370 coming in fast, and RC 305. Question number 10. Ouch. What term refers to rooted prefixes in either private, reserved space, or unallocated net blocks? How do we call these routed prefixes? Are they Mysterions? Are they Naughties? Are they Bogons? Or are they Martians? And that went fast. Of course, the right name term for this term is Bogons. That's what you should not be rooting out there. Scoreboard, Annabelle still at the front, Joe 6, 370, RSC 305, and aw. Question number 11. Rotterdam was a major hub for spies during which war? The War of the Roses, the Cold War, World War I, or World War II? So Rotterdam was a major hub for spies during which of these wars? Cold War, War of the Roses, World War I, or World War II? If you were back then, remember it, World War I. That's when Rotterdam was a major hub for spies, not during World War II. Scoreboard says Annabelle still at the top, Joe 6, 370, FBH 66, and RSC 305. Question number 12. Other than this quiz, which of these is not a parallel event to the RIPE meeting? Is it the DNS Hackathon, the BOF, the Cheese Hackathon, or the RIPE 86 student event? So, which of these is not a parallel event to the RIPE meeting? The Cheese BOF, the DNS Hackathon, the RIPE 86 student event, or the Cheese Hackathon? Right, the Cheese Hackathon was not a parallel event. I don't see it even happening yet. Annabelle at the front, Joe 6, 370, all, and Harry 16 gigabytes. Last question. This is your last chance. Which was the first RIPE meeting held in Rotterdam? Was it RIPE 77? Was it RIPE 79? Was it RIPE 47? Or was it RIPE 58? And this history is fun. RIPE 77, RIPE 79, RIPE 47, or RIPE 58? Back in time, it was RIPE 79, the first RIPE meeting actually held in Rotterdam. And let's check our podium. At place number 3, we have... Number 2, we have Joe 6. And at number 1, we have... Annabelle, congratulations. Unfortunately, Annabelle, we don't have your registration number, so we won't be able to find you unless you start running around the meetings shouting, I am Annabelle, I am Annabelle. Anyways, thank you everybody for playing. We hope you had fun and learned something new. Keep enjoying RIPE 86, and remember, a Kahoot quiz a day keeps the ignorance away.
Hello, hello. Yes, it works. I was just going to say, I guess people are still queuing for T-shirts. I was like, this is amazing. You know, what are they queuing for? They're queuing for T-shirts, of course. So I'll be wait another minute or so before we start. This is the community plenary. Yes, not service, just community, but that's okay. I think we have all the speakers. Edward, do you mind coming over here just so I can keep an eye on you? No, I'm sorry. No, we have quite a tight agenda, so I just want to make sure you get your cue and get up on stage when it's time. Yes, please. Thank you. Well, I'm Miriam Kühne. I'm the chair of the RIPE community. And we have Neil O'Reilly, the vice chair, who's sitting here in the second row, keeping an eye on you who are participating remotely. I think we have quite a number of you on the Meeteco, and we have quite a full agenda. Let me just show that here. I sent around the mail to the RIPE list before, a few months before the meeting, asking for input, and we actually got input. So we have quite a full agenda at this time. I give a quick update this time, not so much as last time I had the whole Miriam Kühne show. We don't want to do that again. And then we have a short announcement from Falk von Bornstedt about the Rob Loxal Award. Liu Vigoda has submitted a short talk about the future of discussion lists, mailing lists, and then we'll have Edward McNear, who is here from the executive director of the Nano community, who is here to share some information how they're doing things over there. And then Kim Davis will give an update of what's happening at IANA with respect to our community. And then we had another offer for a talk by Hendrik Kramselund. Oh, Hendrik, are you here? Not yet. Well, I hope you'll come in. Trying to gather all the speakers over there. And then I'm sure we're going to have a little bit of time at the end for open mic session. So I'll just start with the RIPE chair team update, basically what we've been doing lately, and mostly what we've been doing as a community. I think we had quite some successes. First of all, I'm super happy that we finalized the code of conduct process. We had the RIPE code of, yes. Thanks to you all to make this happen, actually. We had the RIPE code of conduct already published for some time. And the RIPE Code of Conduct Task Force was working on 2 documents in the meantime since then, together with the community, and they have been approved, and there was consensus, so I declared consensus some time ago about the reporting process and the document that describes how to appoint a team and what the responsibilities of the Code of Conduct team are. And then also, last but not least, you actually have a team in place, and you have already introduced them early on in the week, and you might have seen them during the week, but I wanted to just show you their pictures here. This is the first time we have them in place. I was so happy to get these volunteers in place before the RIPE meeting. There are 3 community members and 3 RIPE NCC staff members at the moment, including also Maria, who has who's one of the legal advisors at the RIPE NCC, so that's super helpful. And also we have 2 members, Vesna and Salome, who used to be trusted contacts before, so that's really good to bring that experience in the team. They've all been trained and they've been active during the week, and you will hear from them also tomorrow to give a short report. Now, having said that, I'm really happy to have that team in place. We're still looking for more volunteers. It says in the process also, and we consciously decided to keep the volunteer process open, so there's a form on the website, or that you can volunteer yourself or nominate someone else. Have a look at that. There's a link at the bottom, and use the opportunity maybe to talk to the Code of Conduct team members who are here this week to get a feel, what it takes. And there will be training. There's a lot of documentation, so you won't be just sort of left to on your own. So that is going to be a continuous involvement. I hope you're going to build a big enough pool of volunteers so that it's not too much burden for each team member. And I would really like to give a big thanks to the RIPE Code of Conduct Task Force, who made all this happen together with the community. So you can see them all here on the slides. I think most of them are actually here at the meeting. All of them are here at the meeting and have done a fantastic job in working with the community to get this through and to address your concerns and to document this and so we finally have consensus on that. So with that, I would like to close the task force and they will be happy to get on with other work, I'm sure. Thank you very much, everyone. Moving on, some other things we did in the meantime. I've mentioned this before, the RIPE NomCom, the nominating committee from last time who got Neil and me into office. They also included some recommendations in their final report after the NomCom process was over. And we've been going through one by one. We've updated 2 RIPE documents related to the chair process. Let's talk about the RIPE chair selection process and the NomCom process itself. So there were some updates. We updated those documents also with consensus in the community. And there was one recommendation also to look at principles for remunerating the RIPE chair and the RIPE vice chair in the future. Neil O'Reilly was mostly driving that process and it was discussed on the RIPE list. There was quite good feedback and that's also now a consensus document and it's published as a RIPE document. And the last step, the last recommendation in there was it was recommended to document principles of RIPE NCC staff to participate in the RIPE community, just to clarify that and to make sure RIPE staff also feels welcome in the community. That's still under discussion, so there is we're still gathering feedback on the RIPE mailing list, and but there will be a new version probably after the RIPE meeting, and then we'll take it from there. So there's some great progress, and I'm really grateful for all the participation and I think we as a community, we've done quite a bit over the last few months to work on our procedural debt, I think is what Neil calls it, that we've maybe gathered over the years, and I think it's really good to have a solid governance structure and solid documentation. Not too many roles, but a good solid foundation in place. So. Two other ongoing activities also related to our governance is the review of the election process for the NRO, for the Numbers Council, for the Numbering Resource Organization. We shared that document that's also under review. We'll take the feedback that we received so far and also publish a new version, and we publish that on the list. And I'm also working with the RIPE NCC together on a new training course or webinar. We don't know yet. They are the expert. I mean, they have some great ideas on how to best get this into the community for a training for new, but also for potential new working group chairs. I mean, we're always a bit struggling, to get new chairs in place and new working group chairs. The working group chairs, when the terms are up, are always trying to get new volunteers, and it's sometimes hard. And I thought it would be good to actually provide some training so that people who are interested will know what they're getting themselves into, what it takes, what is expected from a chair, maybe learn a bit about the PDP, about consensus building, about how to chair a group. And so that will be in place hopefully before the RIPE, so between now and the next RIPE meeting, or not just before the next RIPE meeting. So I'm really happy that we're getting this going, this activity. And lastly, just regularly in the background, Neil and I both doing a lot of outreach also and attending events. And I presented at another regional IGF last week. Neil is going to attend the TNC, the NWEN, the academic networking event in Albania in a couple of weeks. We're reaching out to students before the meetings, and I think we had a number of them actually attend the meetings here to basically, get new participants into the RIPE meeting, and representing the RIPE community also in other fora. And that's pretty much all from me. Just to again set the stage here. Are there any questions now about anything I said? Any clarification? If not, I'd like to hand over to the next speaker. It's Falk von Bornstedt about the Rob Bloxel Foundation.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm talking about the Award Committee 2023. of the Rob Bloxile Foundation. May I just ask a sign of hand, who still remembers having spoken to him? Oh, I'm surprised, quite a lot. So there's very good memory on him. You see the webpage here where we show a little bit about the foundation. How do I move on? Push the button here. So basic facts, Rob Bloxile resigned as a RIPE chair. I think he was the founding RIPE chair in 2013 after serving for 25 years for the community. He died 1st of December 2015 at the age of 72. Exactly 1 year later, the RIPE NCC established the Rob Bloxile Foundation to honor Rob's legacy, recognizing and rewarding individuals who made substantial contributions to the development of the internet in the RIPE NCC service region. We consider this a lifetime achievement. This is important, at least for Germans, because it's tax-free if it's a lifetime achievement and it doesn't honor something, a special work. So this is my contribution as an economist. So May 2013, the first contribution was given to Wilfried Weber. And May 2020, the next award was given to Gerd Döring. And this was all very well received in the community. So now we still have money and to have another award coming up on the next RIPE meeting. So how does the whole process go? We had a call for the award committee 2023 on the RIPE list and the website, and we got 7 volunteers. That makes us much easier than last year, where we had much more on the committee, and it was difficult to find dates with people in different time zones. It was quite a hassle to bring them together. So now I can tell you who is in the committee. So we have Maria Hell, Julf Helsinkius, Franziska Lichtblau, Desiree Milosevic, Carsten Schiefner, Mike Silber, and Jan George. So thank you very much to those people for volunteering. Now I'm coming to their task. They have to issue a call for nominations, which will not be so difficult because they can simply cut and paste the old one and make a little bit of additions. So the text is ready. The committee will then review all nominations and may seek to clarify information and talk to certain people. And we should be ready early enough so that the awardee can plan for receiving the prize. So that's our agenda. This means most of the work will probably be done in September after the summer break. As a last word, there is still the possibility, if one of you would like to give money to the foundation, and we don't need to go to RIPE NCC begging for money. It would be very nice if one of you who may have some windfall profits or whatever, or wants to be generous or show his appreciation for Rob Bloxile, would donate something once in a while. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Then next up is Leo Vagoda, who's already making his way to the stage to talk about mailing lists and the future of our discussion channels.
Hi. Discussion mailing lists are valuable to us, but I'm not convinced that they are valuable to the ever consolidating providers of email services. I use a number of discussion mailing lists provided by a number of different organizations. I increasingly see responses to messages that I never saw, hear about messages that never made it to the whole list. And I think this is not a me problem. I don't think this is a RIPE problem, even though I see it occasionally with RIPE. I think this is a more general problem. I'm concerned that this kind of thing diminishes our openness and transparency. The issue is really that we're not valuable to the providers of the email services, or I don't think we are, and so they don't solve for us. The problem seems to me to have been getting worse over the last few years. I'm concerned that there might come a time when discussion email lists aren't sustainable. And I don't think that we should be caught by surprise. So this is essentially a request that people go away and have a think about this, because we need to decide, are we going to plan ahead and maybe do something else, introduce a different technology, and if so, how and when? And we also need to think about who the people are who are joining the community and what they expect and what they want to participate on. And are mailing lists the technology that they want to use, or do they want to use something else? I don't know, but I think it's worth thinking about and having a chat about over the next few months. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm a current employee of the RIPE NCC, and I speak only for myself. Leo, I think you put your finger on a very sore point there. One of the things I just wanted to say is that email lists, to me, always had the nice property of being archived. We can still find, messages from almost 20 years ago or more than 20 years ago. And if we are replacing the mechanism, I think one of the important things is that the archives shouldn't be lost, and we should use some decentralized system that doesn't have single points of failure. The question is, how do we actually organize this if we agree that this is a problem?
There's also a question. Oh, do you want to respond to that first? Sorry, Leo.
I agree with you. That's why I'm asking the question. I don't think we necessarily need to reach a conclusion today. But that's why I put the words openness and transparency in there. I think they are absolutely vital. They are values that are important to this community. And I agree with every word you said.
And there's a question on remote, I think, Neil?
Oh, hello. Can I be heard? Thank you.
Yes, yes.
It's Karsten. Oh, there's an echo in it. Can the echo be?
That's okay.
Okay.
You're okay. Go on.
Fine. So besides what Daniel just pointed out, the archiving function, which Leo has responded to already, I also would like to see some kind of, if there's a replacement, and I would like to see a sort of asynchronous replacement. As in, when it comes to email lists, I can read my email whenever I want. And if there's some kind of a Discord or any kind of like a more chat functionality, let me put it this way, I'm a bit worried that a lot of information is simply lost because I'm not in a position to react on that because it's out of the timeline already, sort of. And on another part is I just wonder whether this community of operational people actually would really like to sort of carve in. This is a provocative question to carve in when it comes to email services and the functionality of email services, just as a food for thought, so to say. Thank you.
Brian Nisbet, HEAnet. I, for one, sincerely look forward to the NCC Discord or similar. I mean, absolutely. The thing I would say is I don't think it's an either or. In the same way we all run businesses now with Slack or Teams or whatever else and email. There may well be reasons for both. There may well be parts to play for both. But the question I would ask is, where are we going to be discussing and thinking about this over the next few months?
the right list?
Nope, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Sorry, I lost track. Do you want to go there? I think I want to close the list, the queue now. So please go ahead.
Martin Winter speaking as the Open Source Working Group Chair. We just had in the previous talk in our working group the discussion about the low activity on the mailing list, and there came a lot of discussion of yes, they would rather do chat, and a few other communities seem to be like moving over to Discord chat and have way more activity than on mailing lists. So just as an input.
I agree with what now multiple people said. That's not just either or. I think like you can't replace the mailing list with real-time chat. That just doesn't work. I think it can be a good complement, but I also don't think like, while we want to get new people in, I don't think having what's basically like the mailing list function, but on a forum software instead of using mail, is gonna make a big difference. It's the kind of format that I think might be scary to some new people, but I also don't think you can really get away from that when you're doing these discussions, because it's like, you have to do things asynchronously, and that doesn't work on real-time chat. But at the same time, like, yeah, I think we need both. And I think that has to some extent been kind of maybe highlighted by how many people are in the unofficial RIPE community Telegram. Oh, sorry, Randy. Yeah, I'm Sinfia Revström, and speaking for myself. But yeah, yeah, I think it's, we can't have both, or we have to have both. we can't replace mailing lists realistically, because you run into other issues. Or if we do, that's not going to be the only thing. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia. Do you want to respond, or shall we just go on?
Well, I agree that this is a difficult problem to solve.
Just go to this mic. Oh, in the back then.
My name is Vesna from RIPE NCC. I would like to see something which is based on open standards and possibly decentralized and federated. And there is ActivityPub, which has a lot of different applications already developed by different communities that are tangential and overlapping with ours. So that could be one of the possible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to go next?
Yeah. So my name is Urban Suhadolnik, Theo Graz, but speaking for myself. I'm a member of some other activist organization that uses, so no IT, that uses mailing lists for communications. So we have basically talked about this problem before. And well, I will first say I love mailing lists, and a lot of those people also like it. But what we've noticed for us, the biggest problem was what's the speed of the communication? Because we've already had lists that were absolutely spammed with 100, 200 emails per day. And if we would go into a chat format, people start writing in short form. And I think it's better, like in email, I think the better thing is that people sit down, they think what they will write. They write they try to condense all of their thoughts in a meaningful way, not in a way that they will add 5 more emails to say what they should say in one message or one email. So I think that emails work really well for that. Yes, if we have maybe for the open source that I said, I'm not on their mailing list to see how much traffic they have. Maybe a chat format would increase the communication to a level that it's alive. I'm not sure if it's that or alive anyway. But anyway, I think this form is good for people to make their thoughts like that. There are some technologies like Discourse, if I'm not mistaken, but that's basically another form of mailing list. So I think that mailing list in its basics is the right way to go.
Thank you. Janice, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Janice Selton, a student from the University of Applied Sciences from Utrecht. And I think Discord is the way to go, actually. Discord is useful because you can easily start a server and make different channels to discuss different topics and easily find every subject. And you can also hop on in a voice call or a video call and share your screen so people can actually help you. So I think that will be more valuable than a mailing list.
Thank you. Thanks for that input. I think Dinesh, and then Neil, and then we're done.
Thanks. Dinesh Babuta in personal capacity. Thank you, Leo. This is a much needed, overdue proposal for a discussion. I've been thinking the same thing myself for many years now. In fact, I try and avoid emails as much as possible myself. I know that others don't. But one of the things is that we are here talking from the point of view of what we have been used to and what we are used to. What we should be thinking about is what the younger generations are used to and how they will work and how they will work in the future. So we need to keep an open mind here. Yes, I agree that mailing lists have this facility where you can archive the mails and you can go and search through them, but communication has changed. You look at mailing lists and some of them, the earlier person at the microphone mentioned 200 emails in a mailing list and you just get lost. Read, yes. And it's a case of, you know, when it gets to that point, I just switch off personally. And like, it's so many emails, so much spam. The discussion started with something and it goes on and on and on. And if I had something to reply to in the first few emails and I come and look at it later in the day, there's no point anymore. So if you look at synchronous versus asynchronous, what difference is there in that way? But anyway, I just want to say that you know, we need to keep an open mind here, and we should communicate with the younger generations who are going to take this this industry forward and see what the best way is for them to work.
Neil O'Reilly channeling some remote participants. There's a comment from Rolf Michels saying, just a thought, I think some would rather more differentiated, elaborated and longer contributions via mail than via chat-like systems that tend to simplify topics to Twitter-like shorties, but in the end it may be both. And there was also something that came up in the chat from Petra Zeidler, who commented, one would think that if any community were able to run their own mail servers, it was this one. But I think that's not the point that's worrying Leo. It's rather that many of the recipients are served by one of the big mail providers, all of whom are implementing their own filtering, and so undermining the service that we might well be able to offer better than anybody. But since we're not delivering the last phase of the message to the recipient, we lose control there.
Exactly.
Was that part of Petra's comment, or was it?
No, that was my answer to Petra's comment, and Leo has confirmed it.
Thanks, Leo. Just clarifying, so we don't put words in other people's mouth. Leo, do you want to have? Do you want to add?
No, I'm really quite surprised how many comments. I expected this to go to the list and maybe rumble on for a couple of weeks or months, and then maybe come back next meeting. I'm amazed.
I think you might have a bit of an action point on your hand there to continue this discussion and maybe pick up the comments. Is that what we want to continue?
Okay, well,
No?
we'll see what we can do.
Let's see what we can do. Okay, thank you, Leo. Thanks for bringing this up. I think this is important discussion. Next up is Edward McNair, Executive Director of NANOG, our sister community in North America, and he'll have some interesting input, I think, about what you're doing there to engage with your communities.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you mentioned, I'm Edward McNair with NANOG, and I want to take a few minutes to go over just a few things that we're kind of working on within our organization. We'll be talking about NANOG outreach, our education and mentorship programs, diversity, equity, inclusion programs within our organization, and a few community updates. So outreach is something that I'll be honest, we're still trying to sort through and kind of figure out what's the most efficient and most effective ways to be able to support, people within across North America. One of the things that we did do, and this about a year ago, I reached out to ICANN, ISOC. We'd also had an innovation with Aaron, and we meet each month having a quick kind of Zoom call, talking about what we're each doing, and is there an opportunity for collaboration or synergy where we can pool our efforts together to benefit those within the community of North America. Part of that outshoot came through our NANOG U program, with them supporting us in a collaboration between NANOG, Aaron, and ICANN and ourselves. And that is to reach out to, we were invited by the city of Montgomery, the mayor's office, and we did a program that was one part talking about the technology itself, policy related issues, and also a career focus. Had a great reception. The students really got a lot out of it, but it was kind of a way to see, how we can support with those areas within our region. CRIBNOG 25. So recently there was a CRIBNOG meeting in Grenada. Again, in that kind of conjunction and supporting with those other outreach partners. It was focused on a technical forum that would work in conjunction with the Grenadian government. And the focus was education and exposing young people to technology. There was over 100 students in attendance. NANOG participated from giving a BGP tutorial and also an update of what's going on within NANOG and the resources that are available to people within our North America. Albuquerque NOG 01. A new NOG formed itself in the city of Albuquerque in New Mexico. We came along with Aaron to support their initiative to help them kind of get off the ground, providing additional talks and also content. And also while we were there, we got a chance to meet with some of the tribal leaders within that community. There's over 21 different tribes within New Mexico. You get a chance to listen to them. What are their pain points? What are the things that we can do potentially to support them? Some of you may not be aware, but across North America, there's about 19 million people who do not have adequate internet access. We have a large country, and there's parts of it which are very rural and remote, especially when you get into some of the tribal areas. And so government funding is now making it possible for them to build out networks, but the question comes in, what happens after these networks are built? So starting a conversation to see are there ways that we can help train and educate them, get them involved within our community so they can see some of the resources and opportunities that are there. Education and mentorship programs. NANOG is an educational nonprofit, and our focus always has been on education, but it's really been kind of in a passive fashion where we have speakers come up and who talk to our audience, but not actually systematic linear training. So we've formed an education committee based upon board members and people within our community, volunteers, to kind of see where NANOG is going to go with an education, kind of building those things out. The first fruits of those efforts was a DNS course that has been going on in the last 2 meetings, which will also happen in our upcoming meeting in June. In the fall, we're going to have a network automation course that will take place. And we've also worked with ISOC to deliver an online course that's focused on giving those people kind of their first foray into network operations. Mentorship. Dovetailing and connecting right with education is mentorship. We have developing a mentorship program, which is the focus is to connect mentors with mentees within our region to help them kind of get to the next level of where they want to get. These are driven by the mentee coming to the mentor saying, hey, this is what I'm looking for, and then working and collaborating together so they can help them build out their career and achieve their goals. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So about 2-3 years ago, NANOG went through the process of formulating a code of conduct. That code of conduct is there, it exists, and it's something that kind of guides our organization. However, having a document without having any kind of support for it sometimes can become a hollow effort. So to that end, we set up a DEI committee, which is focused on supporting those efforts and kind of structuring where it goes. The committee is newly formed. They are going to be having some events that take place within our upcoming meeting in Seattle. Tina Morris is here. She's on our board of directors. She is part of that program. So if you want to know more about what's going on, I'm sure Tina's happy to share the things that they're working on. In addition to kind of DEI, we also set up an ombudsman for our meetings. We want to make sure that anyone who comes to a NANOG meeting feels safe, They feel validated. They feel like they've got a place within there. So we have added ombuds to NANOG's meeting. They are there to support. They are there to listen. And they also continue to work with our community beyond our actual events. Community updates. So you guys had this conversation about, mailing lists and discourse and Discord. It's interesting to see the echo of the same thing happening within our community as well. It is a big challenge. People are used to doing things a certain way, and when you move that cheese, they kind of freak out a little bit. The one thing I find really interesting is that mailing lists, when they came out, they were the latest technology 20 years ago. So we need to evolve, we need to grow with it as well. How we do that, that's the big question, but we can't stay static. Could you imagine running networks the exact same way you did 20 years ago? Just wouldn't be effective. So that's my soap opera. So we set up a discourse server. Our discourse server has one component to it, which is a mirror of the mailing list. If you go to community.nanog.org, you'll be able to kind of jump in and see. It's got you can search, you can find things in the mailing list. But in addition to that, the big thing we're pushing is affinity groups. We're trying to find ways of engaging our community both during our conferences and outside of our conferences. We have a series of affinity groups that are available. We can create more as we move forward, and it's again a way that we can kind of connect our community beyond just our conferences. NANOG is very community driven. If you go to our website, you'll see there's lots of articles about people in our community, a lot of faces that you see. We're driven by community, and we kind of continue to promote community within our organization. So that being said, thank you. And if there's any questions for me? If not, thanks.
That was quick then. Don't go anywhere. Maybe there are questions. Questions, comments. I think that was really interesting. Thanks. When I saw the slides, I thought, you only have 10 minutes and you rushed through this, and now we have time for questions. So,
sure.
Neil.
Neil O'Reilly with a comment of my own. I seem to remember using mailing lists 40 years ago.
Nothing else?
Anything else?
Oh, I guess this emphasizes your point.
Okay, yeah, thank you. We do need to evolve and change. If we look around our community, it's funny looking out here, it's similar to the NANOG event. We have definitely an aging population. And, go ahead, you want to say something?
Who are you calling old?
Yeah, believe me, I'm plenty old. I have grandchildren. So it's just one of those things where you kind of have to prepare for the next generation coming in and make sure that they want to be engaged and involved in what we're doing. I want NANOG to continue, and I want my grandkids to participate in NANOG. And how can we make a way for they'll feel comfortable and connected within our organization? All right, thank you.
Don't leave so quickly, Sébastien Bacholet, Chair of Eurolo, but I would like very much to appreciate the way you are taking care of diversity. And I think, and I was also very appreciative of the way you are taking in your community, in RIPE community, the diversity. It's something we need to learn in other parts of the internet ecosystem, and I guess I can need to learn a little bit of what you are doing, both organizations. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the comments. Now can I go? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks again, Ed. Well, next up is Kim Davies with the IANA update.
Hi, everyone. I have a brief IANA update for you. So just a reminder, what is IANA, the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority? Essentially, our bread and butter is maintaining authoritative records of unique identifiers. We maintain about 3,000 registries of different identifier types. The vast majority of those, most people would have never heard of. They're very specific to particular protocols. Software implementers that use those protocols probably have an interest in those identifiers. but then they don't have the broad recognition or utilization by end users, administrators, network operators, etc. But we do operate some registries that have that character to them. I would say inarguably the most visible registry we operate is the DNS root zone. But for this community in particular, there's three that we service. It's the global IPv4 address space, the global IPv6 address space, and the autonomous system number registry. What do all these three have in common? We manage the global address space, but we certainly don't administer direct allocation of these. Instead, we work with the 5 regional internet registries to make regional-based allocations from these pools. So just to give a bit of a recap of where we're at with those 3 address spaces, IPv4, I don't need to tell you too much about what that is, but what I can tell you is that out of the /8s, the 256 /8s, 222 are for unicast use, which means that roughly 86% of that address space in turn is allocated for RIR usage for further delegation. And we don't have any more of them. Now, initially, when there was a large pool of address spaces, we were allocating them on a /8 basis. The last /8s that we had available in our inventory were allocated back in 2011. And there's really been no further activity on the registry till that date. However, there was a new global policy implemented that allowed IANA to develop a recovered pool of small allocations that had been returned to IANA or otherwise not assigned. And according to that policy, we had essentially a lottery where we pulled numbers out of that pool and evenly divided those between the 5 RIRs and allocated them. That system was in place for a few years, starting in 2017, but now that space is effectively exhausted. All that IANA has in its inventory now is 3/24s. And with 5 RIRs, we can't really subdivide it any more than that, so we're holding on to them for now. Obviously, IPv6 is a very different story. The vast majority of V6 address space is simply not allocated. It's reserved for future use. 1/8 of the address space is allocated for unicast. We now, according to the global policy, allocate /12s, which means that we have 512 /12s in that segment. Our allocations right now is on the screen. All RIRs have been given 1/12. A couple of RIRs have come back for a second /12, including RIPE NCC. AS numbers is a little more straightforward. Here we allocate blocks of AS numbers again to RIRs based on their need. When they're exhausting the supply that they have, they will come back to IANA for a further set of allocations. Those that have been around for a while will recall the distinction between 16-bit and 32-bit addresses there. All of the 16-bit inventory that we have has been allocated, so all new allocations are made from 32-bit inventory. This is not a common occurrence to allocate AS numbers either. The last allocation we made here was in 2021, and we have 98% of our inventory still available. So when we do all this, and if it's not otherwise clear, we don't actually make a lot of direct assignments to RIRs because we make allocations now with V6 and AS numbers that are sufficiently large that RIR has plenty of capacity to further allocate them without regularly coming back to IANA. But when we do this and when we do the other activities that we do within the IANA, it's very important to us to be accountable in how we do that. And the ways we do this, I won't go into the details, but in summary, we have SLAs that govern everything that we do. We report on those monthly. We do post-transaction surveys. Every time someone interacts with the IANA, we ask them to fill out a survey, and we use that as a way of getting sentiment of our customers as to how we're doing. We augment that with annual surveys. And there's also a series of annual community reviews, including in the number resource community. Every year, a review committee is established that reviews our performance for the previous year. All the information is on our website, iana.org/performance on that one. So I'm going to switch gears now and talk about the DNS Trust Anchor. Another one of our key areas of responsibility is maintaining the root zone key signing key. The key signing key is at the top of the trust hierarchy for the DNS. And the way that it is disseminated means that it's very critical that it is managed in a safe and responsible way, because changing it is very complicated, which I'll get to in a moment. One thing that we do perhaps differently to most other entities that administer keys of this nature is that we operate it in a highly transparent manner. We really thought about this system when it was devised some 12, 13 years ago, how to do it in a way that's consistent with the way the multi-stakeholder model works, the way the ICANN community, the network operator community works here as well. And the system that was devised is designed to give anyone in the community great insight into how it's operated and to be able to follow along and come to their own conclusions about how it's being operated, as opposed to us simply saying, trust us, but doing it sort of in a closed room fashion. Perhaps you could have auditors there, but generally speaking, the model we've taken is very different. And one of the key things about the model that we devised is it's not staff members of IANA or staff members of ICANN that are responsible for all facets of how we protect the key. Key areas of responsibility are actually delegated to community members. We call these community members trusted community representatives, and their participation is really key to how we perform operations. Many of these trusted community representatives, or TCRs, come to events where we retrieve the key from its secure enclosure and use it. These are called key signing ceremonies. They take home credentials with them and they keep them safe between ceremonies. And in order for us to conduct a ceremony, we require a number of these community volunteers to come together to have a quorum to enable us to utilize the device that we store the keys in. Another thing that TCRs do is promote trust in the model. By having well-recognized, established people in the community come and vouch for how the ceremonies are conducted, we believe instills trust in the model. You don't have to take our word for how ceremonies are conducted and how we protect the key, because there's a number of community members that are watching it very closely and can tell you about that. So we're now 12 years into DNSSEC in the root zone and operation of this KSK, and many of the volunteers that we use today have been in place since day one. At the 10-year mark, we concluded that it was really time to emphasize a renewal process, to bring new blood into the process, to get new expertise and new insight from new TCRs. COVID put paid to that, so we sort of suspended that project for a little while, but now that we fully resumed operations, we're very keen to do that. So this is a call for volunteers, for either yourself, if you feel that you might be qualified for this, or if you have contacts that might be suitable for this. We have an open call for volunteers, iana.org/TCR. I will say that when we pick the TCRs, we were really striving for diversity, and that's diversity in multiple different facets. Firstly, diversity of skill sets. Having a set of TCRs that all have roughly the same expertise is not going to give us diverse oversight. So bringing people from different areas of expertise, perhaps related industries, different experience is very helpful. And we also strive for gender diversity and also geographical diversity. Part of the benefit of this model as well is that the credentials are literally split around the world when we're not using them, so that there's less risk that they all come together when it's unintended. So I mentioned before that the KSK has to have special protections and be managed in a very deliberative way. And the reason for this is that when we change the KSK, it is an extremely involved event. Anyone that runs a validating resolver needs to know about the new KSK before it's put into operation. And that requires a lot of coordination, outreach, and awareness building before we do that. In fact, we've only done it once. The first KSK was generated in 2010, It was replaced in an event called a rollover in 2018. We're now ready to do it again. And in fact, we just did the first step of a multi-step process to create and roll to a third KSK. So just last month, we had a regular key signing ceremony, and we generated a new key pair for the root zone. We don't consider it production ready yet. The way we administer is we have 2 duplicate facilities that are very far apart from one another. At the next ceremony, which is scheduled to happen in July, we will replicate that key that we've generated into the new facility. And once that's done, we're now comfortable that the key, now that it's replicated, is secure. That will then start a 2-year propagation period. So over the span of 2 years, we will publish the trust anchor set with the new key added to it. We will reach out to software vendors, we will reach out to network operators, and conduct campaigns of awareness building around this. This will all culminate, if it goes to plan, on October 11th, 2025. That should be the day that we roll to the next KSK. And then we'll do it all over again. So another thing we're trying to do is build a regular cadence in place, and our target is every 3 years. So the way we've designed it is that we essentially start a rollover process, and as soon as it's concluded, we begin the next one. So that is our plan, and we've started the first phases of that now. So with that, thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
I'll jump in, channeling Carsten Schiefner, who says no affiliation. First off, he says, thanks, Kim. That was a helpful summary. Then he asks, what about the pressure on IANA or PTI to eventually release the reserved v4 space? Is it stable background noise, or is it getting louder? And if the latter, who are the loudest and/or newest shouters?
So perhaps surprisingly, I'm in a relatively comfortable position because I basically don't get to decide anything for myself. I need a global policy or some instruction from the community to let me do anything. So in this instance, there's no global policy that is pushing for that allocation. No one's certainly pressuring me. So I will wait to see how that discussion evolves into the future.
Bogdana Fury, yeah, I have approximately the same question. Do you have any discussions, active discussions about this space? Because this allocation in RFC, it's almost for 40 years, the space in reserve, and reserve like for future use. So the main question to IANA, when the future comes?
Yeah, it's basically the same answer. I mean, I follow along with interest, and when I see the discussions in the community, in the IETF, and other forums, it's interesting to me. But I don't know of any proposal that has any stamina that would suggest that there'll be a request to IANA anytime soon to assign that address space.
By the way, do members from any other areas try to communicate to IANA about this? Do you know any information about this?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, comments. Thanks, Kim. And I was just reminded that you have 5 more minutes to vote for the PC candidates that have nominated themselves earlier in the week. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that earlier on. You can still go to the RIPE 86 website, go to PC election. I think it's like the first button on the page pretty much, and vote. I hope you'll still make it if you haven't done so. Next speaker, we have Hendrik Kamselund, who is actually going to talk, well, you see where he's going to talk about basically information that we can help to hand over to the next generation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Henrik Kamselund, or Kramse for short. My pronouns are he, him. And I have this very short presentation, and I don't think there will be a lot of questions, and I will be available afterwards, and I think time is getting short. So let's get started. It's on GitHub, so you can find it afterwards, and it's also uploaded in the presentation I'm pressing the wrong button. So the problem statement and the thing that I want to talk to you about is the question that I guess a lot of you already have had from your co-workers and friends. You work in networking, so can you give me some pointers for my friend that wants to get into networking? And it's by the design that I'm calling this newcomers introduction and newcomers into networking, because some people may be grown-ups that want to switch their careers into another job. Some may be young people, teenagers even, kids even, and they want to get into networking. And I think it seems to be a recurring theme in this RIPE meeting that we want to attract more newcomers to our networking communities. We are missing a lot of hands. We are missing a lot of people in networking and cybersecurity, network security, which I'm working in. So we need more people. And the thing is that I would like for you to send me information about resources that you know about. I'm just a single person and you're all working networking. So send me your best bets on what you would give to that answer, as an answer to that question. So I would like to also, first of all, very, very quickly say thank you to all of you for writing RFCs and textbooks and writing materials in the old days, even 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They have all been great and I have been very happy with them. But I'm pretty sure that my son would not have been very happy by reading an RFC. And searching on the internet, I unfortunately see people saying, if the question comes up, how to learn networking, go read the RFCs. How many in here agree that a newcomer, beginner in networking should read the RFCs? Put your hand up, please. Some people actually think that's a good idea. I don't think it's very engaging, and one of the things that I think people are missing is that you need some core concepts before you can read the RFCs, because they also have a lot of keywords at the beginning of every RFC. They say that they're using these specific keywords. So before you can read that RFC, you have to go back to the other RFC. And that's what I would like us to get started thinking about. What resources can we use or create and collect so we can get people to the goal they want to have finished the mission. So as an example, I'm going to use the Nmap port scanner, which I think can be used for both good and bad. And I think it's a fantastic tool, and it's something that can automate a lot of stuff for network people, security people. But if you want to learn port scanning and Nmap, and if you try to rewind that, you need a lot of prerequisite knowledge. You need to know about TCP/IP. You need to know what an IP address, what is a port, what is a service, what is HTTP. HTTP today is not only HTTP, but it's HTTPS with TLS. And you also have the DNS, and you also have the DHCP before you can get an IP address. And you need to know what a router is, and you need to be able to know that you're on the internet and everything. So a newcomer, in my sense, should be given some tools that will allow them to progress until they reach their goal. And it's the first steps that may be very, very hard. And if we hand them a 800-page book or an RFC document, which is too hard to read for a beginner newcomer, then they will not progress and they will find another way to work in another area of business. So it's very, very difficult to get started, because running a port scanner will also require you to have an operating system. What is an operating system? And myself, I have many times said that people should try out Kali Linux. Kali Linux today can be run as a VM, which is the easiest way, so you don't have to fight all the hardware support in Linux, which is still a problem. I have done it myself recently. So I tell people to create a virtual machine with Linux. But wait, what is a virtual machine? And so it all keeps on going back to a lot of core knowledge that is very hard, because we have worked in the industry for so many years. When I do trainings, I tell people to go into user. But actually, I mean, go to the directory called USR. It's not USER, it's USR. Stuff like that is a thing that we need to learn. I have a core small set of what I call recommended network technologies to learn. And I'm not sure I'm pretty sure we cannot agree on what should be the smallest set of technologies to learn first. But this is my opinion about what to learn first. And by design, I'm leaving out details. I'm leaving out Wi-Fi. I'm leaving out IPv6. Why am I leaving out IPv6? Because I did my thesis in 2002 about IPv6. I love IPv6. But I think it's okay sometimes to give people resources and options which are not the full story, the full picture, but allow them to actually understand parts of it and complete something, because when you complete something, you gain that sufficiency, I think it's called in English perhaps, that you can do this now, you can do a ping with IPv4. And that's fantastic. Then later on, when you get more interested and you have learned the core concepts, you can probably learn very quickly to ping with IPv6 and then start learning IPv6 and hopefully implement it someday. I would like the beginners to go all the way from, say, ARP to TLS, because that's from a low level to a very high level, and going from the low level will allow them to get started and running networks and running their systems basically on their own. And the TLS part will allow them to go all the way to, say, a web server, a web service. And running a web service today is so complicated. And you might not think it because you have had 10 or 15 or 20 years to adapt to TLS and all the funny stuff. Don't get me started on email, which is another layer cake, which is huge. I really hate email, and I run my own mail server. What I'm looking for and what I would very much like for you to help me get is some resources like this one, which is one of my favorite tools on the internet. Julia Evans has done these very, very nice drawings, which are not the full picture, but they are enough to get you started, and they are more engaging. They're more easy to understand, they're more friendly and newcomer friendly. So stuff like this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for tools that help you present real world data, because Nmap is presenting real world data. This EduDig from SE, which is something I saw on the DNS hackathon, is a fantastic example of an old school tool, dig, which is very, very difficult to understand. It's something that sorry to say, it sounds like I'm hating all technology, but I really hate dig, and I'm using host myself because I find it too difficult to work with dig, and it's too verbose, there's too much text on the page. So this tool will actually highlight the things that you need to know, and that's a fantastic example of a more easy to learn way of network tools. Also, this book, How the Internet Really Works, an illustrated guide, is one that it's becoming one of my favorites. It's something that I can hand out to people of all ages, actually. In Denmark, we are pretty good at English, so might not be working with a kid 10 years old, but certainly a teenager would be able to read this and get interested and more engaged, hopefully. I'm pretty sure time is running out quickly. So real books are also fine. I'm very, very happy to read books, recommend books, but they should perhaps be shorter. They should perhaps be more practically oriented to keep people engaged. I learned from Comer and Stevens and all the other books that you may recognize, and going from all the protocols from A to Z may not be something that keeps people engaging into learning this. Where this is like a 360-page book, it has at least a screenshot on every page, so it's more easy to get started working with this. It also introduces these core protocols that I had on my earlier slide. So this is for me an example of something that I could give to people. And I know there's a couple of resources. Some of them were actually proposed in the chat today. I forgot who proposed it, but I know Brian Carpenter is having a book project on GitHub, and there was something from the UK task force, I think, on NOC meeting. So there are some books being written now which are more updated and which also include IPv6, by the way. So they have those chapters too, which is also essential for real world applications. So my email address is hlk@kamse.org, and I also created a repository called Learning Paths on my GitHub Kamse, and you're very welcome to send me some pull requests. I have started to add a few resources, but I don't want to put in too much already, because I'm hoping that you will have some engaging, fun learning and nice materials, and you're welcome to propose your own materials, and let's collect these and make sure that we can get some newcomers into networking.
Hello, hello. Yes, thank you very much, Henrik. And you don't have to rush. We actually have plenty of time. So be prepared for a lot of comments and input and questions. I think, Franziska, you were first.
Yes. Do I have? Yeah. Franziska Lichtblau, recovering research assistant. So I've worked with university students, especially in networking, a lot. And I would like to point out two things. First, great thing that you're doing. We need entry-level material. We need to point people in directions. That's all fair and square. But we also need to talk about how we talk about the material to newcomers. And especially this is a call to the people in this room and everyone listening to this. Remember that we are all working with these technologies for ages. We all know about the intricate design choices in the Unix file system hierarchy, in IPv6, whatever. And if we explain this for 20, 30, 50 times, we get tired and we may say, oh God, another person who doesn't know that. Remember, those are new people. It's not their job to know everything yet, and try to explain it. The other thing, DIC does have a short option, so you may want to look into that. And RFCs. Yes, I absolutely think new people should read RFCs. And I sat down with a lot of university students and actually explained them how to read an RFC, because that is a skill as well. You can go, they follow a structure and they are the next best thing to a source of truth. You can debate implementation quality, but that's a different story. It's the next best thing to a source of truth that we have, where we can show to people, this is how it works. It is not a meta discussion. This is how it works. You can have a look how shit looks on the wire. And that is important for them to know as well.
Thank you very much. And maybe I should clarify that I do not disregard RFCs as information. And I'm a teacher in Copenhagen at the Copenhagen School for Design and Technology, which is just under university level. And in my courses, I make sure to present both ASCII drawings and RFCs and hacker science and PDFs and papers and academic 2-column papers, because I think all of these different resources and the ones that we have available are fantastic, but they are not the first things to present people for.
Hello, Edward McNair, NANOG. Some of what I'm going to say is my thoughts, and others just kind of as our organization as a whole. I think the trouble is we have done a really, really good job of creating networks that function very well. And I think a lot of young people just take it for granted, that it just exists, it works. And I know in North America, there are not a lot of colleges with programs in network operations or network engineering. The big thing is to be a programmer. And, you know, in talking to your, kind of addressing your point about encourage people, NANOG hopefully should become at some point, if you're at a college or in computer science, I would love to be a household word. If you want to know about networking, you got to go talk to the people at NANOG. It's difficult to do. We're a small organization. How do you get yourselves out there? How do you make sure that information's available? So my question to you, and statement, then into question, how do you see orgs like RIPE or NANOG or other small NOGs getting that messaging out there, marketing? You know, yes, the start is to create these simplistic ways to get, you know, kind of hooked, but how do we reach out and communicate that to others?
I'm not sure if I'm the right one to answer the question, but I can give my point of view, of course.
That's all I want.
I'm also part of DK NOG and very happy to go there every year. And it's not a very active NOG, not has a lot of members like NANOG. And I think the RIPE website and the RIPE technology blogs and all of these things, Academy and on, I took the certification here. That's very fantastic. And I think it is needed to have these areas of business, or these different, we are the network community, so we should have that task. And then the basic schools and learning and education should prepare people for whatever way and path they select in their life. And I think we have a responsibility as a community to have the entryways and describe it and have the Act Now, IPv6 Act Now, when that came, that website, if some of you remember that. So I'm not sure if I responded or answered.
Yeah, then I have one more kind of tie into that. Because programming is the big attraction for students going into computer sciences, do you think that there is a a potential to create a kind of coursework that if you were a programmer, this is how you would get into network engineering, what you would need to know to shift your skills, because now everything's moving toward automation. So we need more software developers in the networking side of things.
Yeah. I'm thinking also of a term that we are using, at least in Denmark around me and some of my friends. We're calling it hidden curriculum. I think it would translate into, in Danish, skjult pensum, but none of you understand Danish. But we have some kind of hidden curriculum all around, and we assume that people will know how to edit a file. So we will ask people to, you should edit this BGP conf. But what is an editor? So you have to select an editor and an operating system and a lot of other things to be able to actually function in these areas. So what was the question? Or?
The question is creating a course that would allow someone who'd studied, programming software to shift those skills over into network operations.
I think that's definitely something we should do more. It seems that since people are getting older, they are switching careers in their life. Some people in the old days only had one career in one job for all of their life, basically. And today we are switching more. And I'm hoping to switch academics in Denmark over to cybersecurity because they know how to write long documents, and a lot of security people don't know how to write long documents. So definitely, but I think we should maybe, I'm not sure what is the best way, but having some kind of checklist, some core concepts. If I can go back to this one, this is my list of things that I think you should look at if you want to come into networking. And if you're a programmer and you already know all of these, great, then you're probably ready to read some of the more advanced stuff and go directly into developing networking code and looking at the open source projects within networking. So my idea would probably be to have some kind of checklist that people can refer to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go to Florence first and then back to this mic.
Hello, my name is Florence Lavrov, no particular affiliation. Thanks a lot for your presentation. It's really cool to see that some people matter about this kind of stuff, so thank you. A question for you. A lot of people in the community will appreciate, I'm sure, this initiative, but they are also receptive to documentation, which is not in English, but in their mother tongue. Would you be open to also collect information which is not in English?
Definitely, definitely. I think that would be so cool. And it was a problem I was struggling with because people are giving me resources when I've been pushing this a bit, when I've been talking to people, and people have already started to push in Swedish, and I will probably be able to find something Danish. So definitely, yes, I think we should have that in different mother tongues, because especially young people will not in Denmark be able to read technical English. So thank you, yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be happy to give you a hand there.
Great, thanks. That was a good question to clarify.
Hi, Brian, at 5 Plans and Networks. So I don't have a question per se, just want to share my experience. So as a part of my job, I do onboarding of new employees. So also like students who just finished university or developers who are trying to get into networking. So I tried a couple of different approaches over the years. One of them being giving them documentation and giving them like materials from the web to discuss. And actually, I found that this is not the best way. So I'm actually talking from a perspective, of a person who wants to get new employees into the field as soon as possible. And basically, what I found for the best approach to be hands-on, giving people more complex tasks to do. And the primary tools I give them is GNS3 and Wireshark. So I tell them, okay, connect to PCs, try pinging them. And just if they want to read the documentation, I actually never give them RFCs to read, never. I don't want them to leave the company. Yeah. And basically I just point them maybe some resources and then I leave them to do the problem solving. I tell them, okay, you need to connect to 3 routers. You need to first put static routes there, then use OSPF, and then use MPLS. And every time I tell them, look at Wireshark, look at the link of how the packets are going. So, and I find actually that this kind of a gamification of networking is really good for keeping people interested, because one of the first employees I onboarded, I gave them documentation to read for like 2 months, and in the end they left the company because, yeah, it wasn't really interesting. So just my 2 cents.
In great 2 cents, people are learning in different ways. People have found out that some are more visually and some are more audio. I cannot listen to podcasts. I will zone out and not hear anything, but slides work very well for me, and hands-on is required for some people. They actually have to do to be able to remember. So good comment.
Thanks.
I think, Neil, you wanted to read out a remote question. Please go ahead.
I have 2 remotes from different people. The first one is from Karsten Schiefner, who still has no affiliation, who suggests, how about copying the summer school on internet governance concept to kickstart the interest of future network people? The second one is from Markus Zeilinger of the University of Applied Sciences in Upper Austria. He says, Henrik, thank you. Great stuff. We are experimenting with teaching networking in an OZ top-down approach. The idea is starting with the applications, with the stuff people know, so the stuff is more accessible, and then show them top-down how this is all implemented in the network.
Sounds really good. And probably something people already use. Most people have a browser, so if it works in a browser, people will feel more confident doing it. I really agree that Wireshark is a fantastic tool, and it's one of the tools that we are using. So definitely people should get exposed to Wireshark quickly, but probably with some kind of guide for some small exercises to do.
Robert?
Robert Kistaki speaking as an individual who, with a programming background, got into networking relatively early on. I'm looking at your slide and I'm really wondering about the shelf life of some of these things. Just like nowadays, it's not really fashionable to talk about classical addressing. Maybe HTTP will disappear or should disappear from this slide because Quick is replacing it. And the much related increasing complexity. I started programming CGIs 27 years ago, and I could do it in C because I understood the protocol fully. I don't think there are too many people in this world who understand Quick alone. I don't know where this is going, but it's going to get harder and harder to get people into protocol space purely because the complexity is such that humans will not be able to comprehend in a very short amount of years. And I don't want to throw in the word AI, maybe that's going to save us or doom us, I don't know yet. I have no conclusion, but just, stuff on my mind.
But I agree that the complexity has risen so wonderfully. Like I mentioned mail before, and when I started doing mail, we didn't have SMTP TLS, of course we didn't. But now we have, and we have DMARC, and we have SPF, and we have DKIM, and we have ARC, and we have MTA-STS, and we have all the things that have been added over the years.
And we didn't even mention the DNS camel.
No.
Yeah, let's go on with the back mic and then to the front mic.
Yes.
No, sorry, you, I mean.
Alexandros Milodidakis from KTH. I think the problem is more basic. So my first introduction to computer networks, do you think what it was? It was called OSI model. So, and to understand the problems there and why the OSI model exists, it took actually multiple years. And what I realized is actually it doesn't make sense. That's how I understood it. Because it was designed from 20, 30 years ago, and it had multiple problems that needed to be solved, and that's how it was designed. It actually doesn't make sense if you think about it. So you introduce new people to it, and new people are like, what is this and why does it exist? And that's where you start losing the new people, because there is a lot of theory and people who are like new people, why? That's my comment too.
Yeah, I can comment that because one of my favorite pictures, which I'm using a lot in my slides, is a comparison where I have the OSI model on one side and the internet model on the other side, and they're not completely parallel because they are not the same. And OSI was before internet protocols came in '83 or so. But I think the idea, which I try to transfer with the OSI model, is that we cut up large complex problems into smaller bits. And it's the same with programming. We cannot do a huge application, so we will do small functions, and we will split a function if it's more than, say, 1 page, 2 page. So I think the OSI model should not be taught, and we should definitely not spend our brain capacity remembering all the layers. But as a concept, I really like it, and I like the internet model better, of course.
But still, when you showed both, now you confused people more because they are like, they are more confused about why it is like that. Just saying.
Yeah, and if you try to teach IPv6 at the same time, you get even more confused because ARP is in one space and ICMPv6 is in another place in the model, so that confuses people even more.
Just I'm saying the problem is more basic to attract new people from new generation.
And I'm looking forward to when I get some materials to try it out on people that have no network experience, because I'm biased a lot.
Right, I think we'll have the last 2 comments, and then we have a few more minutes maybe for any other business, but we're starting to run out of time, so please keep it short. I think the back mic was, you were on the back mic, you were first.
Okay, hi, my name is Urban Schodolnik. Yeah, I'm still a student. I'm 26 years old, just so you know where I am. And when I was dealing with these things, I did my bachelor's at the University of Ljubljana. I did an exchange at TU Berlin, and right now I'm a master's student at TU Graz. Well, thank you for bringing this up, because I think it's important to talk how to approach it, although there are parts that I don't agree. I am not really on the side on the of simplification of topics. And now when I compare a lot of courses that I've taken and I'm still taking, I actually like the most those that had books, that had long books that you could look into, that you could before the exam study, go through it, find the topics, find the chapters. And we were learning networking by the book that were written by Kouros and Ross. I think they're one of the most known books, and I would still want to teach in that way. On the other hand, one thing that wasn't mentioned right now, and one of the basic questions to figure out if a student understands, or anyone, if they understand networking, I think is the layered approach. Like, I know so many people that mix layer 2 and layer 3. And I think it's good to know, like, if you really want to get into internet to understand it by heart, to really tell people, look, this is here, this is there, this is how to compare to which parts work where. And there are parts that even we here don't understand, like how a lot of technologies on layer 1, but maybe if you know where it should be and what it should be, its function, we can even, like, those gaps in knowledge can be fine. About RFCs. RFCs are technical documentation. I think they're great the way they are for the need that they are there. Like, if you really want to look into technical documentation to see how exactly it works, all the cases, I think that RFC, even, yes, they are ugly, but they work fine. And you don't need somebody. If you're reading it, you already had interest to read it, which is enough to get through maybe the ugly formatting, which is not that big of a problem then. But maybe to go to another part, why has networking attracted me the most out of all topics that I could learn at university? And that was really hands-on. A lot of other things are getting more and more abstracted, also in networking. But the fact that in networking I could open things in Wireshark, maybe see how SMTP works, which is it looks like a chat, but you know, it's really easy to get students interested when they see how things work. For which in many other parts of computer science engineering you can't. Even compilers, how things are compiled, are hard to understand. And while in networking, you can see exactly what happens. So I think more practical samples in that way. And I prefer books. I might not be the best example. I know I was one of the only students that were going to the library to take the books out. But here I am. So that would be all from my part.
Thanks for the input. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, you are touched upon a very interesting subject of what interested you in networking, because that's a whole nother, how do we get more people interested in this fun world of networking? But that's another research project and PhD, I guess.
Maybe we should get young people, those are still studying, or like, I don't know, I'm 26, there are a few people that are younger than me and others, and ask them what was the thing that got them hooked.
I was just going, sorry to interrupt you, but I was just going to say, actually, because we're running out of time, we're having another session today after this in the break, where we're actually going to focus a bit more on that topic. The topic can come back, so we're focusing on diversity in tech, next generation youth, what can we do, and this fits right into it. So so we have some more opportunity to pick this up, and also Edward will be there to talk a little bit more about what they're doing in terms of outreach to universities and to students, and there will be some other communities presenting what they're doing to get next generation in. So if you're interested in this topic, please also come to the next session. Maybe very last quick comment, Dimitri.
Oh, sure, I didn't plan to give a long one. Well, I just give one pedantic comment, but please don't use ARP twice and network discovery 0 times. I think we should not add IPv6 later, and I don't think it's that hard. It is not that hard on other levels. But seriously, my now 10-year-old son and used to be 7-year-old son, he managed to install Linux under VM himself, and he managed to mount the device under the VM, so he can actually change the partition type, you know, to appropriate, so he can do some interesting stuff and mount it on the host so he can format a bootable macOS device. So don't underestimate this. On now 10, he writes his own Python code. I'm planning to maybe not convert him to network engineer, but I'm sure going to guide him how this stuff works. So I do agree, hands-on. And I think RFCs are okay. Maybe we need a quick summaries of RFCs, you know, like people summarize the books. There's startups doing that. And yes, the summer camps are a great idea. So I think, yeah, we should not be afraid of the people not being able to read RFCs, but yes, maybe make them more accessible and make them more hands-on. And use IPv6 first, please. Seriously, bye.
Great, well, that was a great discussion. Thanks for bringing up that topic, Henrik. Thanks again. We have a minute and a half left. If there's any other topics you want to bring up during this community plenary session, or otherwise, there will be, of course, an opportunity next time. I hope this was a good mix of topics. I was really grateful to get some input on the list when I sent out a call, so I'll do that again. And I hope we'll have more good community discussion also on the list and also at the next session. And please stick around for the diversity session after the break. Thanks to all the other speakers too.
have photography here. Thank you. Good evening, everybody here in Rotterdam, and good day or good morning to Randy and to everybody else who is watching online. This is Diversity in Tech session. My name is Vesna. I'm from RIPE NCC. I will be a moderator. And the main topic in general of these sessions is how to increase diversity and inclusion and equity and justice in the RIPE community. And this time we are going to focus on how to bring more value to the next generation from the RIPE community itself towards the new network operators or any other people who would like to take part in the RIPE community. And then on the other hand, how to attract the next generation, because we are all graying, the older people in the RIPE community. So to that goal, we have invited 4 panelists to give us either their experiences, personal experiences, or to talk about their communities. I will let themselves introduce themselves, but I will just point to their to them and their names. We have Claudia, V, Mirja, and Edward, and they will do a 5-minute talk, and after that we will have what I hope lively discussion. You could ask questions to them, you can express your own experiences, and I would also even invite you to come to the stage. So you could be like actually taking the stage if you feel like it, or we will bring the microphone to you, or you can stand up and speak at the mic. I'm going to repeat all this after they're done as speakers. So please give them a warm applause first.
Can you hear me? Great. Well, hi everyone. Since I fall under this category of youngsters, I would love to talk to you about my personal experience at RIPE NCC and in the sector more in general. My name is Claudia Leopardi, and I'm an Italian 22, almost 23 years old. I'm currently interning in the Public Policy and Internet Governance Department at RIPE NCC. But I'm technically still a student in university. I'm much less of a techie and much more of a policy. So my experience might be a bit different from the one of the young people in the audience right now. But I hope to bring a different perspective, perhaps, since it's the diversity in tech. Even before starting, now 4 months ago, I had extremely high expectations as a young person at a first real job experience. I was convinced that my almost obtained bachelor degree was gonna make me change the world at RIPE NCC. And spoiler alert, it hasn't happened yet. So there's still time. In my experience at the organization, I realized how the expectations of my colleagues that they had towards me were much more realistic than the ones that I had for myself. I realized that it is okay to just arrive to a new environment and just take your time to learn, because as we say in a very incorrect Italian, and I'm sorry if this citation is going to be understood by few, we're not born learned. We're not born already with everything, every skill, every knowledge. Luckily, I found myself surrounded by a team that has allowed me to develop my knowledge and skills, and that was very respectful of my capabilities and aspirations. But I do still remember that fear of entering that first meeting and not understanding those acronyms that were thrown at me, or even just the work culture in itself. The RIPE NCC has a few young fellas that are in the audience right now. But when I first physically arrived at the office, I remember just being quite intimidated by the amount of adults, because I just came from university where everyone was my age or younger. So it was a bit intimidating, I guess. So I was quite afraid that of saying my age at first, and I remember that. I was afraid that people hearing that I was 22, I am 22, would make them change their ideas on my own ideas and my perspectives, and maybe they would have been valued less. And in the end, it ended up being kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because I decided to use my best skill, which is humor. And I just started like joking about I was the child, I was the younger. Oh, look, don't listen to me. I'm just a young intern. And I feel like that has kind of damaged my own image of myself and of the others had of me. And I decided that I need to cut off those obnoxious jokes, because it basically decreases the value and the great experience that being young means. Higher intergenerational inclusivity does not only benefit the organization, but the sector on a wider scale. Having younger minds does not only help train the future workforce, but is a powerful way to be joined by new ideas and ways of thinking. And important ways in which this inclusivity can be fostered, especially in my case, in the internet governance, so policies and governance, international relations realm, is through forums like the Youth IGF or Youth Dig, of which I am part. These are great opportunities to hear young voices and interests and learn how to participate in the community. Other ways, and I'm sure that my fellow panelists will be able to expand much more on that, are through internships, I'm a bit biased, fellowships, coordination with professors and academia, and also simply being active on platforms that younger people often use as a window to the world. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing, but it is how it is. For these reasons, keep welcoming younger people in your offices, keep sponsoring them to participate in conferences like this when possible, but most importantly, keep finding ways to make younger participants more at ease by actively listening to their perspective and including them in the conversation. This way, we can feel comfortable enough to release our potential, share our ideas, and show you why including younger colleagues in the workspace is so great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have enabled the timer over there so you can see when the 5 minutes is over. And what I forgot to say is we also have remote participants. So for the remote participants, you can also ask questions. We have a chat monitor who is going to read your questions aloud. So take that into consideration. The next, Edward.
I'm Edward again. I got passed the baton. So I want to take a few minutes and talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and kind of the sphere in the world around us. I'm from North America, and I'm sure it is no secret that the United States has always had a challenge when it came to race and people who are different. For our society to grow and expand, it needs to include people. People need to feel welcome, need to be part of something. The organizations such as RIPE, NANOG, Aaron, we're all fairly new organizations. The people who started these organizations, a lot of them are still involved and engaged. We're just now getting to the point where some of our leaders are starting to pass away and move on. And the question really remains, why is it important? On one level, it's important because if we love these organizations, we love these communities, we want them to continue. We want them to thrive. Using nature as an example, nature's focus is always on diversity. Right now they're serving bananas in that room, and the bananas that we're eating are a hybrid that is at risk because of a lack of diversity. And that banana that you enjoyed in there in another 10 years may not exist because of a focus on having things in a narrowly defined space that works for a particular palate. Coming into a NANOG meeting, one of the things that for me as executive director and the board, we want to make the organization much more welcoming. We understand that diversity is critical to the long-term objectives of keeping our organizations healthy. These organizations are based upon affinity. They're groups of people that you know, that you like, you share a common interest. But does that create space for people who are different to come in? Diversity just won't fall in your lap. Diversity happens because of a focused effort to make sure that you are including and you're aware of what you need to do and flex as an organization to make a space much more accommodating. As an African American growing up in the United States, I was born in 1959. So I was born into a segregated America. The Civil Rights Act was passed in 1966, where, you know, technically I became an equal level citizen at that point, and I was 7 years old when that took place. I'm where I am in life because there are people who are what I'll call the gatekeepers, part of the community, reached out and decided to mentor me into organizations, into companies, creating a pathway for me to get in. And are we creating pathways? Are we creating opportunities for people who are not like us to be part of our organization? So it creates a diverse and healthy environment. At NANOG, we take this very seriously. We have a diversity committee that we've put together, comprising of people who are diverse within our organizations. We're very clear, and you know, the young lady was talking about coming in from Claudia, from policy. If I shift from a RIPE meeting to an ICANN meeting, Aaron, or to a NANOG meeting, NANOG is very technically focused. A lot of women that are part of the committee tend to be more, say, policy oriented. So when you get into these pure tech organizations, it's going to be it's a really challenge. This is not going to happen by accident. We need to really focus on being more inclusive, supporting people to come into our organizations, making sure that they're safe, and then that they feel that they can belong. Because ultimately, hearing diverse voices and points of view will make our organization stronger and will make them last to decades to come. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Mia Kulewind. I'm the chair of the Internet Architecture Board, the IAB and the IETF, but that's not necessarily my role why I'm here. But I want to give you a little bit an outline about what the IETF, what the problems are the IETF has in terms of diversity, but also what we're trying to do. Outreach and education, mentoring, or whatever is driven by community, and I try to help out sometimes as a community member because maybe my own background actually fits here quite well. I studied in the IETF when I was a first-year PhD student. So my background is academia, and I sticked around and I studied leadership, and it was always because I had support from other people. But I'm talking a little bit more about the IETF on a high level. So I think there are many angles of diversity where we're not very good and we're trying to improve. Because as you say, we are an open forum. It's important to get different voices in, but just because we are open doesn't mean everybody comes automatically. You actually have to support these people. And there's definitely more work to do. So we have a few programs running. A lot of these programs are focused on onboarding newcomers. As the topic is also use, a lot of people that use these programs are younger people, and we actually have sometimes the opposite problem that when we call somebody newcomer and it's a senior person who comes the first time to an IETF meeting, they might not take up the opportunity. But what we offer is, of course, tutorials and material, but we also have a mentoring program, and we try to match up people which actually have the same technical interest if possible. And we have a newcomers dinner usually, where we see a lot of younger people and meeting up with other younger people sharing experience. I think that's important. There's also newcomers meet and greet with some drinks, where usually I as leadership show up and try to engage with the people, which is always very interesting to get the perspective. So this is kind of the things we're doing, and as I said, we need to improve further. But I would like to point out one more thing that is very special for the IETF, and which I think is a very valuable path for us to get especially younger and different perspectives in, and that's the IRTF. So the IETF is the Internet Engineering Task Force, and the IRTF is the Internet Research Task Force. And these are effectively two different organizations, of course, home together a little bit, but the IRTF works very differently. There's different kind of rules, or actually less rules. It's much easier to create a research group there. And the whole intention of having this IRTF is really to build a bridge between the engineers from the companies and the industry and academia. And I think this has been very, very successful for us from both sides, I hope. From IETF perspective, we want to reach two things. One is to make the engineers in the IETF aware of all this good research that's out there, to take that into account in their work. And this is also a point of diversity, because the research groups we have are not necessarily all technically. We also have research group on human rights, for example, which brings in like a completely different set of researchers and people. And just having them at the same meeting in the same environment creates a different discussion. But then also on the other side, it is really nice to see these people coming in and contributing to the IETF. Very often, and that's my own experience, as somebody from academia, you are used to kind of dive deep into something, to really analyze the whole space. And you can go to an IETF meeting, you pick a problem, you analyze it, and you come back and you provide your results. This is highly valuable for the IETF community. And I think it's also very much appreciated. So for me, that was always a very positive experience. So as I said, I think having the IRTF is kind of a unique thing. And I think it's very valuable. I also have to say that I think people who start or come to the IRTF as a PhD student don't necessarily stick around for the rest of their life. There are some examples like me, but I think it's very important that these people get a little bit an insight about how the organization is working, because that's also something that they take in their future career and keep in mind later on. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for a wonderful world. I'll try to follow up. I will for sure be not as fluent. I don't have a technical background. I have experience of doing technical work as an art student, doing CSOP work at the Art Academy in mid-90s. And my first computer was DEC Alpha and OSF, and not Commodores or anything visual and beautiful. And in early 2000s, I was mostly doing work in Multimedia Institute on IT policy, advocacy, FLOSS activism. And this is where my connection and some of the shared sentiment to what has happened to technology is, with all of the issues you are facing now as a community. I'm coming here as Wikimedian, and I'm not sure if that resonates well. How many of you knows difference in between Wikipedia and Wikimedia? Okay, quite a few. So to do it super briefly, Wikipedia has been for past 20 years one of the most prominent websites, mostly in top 20, sometimes in top 5 even, as the free open source, open content encyclopedia publication with 300 languages, and the only non-profit website of that scale and importance, and recognized by European Commission, as you have maybe heard in previous discussions, as one of the big platforms, the only non-profit platform. And I work as Wikimedian in residence, which means that for most of my recent work in past 3 years was entering institutions, organizations, and working in this kind of media info literacy to make sure that they can understand both open content, licensing, benefits of opening data, and benefits of using open source software, and services that are freely available through Wikimedia platforms. So Wikimedia has been growing as an ecosystem around Wikipedia, and now has a huge Wikimedia Foundation based in San Francisco, but with lots of national affiliates and user groups all over the world. I'm part of 2 user groups. One is called LGBT plus user group, and the other is called CEE, or Central Eastern European Spring user group. So I'll talk a little bit about those 2. And particular intersectional maybe perspective of what does it mean to address people who have multiple disadvantages when entering these fields. They might be both young and queer, or they might be young and Eastern European and unprivileged socially, economically, linguistically, culturally, or in other ways. And just last week, literally 7 days ago, no, less, 5 days ago, I finished production of one of the most ambitious projects we did in decades of existence of Wikimedia LGBT user group. We did the first queering Wikipedia conference, which was first of its kind conference that LGBT plus topics were central to Wikipedia discourse. And we were doing it as bilingual, translocal hybrid conference that stretched our limits, but also diversified our audience, our community for the first time, that we can say, okay, now we had people in 5 continents following us. We had people of color being keynotes and prominent speakers, and not just single tokenized person among white privileged individuals. We had bilingual English, Spanish, and not just translation to Spanish. So you could actually submit content and discuss in Spanish rather than just being translated to. With CEES, and this was mostly through the support of Wikimedia Foundation and Outreachy.org, if you know this relatively well-known program in FLOSS communities that supports young developers or people transitioning into software development who have unprivileged background. They are either queer or people of color or lower social income. And in terms of CE Spring, okay, I need to make it super short. This is the...
I just want to say I have stopped your time, so you take another minute.
Okay, but then I have to finish it. Okay, the CE Spring is maybe another success that is interesting for people who come from Central Eastern Europe, where a lot of communities work in super small Wikipedias that have 10 or 15 regular contributors that don't have, like English Wikipedia, 6 million pages, but maybe few tens or 100,000 of pages. But they do essential work for providing basic information to their communities, because their communities are too small to do print editions, to have specialized publications, but they could get general encyclopedic knowledge this way in their own language. And yeah, maybe one of the most important part of this is that this competition is organized so each language community can award prizes, and there are special prizes for those who translate content in between Central Eastern European Wikipedias and who foster exchange decentering English language. So that's, I guess, the shortest I could do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I would like to open this now as a discussion to your comments or questions to any of the speakers or anything else you would like to say. And can I see a show of hands if somebody would like to come onto the stage? Yes. Okay. Some more. We can replace this set with the next set, but let's wait a minute. Maybe there are some questions, and then we will do the replacement rotation. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Tina Morris, AWS, also on the NANOG board that works with Edward. I want to say, I heard a lot of good things up there that I have been trying to include in all the communities I participate in, finding good, smart young people, mentoring them, giving them the tricks of the meetings to be more effective and to feel included in all of those things, creating a path for communication for newcomers. But the one thing I want to kind of challenge with this lack of young people is this concept. I think it's a bit of a fallacy, and hear me out. For somebody that's early in their career to take an entire week off and come to a RIPE or a NANOG and fund themselves is nearly impossible. Nor are they really at the point in their career where it benefits them dramatically. I think where many of us that have been coming to meetings for more years than I'd like to admit, see it is, we came into this early when there weren't big companies to train at, where there weren't alternative spaces, and the internet was being cobbled together at the tables out there. And those people have continued to come, and they've become our technical experts, and they're doing business development. And they have all these other reasons they come now. They're not the junior people. But I think that we aren't going to see that early first 5-10 years of people's career at these meetings. They need to learn some basics at their companies. They need to get to a point that they have a thing to come. I'm all for pursuing fellowships, online, virtual attendance, all these things that lets them know it's relevant when they're ready. But I don't think we're going to ever get to a point that a third or a half of our room is under 25. It's just an unrealistic goal. I am so grateful to see the faces that are young here and embrace it if they have a path to start attending and being part of our community. That's wonderful. But I think we're being really hard on ourselves.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, we will take some replies, but I also wanted to invite some people who have come here for a whole week and are young, and to see like what did they get, what didn't they get, if they feel that they want to speak about it. So first we'll get some answers, then we will go to that queue, and only later to this queue.
Yeah, I would just want to like to agree to that, and probably even more in the IETF, because the IETF is not like a community meeting, it's a working meeting. So what we really need is experts who can actually come and do the work. And that's a real time commitment. And we do see that companies, of course, are like naturally don't send like their youngest, newest engineers, but the ones with experience. And this is like extremely valuable to us. So I don't think in the IETF a strong focus has been on youth. And I said this earlier. You also talked about young people and newcomers, and that's not always the same. So that's another problem we have. But wait, I had one more point I wanted to make. Let me think about it again. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
One super practical response, because I just did the event that was hybrid and was trying to do these local nodes at different locations. What we did as an incentive, we said to people, gather around yourself, just like make a super small group, make like a watch party if you want. We'll pay for basic costs. We didn't pay them much per node, like we released, I think, 1,000 euros per node, whoever requested. We just said, you will not have to do applications for money. We'll just trust you. You will not have to do extensive reporting. We'll just need your like photos and make sure that someone showed up. And if you feel comfortable reporting and doing something for the program, you are welcome to, but there is no pressure. What, for example, other organizations do is create like super competitive calls where people have to know in advance what they will do, how they will do it. You need to write an application, you need to have it processed, and make bureaucratic hurdles to something that is super simple and tiny support that gets people out of their comfort zone. I mean, I would not say queer Wikimedians are more enthusiastic over spreadsheets than network engineers.
I remember my point. I want to. Okay, and then we will get the online question, and after that, I will ask you to sit there, and you can still take the mic and answer questions. But I'd like to have the next 4 people here.
Yeah, I remember my point now. So we have these activities like the IRTF, which actually kind of bring in more people and from different communities and broader perspective. But for, let's say, the hardcore technical work, we really depend on like who the companies are sending us. So in a lot of cases, we don't have this in our hands. It's really on the companies trying to also help with diversity and bringing more diverse people in. That's something I wanted to say.
Thank you. I will now want another applause for the speakers here. Please stay in the room. Maybe there will be more questions. There are seats over here. Who wants to be the next person on the stage? Just come over and then you get the mic and you get the preference. Yes, and while you're coming here, you can please, Anastasia, read the question from the online participants.
So we have a question from Carla Wagner, carlavagner.eu. A lot of good things said, but I hear no goals, strategy, nor concrete measures planned. I hear about race, queerness, multinational, but nothing about women in tech, which was excellent words, but what are your male-led and mostly male organizations planning to do about actively opening to women at all levels, not just entry level to middle management, but leadership?
Excellent question, Carla. We are not, I think, entitled to kind of answer that, but we'll get back to it later, I think, unless somebody from leadership wants to pick up this and reply right now. Yes.
We also have a comment. Can I just read it, or is it?
Yes.
Yes, so another comment is from Randy Bush. Beware that industry wants young people because they cost less, which means pay equity is key issue for youth and for underrepresented classes.
Okay, good. But let's go back to Carla's question.
Yeah, I just wanted to share what Shane just observed to me, that the chair of the RIPE community is a woman. You know, we do have female leadership in the RIPE community.
Okay, but I'm sorry to disagree with that, of course, but that exception doesn't really describe the actual rule that Carla was right to point out. There is a gender disparity, but right now let's not talk about it because we have some young people here on the stage. We will wait with your input, Danesh, because we have somebody there on the mic first. So you first, and then you and you. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Moira. I just wanted to build off of a previous point. I'm 19. I'm studying electrical engineering. It would be nearly impossible for me to be here if I wasn't being sponsored by people inside of the community privately. And that's all. So yeah, there are people who are interested in networking, and there are people who are interested in STEM. It's just nearly impossible for us to make it here. Thank you. All of your support is appreciated for young people. All of your support and inclusion is appreciated for young people, and being as friendly as you all are. Thank you.
May I rephrase this for the notes? Can this be heard as a recommendation to support diversity tickets or youth tickets to find sponsors for the youth participation and diversity participation? Thank you. Yeah, so this is the call to all the rich companies in the industry to give their money to support the next generation. Thank you. So we are going back to the stage.
Hello, I'm Milica. This is my second RIPE meeting. My first was in Belgrade because I'm from Belgrade, and I'm glad that I see a lot of more people than last session, Diversity in Tech. I'm here for whole week. It was difficult because I'm final year of a bachelor study, but I was really impressed for last RIPE because I met so many people from industry and I learned about some new stuff because in faculty we learn a lot of everything, but that's a more about everything, but no so new technologies. And I'm really glad that I have opportunity. Now I'm here for fellowship from RIPE, and I'm really glad that I'm here because it's really good opportunity to young people because we met some people from industry and it's really a good chance. And I know that a lot of young people wants to be here, but financial stuff and everything is really big problem. So I don't know, I think it's really great.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Janice Selton. I'm a second-year bachelor student at the University of Applied Sciences in Utrecht. I study Open ICT. That's different from a regular bachelor. We don't do any lectures. We don't do any tests. We don't even have any subjects. Instead, we just start working in Scrum teams with students at companies from the start. And I'm very happy to be here today. Thanks to the free tickets RIPE gave me. Thank you. And I'm open to answering any questions you all have.
Okay, now we go to Danesh and then that mic and then.
I'm so sorry. I do want to add something because what Janice didn't say is that even while she got a free student ticket to be here all week, she took the initiative to travel every day, 3 hours from Nijmegen to here and back every day, the whole week, because she wasn't able to afford the hotel here in Rotterdam. So even while we sponsored like, what is it, like 150 euros or something, the rest she's actually doing in her own time and as her own initiative. That's how much she wants to be here.
Thank you very much.
Dinesh, keep it short.
Yes,
please.
of course. Dinesh Babuta in personal capacity. Some comments from the original panel and also slightly answering Carla's question. Carla mentioned something about strategies and goals, and I think this is where we would have an ongoing conversation about what the strategies and goals would be or how to get to what the goal is. I think one of the strategies for us would be actually how do we entice organizations and university professors to actually send the students and junior staff? Is there anything that, you could get a sponsor in, for example, to go to university and say, we will pay for their accommodation and travel to go to this conference, and the organizer gives free tickets. I mean, that's just something from the top of my head, but it doesn't mean it's a final answer, but we need to keep an open mind about how we go about this. So there are going to be end goals. The strategy of how to achieve them is going to be different. So one of the things, one of the problems that the industry has is the lack of younger people, lack of new entrants. Why can't us oldies in our organization say, actually, I can go to this meeting, but maybe this time, actually, not only me, I'll take my junior member of staff with me, because actually, I'll disagree with Tina here. It doesn't have to be 5 years. It can be much less than that. My first meeting, my first RIPE meeting, way back in 1997 was about 10 months after I'd started my career in the industry. Yeah, I was pushed into it. I didn't know anyone, but I'm just saying that we need to be aware that us oldies need to do much more mentoring than we currently are.
Thank you.
So I'm one of the younger people who, on my, basically from my own choice, decided to go here for an entire week, which is quite expensive. This is also my second RIPE meeting ever, and well, in person at least. And something I just want to really highlight, as it applies to me, is that I've heard so far a lot about academia, but I want to make it clear that like not all young people are in academia. There are a lot of young people who are not in academia, like myself. And we also need to try to make it inclusive for those. We can't just put all effort on academia because there are plenty of people outside of it. And
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a very valuable comment. I want to move on because we only have 20 minutes and there is a lot of people already waiting. So first I will give word to that mic and then we'll get back to you. No, not you, behind you.
You mean me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Constanze Dietrich, working for Accenture. I think we haven't established how old young people are yet, but I'm going to think about our junior people working for my company. And I must say they're all super eager to do things, but it's also a challenge to give them junior compatible tasks to do. I believe young people need something to do. There could be something like I don't know, backlog from every working group that we have of simple tasks that need doing and need support also, of course, from the working group chairs or other members. But yeah, things they can do on their own and then develop some sort of community feeling and connection to the RIPE. Maybe that's a different perspective off from the money topic, which of course is valid as well.
Okay, thank you. We will now first go here and then to you.
I also wanted to add that I think we should do more to promote RIPE among the youth, among the university students, especially here in the Netherlands. I noticed that at my university there weren't a lot of people actually aware of what RIPE does, and they weren't really interested in RIPE meetings at all, even though they were focused on studying infrastructure and networks. I think we should promote that a little more and expand the social media of RIPE eventually, and maybe replace the mailing lists with Discords.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Urban Sugodolnik. So I think that RIPE is one of, like, once you get here, I'll get to then to the second part. It's, I think, very easy to continue going to RIPE meetings. I have never been in a community this nice, that has so many opportunity to help its members, especially from countries where money is a little harder to get to. The fellowship program is awesome. I heard there's a fund for project and there's also for research. So I think that is great. The problem is getting here first. So I think that's because of the financial problem. Sometimes it can be next to impossible. Sometimes also for university students that have the most time to get into this, yeah, it's a problem. You have deadlines and assignments that you have to do. And not all universities are really open to making exceptions. So first, how I got into RIPE, a big shout out to the network department at TU Berlin, that they told me you have to go to RIPE. I studied at the University in Ljubljana, where I did not have that much luck to be able to go to conferences, or like I did. At a huge cost, but I'm a conference junkie, so it was worth it. The other part for me to get into to the previous RIPE, so 85, was basically the fact that I'm a conference junkie. I currently have time, that it was cheap in Belgrade, and I have friends there. I think that's a huge part that, and currently that I was at my current university, that I was able to. I have a bit more free time, or like ability to do my schedule. So I think the question here is to go to, for the first RIPE meeting, how to alleviate this first problem to break the ice. So maybe one of the ideas that I have to have regional mentors that people can contact to and maybe even solve the problem at the university. Some countries are small. I'm sure that that Vlad over there for North Macedonia can can help with that. Maybe for Slovenia, that could be also done with a few people that are in the community, and maybe in some other where things work by a person that knows a person.
Okay, thank you. I want to move on. Thank you. Thank you. Sylvan, and then you.
Hi, just a very short thing that we're talking about nice ideas, but why don't we put that literally into the sign-up form for the events that, hey, I want to sponsor a ticket or I want to throw down some money for accommodation. That's easy to implement, and that's an actual concrete idea.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ita, no affiliation. I just wanted to sort of like add my voice as another sort of young person. I'm 20. I also do not have a university affiliation, and I guess I was going to make the point that Cynthia already made, that we exist and not everyone is necessarily associated with academia. I am just this random hobbyist who, well, really actually Cynthia sponsored an ASN and stuff for me, and I got into experimenting with BGP and I found that really cool. So yeah, I would definitely echo Cynthia's point about, maybe creating some sort of pricing structure in between the student academia focused thing and then the, your company is probably paying for you to go here sort of thing. I don't know. I don't really have necessarily that much in the realm of concrete suggestions. I just wanted to highlight that kind of, hey, weird hobbyists like me exist who get into sort of playing around with networking primarily from actually hands-on experience point, and sort of might not think or necessarily see the value initially in coming to this sort of conference. And yeah, if the sort of the pricing structure and also just sort of how the event is presented, I think there's probably room for things to change there in order to sort of make this more accessible to, hey, if you just tinker around with stuff and you're not some sort of big corporate person, that's fine too. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. We are taking notes. This is all being recorded. We're going to remember all these suggestions. However, if you want to be more elaborate, you can put that in the feedback form. We have a lot of feedback forms and opportunities for you to tell us how else you want things to be done. So that will be very useful.
Lennart Wagner, Individual Network Berlin e.V. EV. This picks up a little bit on the previous point right now. I became aware not because through my I become not aware of RIPE because of my company, but because of a small volunteer-run ISP in Berlin, where everyone can join as a hobby. So I would appreciate if there are more non-profit hobbyist-run ISPs in the world, because then you have maybe a lower barrier to enter this industry because you don't need to work in a company or something. You can look into it if you like to. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the gentleman in yellow.
Thank you for the gentleman in yellow, Sebastian. I need your help. When I say diversity, they say skill. When I say gender balance, they say skills. When I say equality, they say skill. When I say young people, they say skill. What shall I do? Thank you.
What is the word that you repeated? Skill? Yeah, okay, thank you. Anybody wants to answer before we move on? I'm sorry, I didn't really understand, but we'll get back to you after we cover the current queue.
Can I answer, please?
Yes.
What I am understanding by this is that there is a lot of companies that say we will send the best person from the team, regardless of the gender. And there is still inside the IT such a big either gender gap, age gap, anything gap, which makes these conferences kind of, I don't like to say it, but sausage party.
Yes, thank you for saying it. And I would replace the word gap with the word oppression. It's not just a gap. There is a gender oppression, age oppression, race oppression that is making these comments and these kind of attitudes total fallacy. And it is just not correct. And I'm going to say this in a very strong way, and we can have a discussion later. But thank you.
And I'd like to add one note that if we want to have here more diversity, we need to begin in our companies with making accepting communities, with checking that there is no single person who starts to bully anybody, because that single person is going to bully your colleagues out to other companies where these bullies are not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Jurika. I am sent here by my employer, fortunately. Otherwise, I would probably not be here. What I want to say is I'm now 22, and nowadays I feel like I'm a well-respected community member. So in this sense, I don't actually feel like I am being looked down at because of my age, but this has not always been the case. So when I was 15, I went to meetups of a local group doing wireless mesh networks because I was interested in this. And I wanted to help to run their backbone servers, which is also where I heard this first time about BGP. However, they were pushing back a lot because they said, no, we cannot give you this responsibility to get access to our servers. And they really did not trust me to be capable of this. And there I want to say, please, if young people want to work on something, do something, let them do that. And have trust that they know what they want to be doing.
Thank you. Yes, two last comments, you, and then we will hear from the stage. Yes, okay.
Thank you. So my name is Etienne, and I'm a researcher at the University of Twente. And I want to apologize for bringing up the academia again. But so I teach students master level courses. I have bachelor students who do thesis with me and master thesis with me. And quite recently I had a very dire case of a master student who couldn't continue working for a while because his laptop was broken and he was not able to afford a new laptop. So I built him a workstation with spare parts from the office and he could continue. But even in the Netherlands, these things can happen, that financing is really an issue. And I've spoken to a few strong students who would really like to be here, but the university is not paying for it, and they surely won't pay for it themselves. So financing really has to be more on the, let's say, on the table for these groups with, well, no income because they're not employed yet. I just wanted to bring that up again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Vladislav Velikov, but I'll remove all my heads, so the academia, etc. For a person who works for a faculty for 12 years and managed to make a gender balance almost 50-50 with students, and even so it's almost 50-50 there, male, female, but also for professors, we have more female professors than male in IT. I think I know a perfect way how to motivate the youngsters, and I feel young, so this works for me also. The first things are already said, and that's, you know, a possibility to get there. I still remember my first RIPE meeting. It was scary. I got it as I got this, so as a RACI, so I couldn't afford it. But still, the connections you had and then how you start with this community is wonderful, and this is what's fueling. One of the reasons why I still, for 21 years, I prepare IOI younger students, which are high schoolers or younger, for competitive programming, why I do everything else for young talent in the last 20 years. And this is how I continue and do. And it's easy for the funding. We take the 10 ISPs, biggest ISPs, we ask them for 1 ticket per ISP, that's 10 young people. We then take 10 vendors, we ask for 1 ticket, full ticket per vendor, that's another 10 young people. Then we take some other IT companies, 10 IT companies, 1 ticket, and that's 30 people each right meeting that can feel this. Voila, we have something. And then I'm sure that if we do that, the rest of the community here, who is both young and old, will continue the whole hacking, working, and continuation process.
Thank you. Would you like to say something as a response to any of this?
Yes, I completely agree that it should be possible for students to attend these type of meetings more. My first meeting, my first tech event was actually at the NL. I was recommended by someone who worked at the company in which I was doing an internship at that moment. And he really recommended us students to go check it out sometime. And I went there and I really liked it there. Everyone was very social, very nice, and everyone was really helping. And it's a very good opportunity for students to find new internships for in the future, or get help with projects they're currently doing, or and being stuck on a bug or something. It's a really nice community. So I thought, let's check out RIPE2, and I really recommend it.
Thank you. Would you like, Mike? Before you go, you can have the last word. Oh no, you can't. We have 2 more questions, and then you can have the last word. We have one question from online, and then we have Maria over there.
I think it's more of a comment from Marlene Martes. The biggest issue to solve first, I think, is to increase awareness of all these wonderful parts of the internet community. And outside of the immediate returning participants, it's difficult to even know what a RIPE, NOC, or any other conference is.
Yeah. Thanks.
Maria, once again, sorry for not saying my name and affiliation before. I'm team lead of BIRD, and I'd like to say, please, when speaking about academia and young, please don't forget about requalificants. Please don't forget about women after 35 or so who were for 10 years with children at home because the children were demanding. Please don't forget about people in their 40s and 50s who were working in another industry which is now declining, and now they are trying to requalify to IT. They are the same value as people who are in their 20s, and they are the same juniority. It may sound absurd, but I'm probably going to hire somebody who is 20 years older than me to a junior position, and I am meaning it very seriously.
Thank you. So we are at the end of the session, and we are going to finish with the young participant. And thank you for being here. And well, see you at the dinner, or see you tomorrow.
I just wanted to say that my first RIPE meeting, before my first RIPE meeting, I was really scary about everything because I was going alone, and it's really wonderful. I never met so open people, so open-minded people, and I think it's really healthy community, and I'm so happy I'm part of that.
Thank you.